welcome to the first boot camp of 2023 with VIP Ignite. If you are excited, show me how excited you are. Show me some excitement, people. Okay, awesome. So if you are joining us from Facebook, if you are joining us from YouTube, I don't know why you're watching us on a live stream when you could be here live with all of these amazing people. Look at all these amazing people. Don't you want to be here with these crazy people? Okay, everyone, let's celebrate, because you know what? Today is the first Saturday of 2023. Woo! Let's celebrate. Mike Trash, show us your excited face. Thank you. Awesome. All right, well, let me introduce myself to you guys. My name is Deneen White. I'm the publicist for VIP Ignite. I host all of our live and virtual events. I host our two podcasts, the VIP Ignite Live podcast and Coffee in the Green Room. And let me tell you something. I love what I do. Do you want to know why I love what I do? Because here at VIP Ignite, we empower actors, models, and musicians to create their own success by giving them the tools, resources, and connections that they need. How many of you are ready to create even more success in 2023? If you are, in the comments, I want you to type the word success. If you're ready to create more success in 2023, type the word success in the comments. Awesome. Oh, I love it. Okay, and if you're watching us on Facebook or YouTube, you can do that as well. But if you want to come over here and see us live in person, go to VIPigniteSummit.com. You'll get a Zoom link, and then you can join us here live. All right, guys. So we have an absolutely amazing weekend for you this weekend. Okay, so let me tell you a little bit about how the weekend is going to go. Let me set some, I don't want to call them rules because rules feel kind of meh, but I'm going to set some expectations for you. Is it okay if I, as your host, set some expectations for you? Give me a thumbs up if you're watching this. Give me a thumbs up if it's okay if we set some expectations. Awesome. So first of all, this is a 2-day event. Our first speaker, our keynote speaker of the day, is someone who is life transformational. He's transformed my life, and I know he's transformed the lives of literally millions of people around the world, okay? But this is a 2-day event. And my mom always taught me, you save the best for last, right? How many of you, when you're eating food, you're like, oh my gosh, I can't stand the Brussels sprouts, but I love those mashed potatoes. So I eat the Brussels sprouts first, and then I go to the mashed potatoes, right? We are kicking off our first boot camp of 2023 with an amazing life transformational speaker, and you'll get to know him in a couple minutes. But let me tell you something. If you think that that's amazing, wait until you see what we do tomorrow. So today what we're going to do is we're going to set the foundation for you, okay? It's important for your career for you to be here for both days. I'm going to say that again. It's important for you, for your career, to be here both days. So if you can commit to yourself right now that you're going to be all in for 2 days, type all in the comments. Type all in the comments. And I'm asking you this because your future self is going to thank you for playing all out, for being all in this weekend. Because the decisions that you make in the beginning of January are going to take you through your whole 2023, 2024, 2025. Every decision that you make this weekend is going to determine your tomorrow. And my goal for you is by the end of this weekend is that you are an amplified version of who you are right now. Today, what we're going to do is we're going to lay the foundation for you. We're going to go over how to, like, what type of modeling do you qualify for? We're going to talk to you about the secrets of success and longevity. We're going to talk about the state of modeling in 2023. We're going to talk to you about the mindset that you need so that you can become the best version of yourself. And I want you to understand something. And I said this when we were talking before we got officially started. Your only competition is who you are right now. What does that mean? That means it's your job to make sure that every day you improve a little bit, or a lot, so that you can be the best version of who you are. How many of you want to be the best version of you? How many of you know that there is something inside of you? You have a story to tell. You have a gift to share with the world, but you need to share it with more people. How many of you know that? If you know that, type gift in the comments. I want you to type gift in the comments. And what I'm going to do throughout the course of this weekend is I'm going to ask you questions and I'm going to ask you to respond. So when I ask you to respond, I want you to respond in the comments. And here's why. Because when you respond, you're not responding to me. You're responding to yourself today and to your future self. Okay? So when I ask you a question, I want you to respond in the comments. I'm going to ask you to drink a lot of water this weekend too. I'm not asking you to drink water because I want you to run to the restroom all weekend, okay? I'm asking you to drink water because I know that you need to be hydrated in order for you to retain all of the information that we're going to give you this weekend. I know that you need to be hydrated because your brain is comprised mostly of water. And if you're dehydrated, how many of you ever go through like a brain fog? You're like, oh, I'm so tired, right? That's mostly not because you need another cup of coffee, it's because you need another glass of water. Okay, so I'm going to ask you to hydrate. I want to get you guys up and moving. Okay, so I hope, did you all wear pants today? I hope you all wore pants. If not, you could turn your camera off and put some pants on. Okay, Francisco, you know the rules. You know you're supposed to wear pants. I'm going to get you guys up and moving too, because motion creates emotion. When you are moving and you are actually like moving around, then it's going to help your body retain more information. One of the ways that a lot of actors memorize lines is not by sitting here and reading them like this. It's because they get up and they move around and they're interacting. Okay, so I'm going to ask you to get up and move. The other thing is that I see a lot of people here already with no cameras on. This is a model scouting event for actors and models and musicians. So I have a question for you. How many of you see a black box? You're like, wow, that black box would be great in that film. Like, I wish that black box was in that episode of Boardwalk Empire I watched last night. How many of you have ever thought that? No. So what I'm going to ask you to do is keep your cameras on throughout the whole weekend. Now, there are a couple exceptions. By the end of the weekend, we're going to get to know each other really well. But I don't want you to know you so well that I go to the restroom with you. So if you have to go to the restroom, feel free to turn your camera off. Okay. We also don't need to know that you have to go to the restroom. This isn't second grade. I'm not going to give you a hall pass to walk to the restroom. So just turn your camera off, go do what you got to do and come back. Can we all agree to that, please? Thank you. All right. And then there are going to be times where we're going to have the opportunity to unmute and answer questions. Okay. But the reason that I'm keeping everyone muted right now is not because I don't want to hear your amazing voices, because I love all of your voices. It's because, can you imagine if we had 150 people all talking at once? You wouldn't be able to hear the speaker, right? So I'm going to keep you guys muted. There are going to be times where I'm going to ask you to unmute yourselves. So let's make sure that you know how to unmute yourself. Okay. If you don't, we can go over that later. All right. So who wants to know a little bit about the speakers that we have coming on this weekend? If you do, type speakers in the comments. Still can't hear the audio. Obviously, some people can hear me. So that person that can't hear me, I do apologize. Okay. So let's talk about this. So today we are going to hear what type of model you are. Okay. So our second speaker of the day is the co-founder of VIP Ignite. And he is probably the only person that can make you excited about resumes, about figuring out what type of model you are, okay, and about changing your mindset. Okay, so today, like I said, is foundational day. So today we're setting the foundation, okay? We're going to have a speaker who's going to come on and talk about faith, family, and fun, living a heart-centered life. Here at VIP Ignite and Truth Management, which is our mother agency, we understand that. How many of you guys want opportunities? Raise your hands. How many of you want more opportunities? You want more opportunities. And what we've done is we've partnered with some casting directors, some agencies, some management companies, and some production companies that are heart-centered and faith-based. So I have a question for you as we get started today. How many of you know that you have a message that you want to get out there? If you have a message, type message in the comments. How many of you are doing this not because you want to be famous, but because there's a group of people in the world that need to hear your story? How many of you believe that? Raise your hands. One of the reasons that I love doing what I do is because I've met so many amazing actors and models and musicians who literally started doing this because they had a passion. They had a passion for acting. They have a passion for modeling. They have a passion for letting their voice be heard. But it's not just because they want to be famous, because it's because they know that there was someone in their life that came along at one time or another that impacted them. How many of you have at least one person in your life that just by being kind or telling you a story, or maybe they gave you a hug, or maybe they gave you a high five, or maybe they were the one person that believed in you? How many of you have that one person in your life that is the reason you're standing here today? Raise your hands. I know I have that. I have so many amazing people. I've been blessed to have so many amazing people in my life that have, when I was like, I can't do this anymore. Like you know what? I'm just gonna go work a 9 to 5. I think I'm gonna go back to the dental world because I used to work in the dental world. But then I talked to someone and like, no, Janine, you know what? You're here for a reason. So I want you guys to understand that, and we're going to go over this in more detail, but we've partnered with someone named Kevin Sorbo, who is heart-centered. How many of you have ever seen the movie God Is Not Dead, or Soul Surfer, about the girl with the girl with the shark, the shark attacked. He also played Hercules. My aunt, we had the opportunity to meet him a couple of weeks ago, and I posted a picture of my aunt's like, Hercules. I was like, yeah, he did that too. That's pretty cool. But what we're doing in 2023 is we're going to be focusing on being more heart-centered and faith-based, because we understand that the people that are the most successful in the entertainment industry, they are heart-centered. They are faith-based. They're the people that have a message, because you know what? There are some days that this is the most amazing thing in the whole entire world. Like today, I get to hang out with all of you amazing people, right? And I want you to understand, like, there are days like today, I'm like, oh my God, I have to go show up. I want to go, we're going to change lives together. There's going to be this amazing community of people. We're going to change lives. But then there are days you're like, why am I even doing this? I got 17 no's. Like, I talked to someone, I submitted out for 15 castings and I didn't get any of them. I'm like, you know what? Keep going. So on the days when you submitted yourself out for 15 self-tapes and no one said, oh, I'm so excited to see you, you're like, you have to have a reason why. So that's why we're moving more toward being heart-centered. And also, let's be honest, there are a lot more opportunities. If you go on a smaller set and you're trained in different acting techniques, right? There are going to be a lot more opportunities for you. And that's what you all already told me, you want more opportunities. So what we're doing is we're going to today we're going to lay the foundation. We're going to really start funneling you guys so that you can start getting those opportunities. Because let's be honest, you're not here because you want to hear my voice. You're here because you want to start booking more work, right? Do you guys want to start booking more work? Type more work in the comments. You want to get on more shoots and more sets and more stages? That's why you're here, right? And that's what we're going to be doing. So today, what we're going to do is we're going to talk about what type of model are you? By 1 o'clock this afternoon, you're going to know what type of modeling you qualify for. How many of you don't even think that you qualify for modeling right now? Don't raise your hands, because you know what? At 1 o'clock, I'm going to ask and I'm going to say, oh, congratulations. We're going to talk about, again, faith, family, and fun, living a heart-centered life. Why is it so important to live a heart-centered life? We're going to talk about the 3 secrets of success and longevity. How many of you know that you have a lot of unfulfilled destiny? You're tired. It's not your day today. By that, what I mean is today is not your last day. You have a lot more to do in this world. How many of you know that? So we're going to talk to you about the 3 secrets of success and longevity. How many of you need to laugh a little bit more in your life? I know I do. So we're going to have one of the people that we're going to have come on is a comedian who works with people like, have any of you guys ever heard of Dave Chappelle? Has anyone ever heard of that guy? Have any of you ever heard of, oh my gosh, he recently, the comedian that we have coming on, who's going to talk to you about the art of comedy, like hangs out, like he literally flew to Dave Chappelle's house in Iowa and was like hanging out in the field. I was like, Hold on, I need you to tell me a little bit more. All right. We're going to talk about the state of modeling in 2023. One of our speakers today, toward the end of the day, is the former art director of Vogue. He worked directly with Anna Wintour. How many of you want to learn from a guy who worked directly with Anna Wintour? Like, if you don't know who that is exactly, The Devil Wears Prada, the main character there, yeah, he worked with her. Pretty crazy. Okay. And then at the end of the day, we're going to talk about a millionaire mindset. We're going to explain to you why you need to have a mindset, a strong mindset. How a lot of us, when I was younger, I had a pastor and he always said, you know what, we have to stop this stinking thinking. I think a lot of us have some stinking thinking about money and about success. And we're going to break that down today. Because again, like I said, our goal is for you to be transformed. Today is the foundation day. So that's the foundation we're going to lay for today. Let's talk a little bit about tomorrow. And then I'm going to talk, because tomorrow is transformation day. Okay. So tomorrow we are going to have the pitchman of Hollywood is going to come on. He's currently working on a huge project. He's actually carving out a little bit of time because he's leaving to go to Beverly Hills to start working on this amazing project that's changing the face of Hollywood. We're going to have the former Attorney General of the state of Nevada come on tomorrow. He's going to be talking about the keys to success and the future of technology. How many of you have ever watched a movie and you're like, how did they do all of that, right? Well, he's going to talk to us about the future of technology. We're also going to talk tomorrow about improv and being a national actor. How many of you know that it doesn't matter where you live when you're an actor or model? How many of you know that? It doesn't matter anymore. It used to. You used to have to live in LA or New York or Atlanta. But now you can live literally anywhere in the country or anywhere in the world and still get opportunities. So we're going to talk about being a national actor. We're also, I'm really excited about this too. We're going to have one of the biggest agents in LA come on, and Alicia Kabak, who is the co-founder of VIP Ignite. You guys will get to see her in a little while. She is going to put one of the biggest agents in LA on the hot seat. It is going to be absolutely amazing. We're also going to talk again tomorrow. We're going to talk about living from your heart, finding your why. Because again, if you're in this because you want to be famous, if you're in this because you want to make a lot of money, all of those things can definitely happen. But having a why to keep going is so imperative in your life. And then we're also going to have, we're going to talk about tomorrow, all the success you need is already inside of you. How many of you have ever heard that? Like, everything you need is already inside of you. So we're going to talk about that tomorrow. And then at the end of the day tomorrow, we're going to have Ryan Colby, the former art director of Vogue, come on. And he is going to make a special announcement. He's going to be talking about all the castings that he's looking for people for 2023. Okay. So we have a huge weekend in store for you. So before I introduce our first speaker of the day, what I want to do is I want to play a video so that you can get to know him better. And this person that you're going to see this video is someone who, remember how I asked you a little while ago, how many of you have that person that just keeps you going every once in a while? I've not yet met him face to face, but he's one of those people. He's one of those people where I'm like, okay, you know what? All I need is if I can just hear a couple inspirational words, I know that I can go on for a little while more. So what we're going to do is we're going to play a video and to introduce our next speaker. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to have Alicia introduce him to you guys officially. Just give me one quick second here. Okay. There we go. Okay. Are you guys ready for this video? And I want you to pay really close attention to this video because I promise you that if you pay attention to this video, it'll set the stage for our whole weekend. Okay. Here we go. All right. Can you guys see my screen? Give me a thumbs up if you can see my screen. Okay. Here we go.
You have something special. You have greatness.
Okay.
You have something special. You have greatness in you. I've heard it said that there's some things you can't see looking forward, but you can only see looking backwards. I've been known for speaking and changing people's lives all around the world, using my voice and the ability to tell a story in all types of situations. I often talk about the fact that I'm here because of two women. One gave me life, that's a person that I had never seen. And one gave me love, that's the person here holding me and my twin brother, Mrs. Mamie Brown. God took me out of my biological mother's womb and placed me in the heart of my adopted mother. And I had no idea, being raised in poverty. We were poor, but we didn't know we were poor. And something in me, I don't know exactly when it happened, but I remember one day when I went to an event and I saw Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. speak in Miami. And I went to see Malcolm X. And I was so moved by their oratorical skills, I said, I want to do that. I was so impressed with Malcolm X that I went to school the next day and said that my name was Leslie X. And the teacher called my mother, Mrs. Mamie Brown, and that was the end of that. She beat that X out of me. But I used my voice as a radio personality. And there was something just kept driving me. I organized demonstrations in Columbus, Ohio, and led demonstrations against police deadly use of force and police brutality that ultimately led to my getting fired in the 70s, and led groups of over 5,000 in the morning in the snow. I became a state representative elected to the Ohio legislature. I was elected 3 terms, the chairman of the Education Committee and Human Resource Committee, passed 14 bills my first term, using my voice. I resigned when my adopted mother was diagnosed with breast cancer and fulfilled my promise that she would never go into a nursing home, and I came back home to take care of her. Using my voice, I became a community activist in Miami, Florida, and once again, fighting against things that were maintaining our detriment, using my voice. I developed a reputation and was invited to speak at Harvard University. I became a compelling speaker and known for telling stories, and selected by the National Speakers Association and given their highest award, the CPAE Award, Council Peers of Excellence, using my voice. I received the highest award from Toastmasters International, the Golden Gavel Award. I was selected among the top 5 speakers in the world: General Norman Schwarzkopf, Lee Iacocca, Robert Schuller, Paul Harvey, and myself. I often wondered, where did I get this from? They said some things nature and some things nurture. I was paid $5 million to do a talk show, The Les Brown Show. I had no idea. Where did this gift come from? I often thought, did I get it from my father, or did I get it from my mother? I've spoken on platforms with Richard Branson in South Africa, Robert Kiyosaki, and other top speakers from around the world. And my oldest son went on a search unbeknownst to me, and through some research found my birth parents and discovered that my grandmother, Beulah Rucker, who was a motivational speaker and educator, and she started a school. She taught herself to read and listen. Articles said she was hungry to learn. So hungry, she taught herself the alphabet and how to read with newspaper that was used to insulate the walls of the cabin that she stayed in to keep the cold winter air out. And she went to a school and And the day that she had to register, she had no money, and she stood before the head of the school and held out both her hands. And when he asked, "Where's your money?" and she said, "These hands can work." And he sent her down the line. And she came back, being persistent, because she was hungry to learn, and said once again, "These hands can work." And he looked at her, and I'm sure there was something in his mind that said, she is not going to be denied. And he let her in the school, and she worked for him and other instructors at the school, and she graduated with honors and went back to Gainesville, Georgia, and taught veterans and people in the community, adults and children, how to read, and taught them how to teach others how to read, and taught them how to be hungry to learn. See, this thing called life, if you're not willing to learn, no one can help you. But if you're willing to learn, no one can stop you. And they develop all types of skills that will allow them to become entrepreneurs and control their own future. My grandmother. And that which was in her, she obviously passed it on to my mother, Dorothy Bell. And my mother, she was a motivational speaker like her mother. And she traveled all over Georgia and the country speaking, and she played the piano, and she sang, and she had a bubbly personality, and she loved helping people. I wondered where I got this gift from, and now I know. And so my oldest son, unbeknownst to me, went on a search for his grandparents. And he found them, pictures of them. And I talked to a brother that I did not know I had, and went to the Beulah Rucker Museum, my grandmother. I called him and I said, "Dorothy Bell is my mother." And he said, "Well, that's my mother too. So that makes us brothers." And I went there to visit him, and I got to the museum first. And all I could say to myself was, I found them, and now I know why I am who I am, where I came from, and where I got my voice from. Oh, I feel like Mother Teresa, who said, "Just when I thought I got a handle on life, the handle broke." This discovery opened up a whole new world for me. To God be the glory.
It's a long shot, ladies and gentlemen, from Liberty City, an abandoned building on a floor. Never knowing my mother or father. It's a long shot. Being here with you today in this dome in Atlanta, it's a long shot. No college training, labeled educable, mentally retarded, but I kept running toward my dream. Don't stop. Don't stop. Don't stop running toward your dream.
You have something special.
Anybody else crying? I'm going around the room seeing everybody crying. Oh my gosh. This was Deneen. Good morning, everybody. I'm so excited. Les Brown is on the line. Guys, this is beyond. So I want everybody to stand to their feet. Let's welcome Les Brown. He is an icon, legend, greatest of all time. I mean, it is such an honor to have him. I can't even tell you how much I honor our friendship. Les, thank you so much for being on. Deneen, are you able to share his screen? Do you know where it is? Here, let me see. Les Brown, he's unmuted.
Hello, sir.
Hello, how are you?
Hi, Les.
Hi.
Thank you so much for being on. Guys, round of applause for Les Brown. Les, good morning to you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for having me. You know, when I see that, here I am, 77, and just for the first time get to see a picture of my birth mother and father and connecting with two brothers I did not know that I had. I'm still processing this. This just happened a few months ago, and so it's still challenging. I get teary when I watch it.
Me too. I should have worn my waterproof mascara today. I should know better.
You know, I can hook a sister up. All right. Okay, so share with me, what would you like for me to do, please? I'm here to serve.
You know, this is an amazing day today. As I told you before, this is a discovery call for people looking to pursue their dreams in acting, modeling, music, but sometimes they fear itself. They know they want to do this, but sometimes they have to get over themselves and be hungry and go after their dreams. And one thing I would love for you to talk about, if you can, if you wouldn't mind, is sometimes first impressions can literally make you stand apart from the rest, whether or not you're, highly versed in theater, or you may not be the most attractive person in the world. Sometimes it's the light within you that shines the brightest. And I'm just so excited to have you here. Any wisdom that you want to impart on anybody here, because they're going on a journey and it starts today.
Okay, well, thank you so much. I'd like to do that. And is it okay if I start now?
Yes, of course.
Very good. It's an honor to speak to a room full of dreamers. I'm very honored. And I want to make it clear that everything I'm going to share with you, you already know it. And everything that I'm going to say, you've heard it before. But I want to take you on a journey in the limited time that I have. I want you to think about, what is one major goal that you are going to achieve this year? Notice how I said it, that you're going to achieve this year. We must call forth those things that be not as though they were. I want you to think about that right now. And as you think about it, I want you to know, and I'm speaking from a place of knowing, I don't believe this, but I know it, that it's possible, that you have something special. You have greatness in you. And you want goals that go beyond your comfort zone. Because in order to do something you've never done, you've got to become someone you've never been. And so just thinking about, what is it you want to do with the rest of your life, making the rest of your life the best of your life. Now, those of you that are in theater, and particularly the actors, you're living my dream. I wanted to be an actor. And so I decided to create my own stage. I don't handle rejection well. And I auditioned for a play right after high school, and it required dancing. And it was an African play, and I'm not good in that space. And so this director, he had me to dance, and they had me doing extra things, and I thought I was doing it. And finally, after I had just exhausted myself, I said, did I get the role? They said, no. Next. I was my God, and so I found out later, and it gave me a complex, that they were cracking up. They had to take a break. They were laughing so hard because I didn't know anything about any African dance, okay? But I gave it a shot. I started with two people. Anthony Sweeting, we graduated together. He went out to LA and we graduated from Booker T. Washington High School. And Patty Jo Demps, she graduated from Northwestern High School. She went to New York. She replaced Melba Moore and the play The Color Purple. He got a chance to be in a play called The Bus Is Coming. And I decided I can't do this way, but I'm going to use my talents and abilities and skills in another way. I'm not going to wait for somebody to have me flipping through all kind of hoops and then say, next. So I found another way to use that within me to speak, to be before people, to entertain people, to use my sense of humor, to inspire people, and to live a life that will outlive me. And I know that that's in the heart of those of you that's watching me right now. And whatever you're doing, if you're a technical person, whatever you're doing, I used to work behind the stage. I worked the lights. I did the curtains. I used to be a cure for the people that were on stage. And I'm saying to you, when you raise the bar on yourself, a lot of people talked about at the beginning of the year, resolutions. No, this is the time for evolution. Because when you have goals and dreams beyond your comfort zone, in order to do something you've never done, you've got to become someone you've never been. And so as you look at your goals and dreams, you have to ask yourself the question, what is it I got to change about me? What radical change must take place? What skills, what knowledge, what development? As I look at myself, as I look at this goal, because in order to do the things that you want to do, it's about reinventing yourself. There's another person in there. All of us are born the same way with greatness in us. All of us are born the same way, dumb, naked, and speechless. Everything else we learn. My brothers that I just met, they say, wow, we can't understand. You never met our mother. She spoke, we don't speak. And the reason they don't speak, because they didn't put in the time, they didn't put in the effort, they didn't put in the work to develop their voice. So it's not genetic. No, I worked for it. See, if you're willing to work, no one can stop you. If you're not willing to work, no one can help you. And when you have goals and dreams, stuff's gonna happen. I'm gonna give you a mindset to operate from. And that is that when you get ready to do something big, when you're getting ready for a major breakthrough, trust me on this, all hell will break loose. Think it not strange that you face the fiery furnaces of this world. You will, not you might, you will have tribulations. I was just remembering this morning, Dr. Alfred Golson at Howard University, he was an oncologist. And he said, Mr. Brown, I used to live in New York. I had a talk show on WBLS radio station, The Sudden Family. And I announced that I could no longer do the program because I'd been diagnosed with prostate cancer. He said, Mr. Brown? I said, yes. He said, I got some bad news for you. I said, what is it, sir? He said, your PSA is 2,400. I said, what does that mean? He said, your prostate-specific antigen. He said, 1 to 4 is normal. Yours is 2,400. I asked, is there anything else? He said, yes. He said, cancer's metastasized to 7 areas of your body. I said, whoa. I said, that's great. He said, why are you smiling, man? Did you hear what I just said? I said, yeah. I said, 7 is my lucky number. I was born February the 17th. I'm one of 7 children. Joshua marched around the walls of Jericho 7 times. Naaman dipped himself in the river Jordan 7 times. 7 is my lucky number. I said, is there anything else? He said, yes. I said, what is it? He said, and you're ugly too. I said, you didn't just call me ugly, did you? He said, yes, but you got this. He said, I never tell my patients they're terminally ill. What I say is that my knowledge, my abilities, my skills have terminated. I determine the diagnosis, but you and God determines the prognosis. Y'all got this. And that was liberating for me. And I want to share this with you. How people live their lives is a result of the story they believe about themselves. As a result of that conversation that I had with him, I realized that a diagnosis is not a verdict. I realized that my future, my being here, that was in my hands. And so I decided that I was going to use my abilities and talents in a different kind of way to make a difference in the world. I was reading a book by Viktor Frankl called Man's Search for Meaning. And he said, the Jews that survived the inexpressible cruelties of Nazism, and I went to visit the area of the Holocaust because I went to Poland because I worked for a guy named Sam Axelrod, and he told me that he lost family members during the Holocaust. And they said that the ones who survived had some cause that they believed in, some difference they wanted to make with their lives, some determination to live a life that will outlive them, or some sense of spirituality, or some loved one that they wanted to see and to be there for. Well, I covered all three of those areas. I wanted to make a difference with my life. I teach people you live your life the way you want to lead your life. And so I focus on doing something meaningful with my life, something that's me. See, a lot of people ask me now, you're 77, why are you still working? I said, working? I'm not working. When you're working, a job is what you get paid for. I was born to speak. This is my calling. A calling is what you're made for. This is why I'm here. I was chosen out of 400 million sperm to do this. There's some people that's supposed to hear my voice. Everybody won't hear. All of you that's in that room, some of you will hear me in your ears. But there's a few, and I'm looking for the few. The road to life is straight and narrow, and few there be that find it. I'm just looking for the few, those my peeps. And I'm saying to you, your dream is necessary. And here's something else. It is you. You got to take ownership for your life. You're going to have setbacks. You're going to have failures. I got a saying, when life knocks you down, try and land on your back, because if you can look up, you could get up. I mean, life has slapped me around so many times and just chewed me up and spit me out. And it's called life. Life be lifing. And you are stronger than you realize. Simba, you're more than that which you have become. Many times we underestimate ourselves. You don't know enough about yourself to underestimate yourself, to give up on your dreams, your goals. A friend of mine named Willie Jolly that I trained, he said a setback is a setup for a comeback. You got comeback power. You're in an industry that have 95% unemployment. You have comeback power, and you living in a time we've gone from brick and mortar to click and order. You got a stage in your hand. I perform every day. I did a presentation this morning. I did one yesterday in South Africa from my house. Yes. Oh, behave. This is the time you have to be creative and innovative, and a time, and I want you to write this down, OQP, only quality people. You want to surround yourself with only quality people, create a community of collaborative, achievement-driven, supportive relationships. You can't do this thing called life by yourself. None of us can. And life it's going to be happening The messenger of misery is going to be knocking on your door. And you say, why? Because that's just the way it is. Oh, and don't say, well, why does it have to happen to me? Why not you? Who would you suggest? You want to give us some emails? It's something else. As you think about yourself, don't settle. Don't decide that what you've gone through and where you are right now, that is your destiny. I'm going to finish strong. Something my very good friend Miles Monroe, who's on the other side, he said, live full and die empty. Most people die at age 25 and don't get buried until they're 65. I remember a guy, I owned a nightclub in Columbus, Ohio, and this guy, he was a drunk and he was very belligerent and nobody really liked him. And I decided to talk to him to find out, why does he drink so much? And he said something to me I'll never forget. He said, many a flower has bloomed unceasingly and wasted sweetness upon the cold desert air. And come to find out, he was an engineer. And because he had the complexion of rejection, he could never do that which he was trained to do. And he was relegated to pushing a broom around a warehouse. And he turned to alcohol to comfort himself. Many a flower has bloomed unceasingly. Oh, we know people have all kind of gifts and talent. Patty Jo, who went there and replaced Melba Moore, she died from an overdose. She came from a good home in Bradenton, Florida. I never would have thought that when I got that call about Patty. She was a good person. But the failures, the rejections, some things, they can happen to you, they can make you, or they will break you. They broke Patty. And Anthony, he turned to the bottle too. And as you look at yourself, we always have a choice. We make decisions and our decisions make us. And fortunately, when I think about Dorothy Bell Rucker, she gave me life, but Mamie Brown, my adopted mother, oh, she taught me how to live life. God took me out of my biological mother's womb and placed me in the heart of my adopted mother. And I saw her raising 7 children she didn't give birth to. I saw her going to work, ankles swollen from arthritis, in the rain, to take care of us. She promised our birth mother that they'll never go to bed hungry. They will always have clothes on their back. There will always be a roof over their head. And what I learned from this, I want you to write this down: unbreakable faith. I want you to look at your life and decide that you have unbreakable faith, that you have the ability to call forth those things that be not as though they were. And no matter how many no's you face, no matter how many doors that will be placed in your path, you have it in you to find a way to win. I can't tell you the number of rejections that I have faced. In fact, if you go online, you'll see Les Brown speaking before 80,000 people in the Georgia domes. I want you to watch that, because they initially said I couldn't do it. And the guy who hired me, he didn't like me at all. But he said he noticed something about me. When he heard my voice, he said, you speak from your heart. You're hungry. We've told you no so many times and you're still here. You're the one I want. We got a choice of Robert Schuller, Zig Ziglar, Tony Robbins, but I want you. I said, me? Yeah. I believe you're the one that can command that audience. And I did. I'm not bragging. I don't say it to impress you, but to impress upon you. You can do things you don't know you can do. And I'll never forget when they got ready to call me out on stage. I said, sir? He said, yes. I said, can y'all wait just a minute? I said, what's wrong? We're ready to introduce you. I said, I gotta pee. And I took off. I got excited. I ran down the hall. I said, I'll be back. It's number 1, not number 2. I gotta pee. And then, boy, Why'd I tell y'all that? I'm turning red, but you can't see it. They came back. And my mentor, he said, Brownie, you're nervous, aren't you? I said, yes. I said, Mike, I can't hear the voices. He said, 80,000 people out there. He said, Brownie, listen to me. They want to see you. You got this, man. And I want to share something with you. Sometimes you have to have somebody who believes in you until your belief kicks in. Listen to me. I'm 77. I know you. And I'm saying to you, if you had your life to live over again, and I've been looking at that, you know you can do more than what you've done thus far. And now at this place where we are with all the drama that's going on around the world and politically and all the foolishness that's going on and all the chaos and the violence and people losing hope and filled with anxiety and can't get a good night's sleep, your voice is needed. Your skills are needed. Your knowledge, it's needed. I ain't playing with you. Here's something else. As you look at your goals and look at your dreams, not only is it possible and it's necessary that you go all in, the people that are going to make it now, this is the time you have to turn adversity to your advantage. Life is hard. And if you do what is easy, give up. If you do what is easy, come up with excuses. Life is hard. If you do what is easy, your life will be hard. But if you do what is hard, face it, handle it. You can do hard. Your life will be easy. You've got to be willing to do the things today others won't do in order to have the things tomorrow others won't have. Here's something else. It's worth it. It's very important that you look at yourself and ask yourself the question, why am I here? What's the purpose and the meaning of my life? Where am I going? And who's going with me? Those are some questions that I've been thinking about myself as I look at the reality that I got 77 years behind me and all of God before me. And what do I want to do with the time that I have left? And as you become clear about that and move with a sense of urgency, because when you have goals and dreams that you want to achieve, Murphy's Law will show up. Who's Murphy's Law? What is he talking about? Murphy's waiting for you in the parking lot, on the subway. Murphy's Law said if anything can go wrong, it will, and at the worst possible moment. Murphy's come to my house and said, get me a newspaper and some coffee because I'm going to be here for a minute. I mean to tell you, oh my God, I'm going through so much stuff. I realized a long time ago to get back on your feet sometimes, you have to face the reality. You miss 3 car payments, you'll get back on your feet. And me and my cousin Boo, we used to hide our car. I would park my car at his house, and then he would park his car at my house. Well, now they got detectors. They know where the car is. You can't hide it anymore. I said, this is wrong. That's invasive. Oh my God. I used to be so broke, I'd walk past a bank and trip the alarm. Creditors call the house and my children would answer the phone and say, my daddy say, I'm not home. I didn't tell you to say it like that. He said, he's not home. Give me the phone. I'm here, I just got in. Oh boy, poverty sucks. Listen, this thing called life, it's challenging. But I love something I read the other day. In life, when you have a teeth-rattling experience and the very foundation of your life has been shaken, we run to God only to discover that it was God that was doing the shaking. Every major breakthrough I've had, it was something that appeared to be happening to me And I have come to realize, looking back, life is learn and live going forward, but we learn from it looking back. No, no, no. It didn't happen to me. It happened for me. L.C. Robinson said things may happen around you and things may happen to you, but the only things that really count are the things that happen in you. And you got some speakers and people who are there to help you to begin to tap into that unlimited power that you have within yourself, to have major breakthroughs and be able to take your life to the next level. And as you look at yourself and look at your goals and dreams, yes, find some reasons that will keep you going. That no matter how bad it is, and this is an affirmation, I want you to write this down. No matter how bad it is or how bad it gets, I'm going to make it. And here's another one to write down. 2023, bringing out the greatness in me. And as you look at your goals and dreams, I remember when I decided I wanted to become a disc jockey, I said, well, maybe I need to go in that area. And I went to this radio station and I applied for a job, and the guy said, no. Mr. Washington had suggested that I go there, WMDM radio station on Miami Beach. I went back to Mr. Washington. I said, Mr. Washington, he said, no, Milton Butterball Smith. I know you mentored him. He said, they didn't have any job for me because I have no experience. He said, you got to go back again. I said, go back again? Yeah. He said, you got to be hungry. Go back again. Know you're a vitamin. So I went back again. Hello, Mr. Butterball. My name is Les Brown, sir. I'd like to become a disc jockey. Weren't you here yesterday? I said, yes, sir. Didn't I tell you no yesterday? I said, yes, sir. Then why are you back today? I said, sir, I didn't know whether or not somebody was laid off or somebody was fired, sir. No one was laid off or fired. Now get on out of here. I came back the next day. Hello, Mr. Butterball. How are you, sir? My name is Les Brown, sir. I'd like to be a disc jockey. I know what your name is. Haven't you been here the last 2 days looking for a job? I said, yes, sir. Didn't I tell you no the last 2 days? I said, yes, sir. Then why are you back today? Sir, I didn't know whether or not someone got sick or someone died, sir. No one got sick and no one died. Don't you come back here again. I came back the next day, talking loud, looking happy, like I was singing for the first time. Hello, Mr. Butterball. How are you? My name is Les Brown, sir. I'd like to become a disc jockey. He looked at me with rage. He said, go get me some coffee. I said, yes, sir. My favorite book says the greatest among you will be your servant. I became the errand boy for the disc jockeys. I'd go get their lunch and their dinner. And when entertainers came to town, like Donna Ross and the Supremes, the Four Tops, the Temptations, Gladys Knight and the Gladys Knight and the Pips. I married Gladys. I was not one of the Pips. I was the conductor of the Midnight Train. Oh, behave. But I drove them all over Miami Beach with the disc jockeys' big long Cadillacs. I didn't have any driver's license, but I was driving like I had some. And then one day, a disc jockey by the name of Rockin' Roger was drinking while he was on the air. It was a Saturday afternoon, and I was the only one there, looking at him through the control room window, young, ready, and hungry. He couldn't finish the show, started to slur his words. And I said, drink, rock, drink. Drink, rock. I'd go and get him some more if he'd asked me to do it. And then the general manager called. He said, this is Mr. Klein. I said, I know. He said, Rock can't finish his program. I said, I know. He said, would you call one of the other DJs in? I said, yes, sir. I hung the phone up. I said, now he must be thinking I'm crazy. I called my mama and my girlfriend, Cassandra. I said, y'all come out on the front porch and turn up the radio. I'm about to come on the air. I waited about 20 minutes. I called him. I said, Mr. Klein, I can't find nobody. He said, do you know how to work the controls? I said, yes, sir. He said, go in there and segue the records, but don't you say nothing here. I said, yes, sir. I hung the phone up. I couldn't wait to get to that microphone. It's better to be prepared for an opportunity and not have one than to have an opportunity and not be prepared. I said, look out, this is me, LB Triple P. Les Brown, your platter playing papa. There were none before me and there will be none after me. Therefore, that makes me the one and only. Young and single and love to mingle, certified and bona fide and indubitably qualified to bring you satisfaction and a whole lot of action. Look out, baby, I'm your love man. I was hungry. I can't believe I still remember that craziness at 77. I was 20 years old when I did that. I'm going to end now. My time is up. I have 30 minutes. It's 30 minutes. Thank you so much. You have something special. You have greatness in you. Always strive to get on top in life because it's the bottom that's overcrowded. Bye for now. I got 2 mothers and I'm not ashamed. I got 2 mothers and I love them just the same. Okay, Alicia, you got it, baby.
Love you. Thank you, Les.
Oh my gosh, Les, thank you so much for today. That was amazing.
Thank you. I'm so glad that you enjoyed it.
Oh, thank you, Les. I'll talk to you later.
Thank you.
Okay.
Guys, how was that? Scale 1 to 10. Post in the comments very quickly. Scale 1 to 10. Oh my gosh. Unbelievable.
How do you write down, if any of you are writing down a 10, like check your pulse, please.
I
That
check my
was-
pulse every time he calls, and I don't ever get starstruck. And I mean, I met Les through a friend of ours, a mutual friend. And when I got asked to like go out to dinner and I knew Les Brown was going to be there, I called you right away. I was like, Deneen, like I need some mindset training. And you're like, I was like, this is Les Brown, Les freaking Brown. And I'll never forget, I walked into the room and I wanted to hug him. I was so excited. And the light, I mean, he's incredibly brilliant, but he is so genuine, guys. And I really, Tina, I see you crying. What's happening, Christine?
Yeah,
was
no,
great.
it's, you know what the thing is? The thing I love about his message is like literally, he had all the odds set against him and he was like, you know what, odds, I left in your general direction because he knew that there was greatness inside of him. And that's what I love about Les's message, because when I look at people, I always see that greatness. I always see like that amazingness in them. And it's just such an honor and such a, the word honor doesn't even feel like the right word, but it was just amazing to kick off 2023 with Les Brown. Okay, guys, give it up for Les Brown one more time. Like, show him your appreciation. Let him know, like in the comments, let him like write some thank yous. Let him know just how much it meant to you to have the opportunity for him to speak into your life at the beginning of this year, because you know what? The way you start is the way that you finish. One of the things that I've learned from so many mentors in my life is don't plan on being the person you are now. You have to become that person. You have to start living your life like the person you want to be, that you aspire to be. So you guys just kicked off your year with Les Brown.
Who sold out the Georgia Dome? 80,000 people. If that's not enough, I mean, you know, I kind of want to end it with this. I mean, he can instill upon you the passion, but it's up to you to take action. And that is so, it's hard sometimes when, especially like for show business, so many people are so afraid to even start the journey. Oh, what if it doesn't work? Well, what if it
does?
Like, oh my gosh. So I'm a little bit overclumped already. So
I know my palms are sweating. I'm not going to lie to you, but that was absolutely amazing. And like I told you guys earlier, like if this is the way we're starting the event, can you imagine what the next 2 days have in store for you? All right, so we want to make sure that we keep this train going. Les, again, I know you can hear me. Thank you so much for being here. Such a tremendous honor to have the opportunity to be here with you today. But guys, we said we were setting the foundation. You have the foundation now of your mindset. You have the foundation of where you want to go. You know that you can do it. How many, if you know now that you know that you are here and you are ready to do this, type I'm ready in the comments. Type I'm ready in the comments. I'm ready. Okay, awesome. Well, what I want to do is I want to introduce our next speaker to you. So our next speaker, for almost 2 decades, he has dedicated his life to helping models, actors, and musicians connect with the most powerful people in the entertainment industry. How many of you need some powerful connections in the entertainment industry? As a Broadway investor, he has won over 38 awards, including 6 Tonys, and in 2013 won the Tony for Best Play. He is also the founder of Truth Management, the fastest growing talent management firm in the USA, with placement of talent in a range of TV, film, and fashion shows around the world and in the US. His company has helped to free over 3,500 kids from sex trafficking worldwide in partnership with Operation Underground Railroad, Tony Robbins, and ClickFunnels. He has over 10 years of experience in online marketing and is an expert in branding and marketing. And most recently, he was just appointed to be on the advisory board of President Donald J. Trump in the arts and entertainment space, as well as in marketing and branding. What I want you guys to do is give a warm, a resounding welcome to the stage, the one and only Mr. Michael Famkin.
Hey guys, how's everybody doing? Wow, wasn't that amazing? Thank you guys so much. I appreciate that so much. Yeah, it was definitely you know, there's moments in your life that you'll never forget, and having Les Brown here today was definitely such a magical moment. We really wanted to kick off the first boot camp of the year with something really special for you guys. And like Deneen said, if we're starting, we're going to start strong. We're going to finish strong. We have some amazing, really phenomenal speakers this weekend. We're going to cover all gambits of the industry, from modeling, acting, music, getting signed, working with your first agency, some advanced stuff on improv. We're going to talk a lot about technology. I see a lot of you guys are really hitting on TikTok with the artificial intelligence. So we have some really incredible people going to be speaking to you guys about that in the future and the impact of all of that. So just out of curiosity, for some of you guys, I know how impactful Les Brown can be on your life. Who here would like to spend the weekend maybe with Les Brown, or actually get to spend some time with him live? Would you guys like something like that, if I can make that happen? All right, so make sure you're here all weekend, because I think I want to do something really, really special, because he really touched my heart. And, you know, definitely follow him on YouTube, listen to his videos. There are days when you feel down, you know, just click on one of his videos, because his message is timeless, you know, and his art of storytelling, I think, is so impactful to all of us, not only from a spiritual and an emotional and heartfelt way, but also as an actor, as a model, to really see the way he makes a presentation. I think it's really great. And, you know, just having the time to work with him one-on-one, I think it really, you know, on the future, when you're on auditions, those messages, you know, your mind retains that information, and it'll come back. And I think it's really interesting just to be able to say, you know, tell me something interesting about yourself and add that to your repertoire. You know, actually, I just had this great conversation with Les Brown, and people were like, wow, you know, it's so really something great. So today's all about foundation. We got a lot of exciting things. So first thing I'm going to go over is one of my favorites. We're going to talk a little bit about, for all the new people here, and for people who've heard this before, we're going to go through types of modeling. So let me pull that up. Can everybody see my screen? Yes? Yes. Okay, good. Thank you. All right. So this is diversity and being you, the science, the structure, and the framework. What type of model are you? Obviously, the world has changed. Things are getting a lot faster as the world has now fully opened up. We have this realization of how much the world has changed. And, you know, we're no longer in a world where age matters or location matters. You know, technology has really changed that, and things are really moving at a lot faster speed. But at the same time, there's a lot more opportunities. And obviously, in today's world, it's all about having a new mindset, right? When you have the right mindset, you're going to get better results. And I really loved how Les touched upon that. You know, it's really the impact of seeing yourself, living your dreams, making things happen, and really not allowing that negative talk to ever hold you back, but always being able to push forward. And in today's world, it's all about diversity. Okay. In today's industry, it's all about different ages, different looks, different sizes, different types. You know, social media has opened up such a huge world for e-commerce and commercials and advertisement. You know, we really, you know, even during the hardest time of the past 2 years, so many of our talent had such opportunities to be on set and do such incredible things. So I want you to realize that no matter where you are in your life, no matter if you're brand new, just starting out, no matter what type you are, but I want you to understand in today's world, it's all about diversity. It's all about being you. And it's all about what makes you unique. You know, each and every person here has a unique look. They have a certain type of qualification that they can promote to certain types of demographics and age ranges and so forth. And each person here has a special skill. The industry's changed so much where it's no longer in a set standard, okay? Obviously, for truth management, you know, we're going to talk a little bit more about truth management tomorrow. We have some really exciting new developments and some exciting new opportunities that I want to share with you guys. I'm actually really excited about this. So, but truth management, for those of you not familiar with it, not only do we, for the past 16 years, have been hosting events, helping aspiring models, actors, and musicians meet with high-level executives, people who can snap their fingers and change their life in 30 seconds or less. But about 2 years ago, we actually started representing and managing talent as a mother agency. And right out the gate, you know, we wanted to be about diversity. We wanted to be able to represent a wide range of talent because we knew getting them on set, getting them the right marketing materials, getting them the right training, and really developing them and putting the time and effort into it where a traditional agency wouldn't be able to do that. They're so centered on just getting a booking done where the talent were kind of left struggling to kind of figure things out on their own. And we felt that by creating a company that can really help people move to the next level was something that was a dream for a very long time. And I'm really proud to say for the past 2 years, we've just really been hitting, you know, success story after success story and success story. And I'm going to kind of talk a little bit tomorrow about where the future lies. And for those of you who may not be represented, how you can actually be represented by our mother agency and also then help you get placement at larger agencies. And what's great is we represent people not only throughout the United States, but throughout the world. So again, our areas and expertise, we cover all gambits from everything from TV and film to, you know, music and licensing and spokesmodels. And we're going to kind of learn about all of that over the weekend. So, but let's take a step back for a moment. So for most people who don't work in the industry, if you ask them how to describe to me, what do you think the average model looks like? So if you were to, you know, go up to the average random person, somebody who's not working in fashion or TV or film and said, hey, what do you think the average model looks like? Most people will actually give you the wrong answer. They're always going to say, there's this natural assumption when you hear the word model to always say, well, they're tall, they're thin. Most people will always say female for whatever reason. They always forget that male modeling is such a huge industry. They'll always say tall, thin, female, and they'll always gear towards walking the runway. They'll always think that the word model gets very heavily associated with the fashion industry for runway modeling. And I kind of can understand that because I guess you see a lot of the glitz, the glamour on TV. And I want to kind of go through that with you. And I know a lot of times people are interested in high fashion, and, you know, high fashion for us, you know, at the highest level, there's a set standard. So you can see here, this is a set standard for females. So if you want to be a high fashion model, you want to walk the runways of Paris, Milan, you need to be tall, slender, unique looking, are hired for high fashion. British Association of Model Agents explains that the female model's height should reach between 5'8" and 5'11", with a 6 to 8 dress size, 34, 24, 34 bust, waist and hip measurement, okay? So they are tall and thin, right? And for men, the runway male models who wear the latest designer fashions must be at least 6 feet tall. Male models photographed for editorial advertising purposes are required to be 5'11", 6'2", and fit into a 40-yard jacket. Now, the reason there's a set standard for high fashion is because of the fact that designers, right? So when you think about, we're only talking about high fashion now, right? Editorial, high fashion, runway modeling. Designers, when they're producing clothing for shows, those are one-of-a-kind pieces. So because they're one-of-a-kind pieces that they're making for the show, they're very labor-intensive to produce. They're all hand-stitched and hand-created, which means when something's labor-intensive, it's also very expensive. So by having a set standard, when you're a designer, you can call an agency in New York and say, hey, I'm working with Ralph Lauren, I'm working with Versace, I need 20 girls and 20 guys for a show. Automatically, when they call the agency, the agency knows the set standard, the models that they have that fit that standard are sent to the casting. When the models arrive, the clothing's going to fit the models with very little alterations. So you don't actually need to see the models until they show up, right? Because you know the set standard, right? It's like a track or your size. When you put your socks on or your shoes, you know they're going to fit with very little alterations. Which means that when they produce clothing for New York, those clothing, the pieces they created for New York, when the show's done in New York, they ship them to now Paris or Milan or wherever the next show is going to be. And when the designer arrives in Paris, Milan, London, Australia, wherever it may be, he calls the local agency they work with there. He says, I need 20 girls and 20 guys. When the models show up from the local agency, the clothing will fit them the same way it did in New York, the same way it will in Paris, Milan, and so forth. So at the end of the day, the requirements are just set standards. There's really nothing you can do, right? You have to be, at the end of the day, for most high fashion models, they're not considered attractive looking. They're considered unique looking with striking looking features. You actually, as a designer, as an agency, you don't want your high fashion models to be really beautiful because of the fact that you don't want them to take away from the clothing. So when you really think about it, high fashion models, they're just really walking hangers. There's not a lot to it. So if you take out that glitz and the glamour and so forth, it's really simple. And here's another interesting fact for high fashion, for people who will fit into that category, it's less than 2% of the world's population. So that means 98% of the world's population would not qualify to be high fashion. And as if you took the entire industry as a whole and you broke it down to where the most work would be. So if you were a model and you obviously want to have a long career, you want to be consistently working and making money and booking those $5,000, $10,000, $20,000 a day jobs, you don't really want to be high fashion. High fashion is actually the smallest segment of the industry. It accounts for a little less than 10% of the industry. So even though everyone always thinks of modeling and associating with high fashion, it's a set standard. 2% of the world's population qualify, and it's actually the smallest segment of the industry. Okay. And like I said, at the end of the day, you're just really a walking hanger. There's not a really lot. There's the glitz and the glamour and the appearance of it, but behind the scenes, it's a very short-lived career. Okay. So that's the reality of high fashion. That's one aspect of the industry. Now, the next aspect of the industry, what I want to talk about is going to be the largest segment of the industry. And we're going to break down the entire industry. But the second thing we'll talk about is called commercial print. So commercial print modeling is magazines, billboards, catalogs. So you can see here's an ad. You have a mom, a dad, the baby. So this is a commercial print ad. Now, this is a stock photo. So this means this shot could be used for prenatal care. It could be used for a hospital. It could be used for some type of parent, counseling, a new baby, maybe a baby formula or clothing or something. It could be used for a church, right? Bring your family together and so forth. So commercial print's going to be the largest segment of the industry. It's going to be 80% of the industry. And commercial models work many different jobs. They're print advertisements, catalogs, campaigns, television shows, magazines, trade shows, and much more. A lot of our models, their first foray into TV and film will be doing background extra work. We'll talk about that later today and tomorrow. But being on set for shows like, The Blacklist or the new Sex and the City show or the dozens and dozens of other shows that are filming, or even e-commerce and so forth. So commercial print is like everything that you see. And here, when you open up your junk mail, your advertisements, your billboards, everywhere you look, those are commercial print models. And most people don't pay attention to that unless they're working inside the industry. And my hope is that by the end of this training today, this workshop, you'll kind of see advertising differently. You'll start paying attention to commercials in a different aspect than just looking at the product, but actually start paying attention to the different types of talent. Now, the great thing about commercial print is there are no height or size requirements to be a commercial model. Print models must have an attractive face, good skin, a nice body, and a pretty smile. So going around the room, as Les was talking, for everyone who had their camera on, And later on, I know we'll have some agents on today and tomorrow. Mr. Ryan Colby will be here. So it's very important to have your camera on because we do look. We are looking to see. And I kind of will take some screenshots and I send them over to Ryan. So you want to make sure you're on camera because part of the process, of course, is we're educating you here, and we love doing this. This is part of our mission to help educate people in the industry. But at the same time, we are looking for new faces to represent. And, our job is to find, the next stars of tomorrow for TV, film, and fashion. So please make sure your camera's on and you're participating. But going around the room, like I was saying, everyone on here, this is what you're going to fall into. You're definitely going to fall into commercial print, which is great because now you're going to be in the largest segment of the industry. So again, these are commercial print models. You can see an advertisement for Macy's, right? A variety of different looks and so forth, okay? And again, in advertising today, there's traditional and there's also now traditional different types of family units, right? 2 dads or 2 moms, mixed families, having a different type of look. It's no longer about being the guy or the girl with the blonde hair and blue eyes. In today's world, it's about mixed ethnicities. There are more opportunities right now in the next few years than there have been in the past 10 years. There's just been such an explosion because of social media and TV and film and just, all the different websites for such a wide variety need for people to be able to be in advertisement. So for those of you who have a mixed background, you kind of have that exotic look, absolutely, make sure you raise your hand later, make sure you're on camera because that's really good. Because now there's so much variety where, 5-10 years ago it was very limited to the types of advertisements, the way they saw the world. But ever since COVID, things have really changed. Obviously for kids are always going to have availability. Normally under Truth Management, we didn't really work with kids, but we're going to be making an announcement about that tomorrow. So for those of you who have a family unit or kids, and you've thought about getting them involved in the industry, we got a really great announcement for you guys tomorrow about that. Some really great things we're working on. But again, here's one of our favorite talent, Christine H. She's a great commercial print model, TV, film actress. She has a phenomenal background as an entrepreneur. She's actually creating her own coaching course right now. She's got a great look. She's very heavily involved in health and fitness, the sports industry. She's a super go-getter. She's part of our inner circle, but she's a great example of a commercial print model, TV, film, and actress because she can play a wide variety of roles. She can be that lawyer, that doctor, the yoga coach, the entrepreneur, the president. She can play military. She can play the aunt, the mom. She can play the sister, the best friend. She can do lead roles. She can do secondary roles. She covers a very wide gambit. And having the right photos is very important. It's all about versatility, right? Because the way I'm going to look at photos is going to be a lot different than the way you might look at photos. Hopefully by the end of this weekend, you'll really have a better understanding of how to see photos, how to have the right photos and so forth. And we'll go through all that with you guys. We're going to go through everything that you need to do to be successful, right? Here's another great example of a commercial print model, right? The older lady, right? With the shotgun, that's a commercial print model. Right? That's somebody who has an agent, a manager, portfolio. She got submitted out. She can play, again, a wide range of roles that are going to be targeted towards her demographic market. Here you can see it's for a leasing company based out of Australia. Here's an AARP ad, right? Again, great commercial print model. She can play a wide variety of roles. So again, age doesn't matter, location doesn't matter, auditions, castings. You can see we have people from around the country, around the world here, you all coming together on Zoom. A few years ago, agents, casting directors, they always wanted people to fly out to them. Now it's the exact opposite. Now they're just like, I want to meet them on Zoom. And it's really changed the perspective of how now they can reach a lot larger audience and reach a lot more talent, have a lot more people being given an opportunity to get themselves on set. Okay. So again, great example. You can see here, commercial print, mixed family, right? The child, the dad, the mom, and so forth. So again, commercial print is for Gap, Old Navy. Here's Sid, one of our inner circle also. Great, again, showing versatility. I know Sid, she's based out of Philadelphia. She used to work for the city for many years. She just recently retired. She was just on set, I think, for like 30 days a few months ago. So she's really a go-getter, doing a lot of different opportunities, and she's great. And this is somebody, again, You know, she has an awesome look. She can play a wide variety of roles. She can be in a lot of different parts. She can appeal to a lot of different demographics, a lot of different audiences, and so forth. She has great versatility. So you can see she's only 5'3". So again, height doesn't matter, location doesn't matter, age doesn't matter. Again, magazines. This is all commercial print. So next time you're at the bookstore, at a newsstand, when you get all that junk mail, right? Start noticing those things. Start noticing the commercials. See the variety of people that are out there that are working in the industry. There's really unlimited opportunities. You know, so many people struggle because they don't have the right answers. They don't have the right connections. And this weekend and our whole company is all about getting you the right connections, getting you in front of the right people, and getting you out there and being successful and showing you the right way to do it. So again, billboards, right? All commercial print. Next time you're seeing a billboard, maybe as you're driving to work or to school, or you're going to church, you know, start noticing all these different things. Those are all commercial print models. Again, we've been doing this for over 16 years. We've created some of the best events. We work with only the best people as a company ourselves. Combined, we've won over 38 awards, including 6 Tonys. 2013, we had the opportunity to win the Tony for Best Play. I was just given the honor of having a Lifetime Achievement Award. I'm not that old, but somehow I got a Lifetime Achievement Award in New York City just recently. Alicia's had the opportunity to open up NASDAQ. We've worked with a lot of celebrities. We work with only the best. You know, one thing I can tell you, no matter what happens, you know, over this weekend, whether or not this is something you want to move forward with and have the opportunity to work with the people we can introduce you to. So always find the best people, because the best people, they work really hard to get where they are. And when you surround yourself with the best people, you will save yourself years and years and years. And I can tell you one thing, time is your most valuable resource. We only have a limited amount of time to be here, and everyone has the same 24 hours, and you want to maximize your time. So many people let, you know, days turn into weeks, turn into months, turn into years. And please don't be that person. When an opportunity is there, be able to say yes. Guy's going to hear from a great person tomorrow, and he'll probably touch upon this. He's worked with 50 Cent. He's a really integral part of our company. We got some great announcements with him. So make sure you guys are here for the full 2 days, because you're going to get to meet some incredible people. We kicked the year off with Les Brown. Trust me, we're gonna really blow your socks off over the next 2 days. Again, billboards. This is all commercial print, largest segment of the industry. Here's some examples of e-commerce. These are actually some of the models that Ryan works with. These are some editorial models. And you can see this is a Korean-based clothing line. These shots were done in New York. So again, it doesn't matter where you live. You know, when you have the right agent, the right connections, the right clients, you'll be able to work worldwide. You can be an international model instantaneously. We have talent who have commercials running on TV right now. We have talent that have billboards throughout the country. So, you know, we have talent that are earning $30,000, $40,000, $50,000 per shoot. So it's all possible. It's just, again, it's just following the right process, the right frameworks. So again, you can see here some other examples, commercial print mail models. Here's a great example, one of our talent from a few years ago. He actually started off, he used to live in a small town. This town was so small, they only had one traffic light. He was a barista at a coffee shop, and he decided to take a chance on himself. He came to New York. He had the opportunity to work with Ryan Colby. His career took off as far as modeling's concerned. And, you know, he had zero experience. He's never done this before. He's brand new, and he's a rock star. And he now lives in LA. He's kind of grown out of modeling, and now he's actually involved in TV and film. He's writing and producing his own shows. So a really great success story. Like, and my point is like, when you surround yourself with the right people, like, I can guarantee if we could go back and talk to him before he started here, working in a town with one traffic light as a barista, he could have never realized that just a few short years later, he'd be writing his own shows, starring in major productions, walking the runways of Paris, Milan, New York. You know, one of his idols was Phil Sullivan from America's Next Top Model. And Phil actually was at the event he was at, and he went up to him. And I remember it as clear as day. And he told Phil what an honor it was to be in a room with his hero. And that if all that had happened at that event was just meeting Phil, he would go home happy. Okay. And I thought it was such a beautiful moment. Phil was so happy. A year later, a year later, he walked the runways of New York with Phil Sullivan. He went from Phil being his hero to actually walking the runway with him. So again, I just want to really impose upon you how important it is to never give up, to live your dreams, to live your best life, because when you go out there and you take action, that's when when life happens for you. You can't live in fear. Mike Trash, right? Classy Mike Trash, formerly with the WWE. He's a film producer, a writer, comedian, podcast host. He's one of the hardest working guys I know. He's also part of our inner circle. He is there for our talent every day. And he's that cool guy. He can play all the different roles. He can play the cranky grandpa. He can play, the military guy. He can play the next door neighbor. There's so many roles for him. And he leans into who he is. See, that's the most important thing, is you need to lean into your character. Part of the development process is finding out who you are, what characters, what roles you can play. And when you lean into those roles, your career takes off. Okay. Anthony just got recently signed. He's now working with a big agency out in LA, who just was in Hollywood, and his career's taking off. He's been with us maybe less than a year, and he's got a great look. He can play a doctor, a surgeon, an attorney, right? He's got that Hispanic background, so he can play all those different types of Latino characters, right? But again, he leaned into who he is. He made the decision to come out to meet with people. He listened. He followed the process. He followed the steps. He showed up for the trainings. He was at every boot camp, and the results pay off. Okay. Another great example: commercial print, 2 different ages, right? Everybody should know both of these characters. Definitely the one on the right, right? Got a great voice, right? Geico, commercial print. You have the mom, the dog, the grandma, the dad, the kid. Again, it's all advertisements. It's commercial print. Every ad you see, it's commercial print. Here's Flo from Progressive. I love talking about her because she's so well known. Okay, but do people really know who she is, right? Do you know where she got her start, how she started? Okay, her name's Stephanie Courtney. Here she is without her makeup and her wig and her little outfit. Her background was she wanted to be in comedy. She actually went to a very famous comedian comedy school up in Chicago. She really wanted to do stage comedy. That was her goal. And one day her agent called her and said, "Hey, I have this opportunity for you to be in a commercial. Are you interested?" And her whole life changed in a minute. Right? Here's the world's greatest extra. Okay. He, again, leaning into his character. He got to kiss Bar Raphael in a Super Bowl commercial. Okay. This guy's been in probably close to 500 films. He's been in multiple Academy Award-winning films. He was in Spider-Man. He was in the movie about Facebook. He's been in dozens of shows on HBO. Like, this guy works every single day. But yet, for most people who work outside the industry, like, oh, he looks like a geek. Yeah, he leans into that character. He's the geek guy. He's the guy who plays the background. He does featured background work. He's the guy playing the clarinet and band camp, doing all those kind of roles, the high school student and so forth. He's in his late 20s, but yet he has a young look. He plays a high school student. Okay. And my point is here, I'm trying not to impress you, but like Les said, I want to impress upon you that I want you to look past your interpretations of the industry and really understand how it really works. Because once you see that, all of a sudden, an opportunity that seemed like it wasn't there becomes unlimited. You have unlimited potential to be successful in this industry. Okay. And it's all about mindset. Mindset is everything. Okay. Let's talk about Flo. I couldn't grab her entire resume. It wouldn't fit on one screen, but look how much work she's done. Like, these are all the things she's done before becoming a spokesperson for the insurance company, right? She's been on all kinds. She was on Mad Men for 5 episodes, Cavemen. She's done voiceover work, Looney Tunes show, Mike Tyson's Mystery. She was on the Goldbergs for multiple seasons. Like, she's out there working, doing all these things, but yet for most people, they just know her as Flo. And of course, this is outdated now. Her new salary negotiations is $5 million per year. But she earns, when I put this together a couple of years ago, she was earning $1 million per year as Progressive. And then with all her little pay bumps and so forth, there's all kinds of union rules when you're getting paid on e-commerce, on TV, on commercial, international, and so forth. But imagine she didn't say yes, right? And here's somebody she could probably literally be sitting next to on a train, on a bus, getting on a flight with you to New York or LA, and you probably wouldn't even realize it's her. She might look a little bit familiar, but you probably wouldn't really think about it, right? But yet here she is having such a great career, and she's done so much, right? So again, commercial print, opportunities unlimited. Now, another part of the industry is called promotional modeling. Promotional modeling is like live modeling. So it's trade shows, boat shows, car shows, right? And you can make anywhere from $15 to $80 per hour doing this. So the Budweiser girl, the Coors Light girl, it's availability for both men and women. We handle a lot of trade shows for car shows, technology shows, Xbox, PlayStation, movie premieres, handing out different types of products whenever a company is doing a new product launch. So it's a great way to break into the industry. You can make like $1,000 a weekend doing this. So we work with some of the biggest promotional companies in the country. So there's a ton of stuff. You get to go to free sporting events, all kinds of cool stuff, get to meet the players, a lot of really cool perks. And also, since you're getting to work with casting, you're getting to work with different people in the industry, it's getting you on-set experience. So never look down as a promotional job as like, wow, it's just a promotional job. I've heard people say that. Those are usually people who aren't working in the industry who are giving you bad advice. So promotional modeling is a great way to break into the industry. Fitness, right? So that's another aspect. So now we have high fashion, editorial, commercial, then we have commercial fitness. So fitness is like you could be doing all kinds of supplements, all kinds of workouts, sneaker companies, clothing companies. Obviously, fitness is a multi-billion-dollar business. So there's a ton of opportunity, and you can see it doesn't mean that you're thin or in super great shape, but you're fit, right? You do yoga, right? I know Christine on here. She will fall. We talked about it earlier. She'll fall into that fitness category. If you follow her on Instagram, she's every day posting her yoga methods and posting all these different types of videos because she knows that will lead to attracting the right clients that could use her for different types of campaigns within that genre. So there's a lot of different things that you could be doing on your own to help promote yourself. And we're going to learn all about that over the course of the weekend. Plus size Curve, again, another billion-dollar business. So again, these fall under commercial print, a subdivision of commercial print. And of course, kids is always unlimited opportunity. As the world's opening up now, a ton of new projects coming out that require children. For kids, the most important aspect is going to be their parents. You have to have what's called a Coogan account set up. You have to have a trust fund set up. There's a lot of things that need to be done before your child can be on set. We kind of will walk you through that entire process. Again, commercial print, you can see some great examples here. Mixed families, right? Different age ranges. See the lady on the right, she can play different roles, whether it's a secretary, CEO, right? So again, it's all about having versatility and so forth. It's 2023, guys, right? 2022 went by really fast. 2023 is going to be even faster. The world's changed. It will continue changing. Things are always developing, right? We all have to accept that. It's you now being here, and I want to congratulate everyone for being here and being educated, because by the end of this weekend, you're going to learn a lot. And again, mindset is everything, and it's all about what makes you unique. And two of my favorite quotes from Tony Robbins: if you talk about it, it's a dream. If you envision it, it's possible. But if you schedule it, it's real. And you guys scheduled it. You're here, right? You got the opportunity to hear from Les Brown. You're going to hear from some amazing people. And I can tell you one thing: people who succeed at the highest level are not lucky. They're doing something differently than everyone else. And I've had the great pleasure and opportunity to work with Tony Robbins for many years. He's absolutely phenomenal. He's been a big impact on my life and everyone here at the company's lives also. So here's one of our recent shoots in Miami that we got to do. We'll talk a little more about some things we have coming up later tomorrow. But my name is Michael Fomkin, and this is Diversity and Being You, the science, the structure, and the framework. What type of model are you? Are you high fashion, runway, editorial, promotional, fitness, plus curve, teen, child, commercial print, lifestyle? So many different things you guys fit into. And I hope this kind of helped open up your eyes. Again, this is building the foundation. We have a lot more exciting things for you today. And I will turn this back over to the ever delightful Miss Deneen, our host. And I will talk to you guys later. Bye, guys. I'll be back. Thank you.
How awesome was that? Okay, so here's a question I have for you. I'm going to give are you guys ready for your first pop quiz of the weekend? What type of modeling do you qualify for? Type it in the comments. And yeah, keep those thank yous coming too. Mike, that was awesome. It was so, I love that presentation so much. And here's why. I had the opportunity to talk to someone yesterday, and she was awesome. She was 64 years old. She lives in Atlanta, Georgia. And she's like, Deneen, I want to be a model, but I have a question for you. Can I do it? I was like, well, do you want the good news or the bad news? And she's like, well, of course I want the good news. And I was like, well, I said, can I give you the bad news first? Then can I give you the good news? And she was like, yes. And her like heart, I'm sure, sank a little bit. I said, well, the bad news is you may not be walking New York Fashion Week, but the great news is you qualify for everything else, right? How eye-opening was that? Like, I know some of you are seasoned professionals, but for the people that are just brand new here today, like, how awesome is it that now you know that you qualify to be a model? Like, I know when I first started working with VIP Ignite, I was like, I don't like what I had no clue that I would qualify for modeling, but the industry has changed so much. And that's why we're so excited to be here with you guys this weekend. Yeah, Kayla, Ashley, Paisley definitely is a child model. That's awesome. Very good. 90% of modeling is not even high fashion. So that's encouraging for everyone I know, right? Appreciate that. 1, 2, 3, 6. I don't know what that means. Awesome. All right, guys. So how many of you already feel like you've gotten a lot of information over like the last like hour and a half? We haven't even been on for 2 hours yet. My mind is like, whoo, my mind is like wonky a little bit. Okay. Well, what we're going to do is I would love to unmute a couple of you and find out what your biggest takeaways have been. But before we do that, I want to hydrate everyone. So I brought in the big guns today, the half gallon. So if I go off camera, it's probably because I am taking a break. So the first thing I want to do is I want to get us all up and moving. Okay. Because I know for my West Coasters, it's like not even like, it's like what, 8:45, I don't know, 9:41, it's 9:45. I need to go to timeanddate.com myself. All right, so the first thing I want to do is get everyone up. So this is what I would love to do, and I want to switch us over to gallery view so I can see all of your amazing faces and see all of you participating. Wait, hold on. Why do I see some cameras off here? What is going on here? Okay, I see most of the cameras on, so we're good. Okay, so the first thing I want everyone to do is I want everyone to stand up. Stand to your feet, unless you're driving, like, is that you, Montoya, driving? Please, if you're driving, do not stand. Stay seated. Safety first. Okay? And we're going to kick off. We're going to do a little cardio. Is it okay? Are you guys ready to do a little cardio? That's good. And I'm going to be watching you guys. So I'm going to make sure you all participate. I see you, Janie Snyder. I expect you, unless you're driving, I expect you on your feet as well. All right. So what I want you guys to do is face to your right. I'm going to face to my left, so I face to your right. And this is what you're going to do. You're going to put your right foot forward. Okay. And what you're going to do is you're going to plant your right foot and then have your left foot back a little bit like you're in a runner stance. And what we're going to do, I don't know if you guys can see, hold on. What you're going to do is you're going to get your arms at a 90-degree angle and you're just going to go like this. So do this really slow. I'm not asking you to run, I'm just asking you to move your arms. Everyone got it? Okay, good. So now what you're going to do is hold on, I have to get my clock here. So now what you're going to do is for the next 15 seconds, you are going to pump your arms like you are running a marathon, okay? You're going to pump them as hard as you can, just like this. Ready? So we're going to go for 15 seconds, and then we're going to stop. So are you ready? Get set. Go. 15 seconds. Fast as you can. Come on now, move your arms. Okay, 2, 1, stop. Whew. How does that feel? Do you feel invigorated? Do you feel like you can keep going? where you're like, damn, Deneen, I didn't know I was doing cardio today. You should have told me I would have put on my running shoes. That's okay. That's what we do here at VIP Ignite. We're worried about you, the holistic of you, not just your body, but not just your mind, your career, but your body, mind, and soul. Okay. Now what I need you to do is face the other way. Plant your left foot forward. Your right foot's back. And we're going to do the same thing, only this time I'm going to set my alarm for 15 seconds instead of 15 minutes. That was a little bit crazy. Okay. I know, guys. Okay, are you ready? Get set and go. 15 seconds as hard as you can. Come on now. Don't let me outrun you guys. Come on. You guys are doing amazing. I love it. Even Diane's participating. She's like, oh, Denise, I didn't know I was doing cardio. All right. All right. Stop. Woo. How do you feel now? Oh, hold on. Let's stop this alarm so it doesn't. How do you guys feel now? Do you feel better? Do you feel more awake? That's better than a cup of coffee, isn't it? You can't see my whole head. There we go. Much better. All right, guys. Take a seat. I want you to get out your liquid of choice. I would prefer it be water, but if you want coffee, whatever it is, just take a sip of it. Take a gulp of it. We're going to gulp it out. Oh, okay. You guys feel ready to take on our next part of our day today? Awesome. All right. So this is what I would love to do. As we go through the day, you're going to be taking in a lot of information. But what I want to do is I want to check in with you guys. And what I would love is for one or two people over the next couple of minutes to unmute themselves and just let me know what your biggest takeaway was. So who would like to unmute themselves and talk to me? What I need you to do is raise your Zoom hand. The way you do that is you go into reactions on the bottom of your Zoom and you click raise hand. Okay. Betty Jordan Phillips, you were the first person to raise your hand. So let me see how to get you. Unmute yourself. Can you unmute yourself?
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning. How are you? So before you start speaking, what I want you to do is let me know your name, where you're from, and whether you're an actor or model, and then let me know what your biggest takeaway was.
Name is Betty Jordan Phillips, and I'm 63 years old. I live in Las Vegas, Nevada.
Yes.
My biggest takeaway was live full, die empty.
Ooh, that's
I
real
love-
good.
Live full, die empty.
What does that mean to you? Tell me a little bit more.
To me, it means that, honestly, I haven't been living my life to the fullest, to my potential. I've had people tell me all the time, you should do this, you should that, you'd be great modeling, blah, 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 blah. And, I've never really taken advantage of it the way I should have. I've sung around Vegas, so I'm not afraid of a crowd, but I've had some little, idiosyncrasies that I've had to get rid of. And so, I'm ready to live full and die empty.
I love that. Awesome. Well, the first thing that you need to do is be here all weekend, and I'm really proud of you for being here. So that's awesome. I can't wait to talk to you at the end of the day tomorrow and find out some more of your takeaways. But I love that. Live full
Thank
and
you.
die empty. Maybe that'll be my next tattoo. I love that so much. Thank you so much for sharing that.
Thank you.
You're welcome. All right, who is my next person? Let's see here. Let's see. Marjorie Cleveland, can you unmute yourself for me?
Hi.
Hi, Marjorie. How are you? So introduce yourself, your name, your age, where you're from, and your biggest takeaway.
Marjorie Cleveland. I'm born and raised in Chicago. I left Atlanta in May of 2022, and now I'm in California.
Nice.
And I'm actually living my best life right now. And my takeaway to something that I've been doing is changing my mindset because, yeah, mindset has a whole lot to do with what you can do for yourself. Because if you don't believe it, it's not going to happen. And I've seen a lot of stuff that I've had faith in that I've wanted in my life actually coming to fruition. I've never given up on myself. I've gone through so much. I'm just turned 61 on the 4th of January. And I've been through, like I say, everybody has a story. So it's like, if you don't have a story, then you're not alive. But yeah, I've seen a lot that I've been working toward actually coming to fruition since I've been here in California. So like I said, mindset really makes a lot of difference, and just enjoying your life, not being afraid to do what you want to do.
I love that so much. And I love what you said. Something that Tony Robbins says all the time that really sticks with me. Like I can't get rid of it no matter, even if I want to. He talks about how whether you believe you can or you can't, you're telling the truth. Henry Ford, that was a Henry Ford quote, actually. If you believe you can or you don't believe you can, you're right. How powerful is that? Like, you have to know, like, tomorrow we're going to have a speaker talking about how all of your success is already inside of you. But if you don't believe that, then you have all of this unused potential. So I love your takeaway, Marjorie. Thank you.
Oh, no matter how much it doesn't work out, if you have a goal that you truly believe that that's where you want to end, every day you have to live toward it. And I always tell people, if nothing else, on my tombstone, they'll always be able to put that I died trying, because I'm never giving up.
Yeah, no, that's awesome. I love that so much. Thank you so much for sharing that, Marjorie. I can't wait to hear your biggest takeaways at the end of tomorrow either. Thank you. All right, let's see who else we got here. April loves to show me her hand. She's like, Deneen, I'm here. I know. I see you, April. I see you. Okay, April, can you unmute yourself?
Yes.
Awesome. So introduce yourself, and then what was your biggest takeaway?
My name is April Hoisington Kite, and my biggest takeaway, I think, was just the whole thing with Les Brown. I mean, that man is incredible. I like the only quality people. I mean, I wrote all this down. I especially loved, we're all born the same, dumb and naked.
Yep.
I loved it. I was like, that's right.
Yep.
So,
that's awesome.
Yeah, dumb and naked. So I was born dumb and naked. So was you. So I just love the whole thing. It was just great. I wrote down all kinds of little quotes. So now I'm gonna have to get them all memorized and run around town and just say them to everybody.
Hey, yeah, well, something you can do. How many of you also wrote down a lot of, you've already written down a lot. I know. So something I suggest you do is, like you said, write them all down, but also get little Post-it notes. Like, you can go to the Staples and get a thing of Post-it notes for under $3. Just go get some Post-it notes and put inspirational quote on your bathroom mirror, inspirational quote here, hide them places so that when you least expect
I like the really
find
colorful poster board.
Yeah, exactly. That's perfect. So do that, because you're going to learn so much over this weekend. And the reason we have you write so many things down is because that's how it sears into your brain. You're literally changing the synapses in your brain when you're writing things down. So write them down and hide yourself little love notes throughout your house. You know what I mean? I mean, who would hate to wake up to you're amazing? You know what I mean? So make sure you do that over the course of the weekend.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, April. All right. Sasha Orjuela. I just like saying your last name. I don't know if I ever say it right, but I think I do in my head.
That was really good. Very close. The H is silent, but everything else you got right.
Orjuela. Okay. Got it. Okay. I've been taking Greek lessons, so now I have to get back to Spanish.
For me, it was speaking things that are not as though they were. Life has been pretty crazy for me over the past 3 months, and I battle with anxiety and depression. So it was a great reminder to put that guard on my mouth and remember that even when I'm in a funk, my mouth is still creating.
Can you say that again for the people in the back of the room who couldn't hear you?
I'm going to try not to cry.
It's okay. I've been crying all day, so you're in good hands. Waterproof mascara is your best friend.
Yep. Even when I'm in a funk, my mouth is still creating. So it's my choice. You know, life is hard regardless. You can, you know, be in a funk and let your mouth go unchecked, and you're going to create more funk and more depression. Or you can bite your tongue when things don't look good and keep claiming that all is well, because it will be. My mouth is going to create my life.
Yeah, exactly. It says in the Bible that the power of life and death is in the
It's in
tongue.
the tongue.
The power of life and death is in the tongue. So I love that that was your biggest takeaway.
Because a tiny little rudder will steer the whole ship.
Yeah,
You
yeah,
gotta
the
work
smallest
really
part of the
hard to
ship
guide that
steers it on,
rudder.
keeps it on course.
Yep.
And that's what this tongue is. That's what your mouth is. And I want to challenge you. I'm going to piggyback off of what you said. I hope it's, I'm going to do, there's going to be a lot of coachable moments over this weekend.
Yeah.
But I want you guys, every one of you, to remember that you have to start speaking to yourself like you would your best friend. Like, I have one friend that she and I go back and forth all the time. And if I'm having a day, I'm like, oh my God. And she's like, or if like I'm complaining about something about myself, she's like, I really don't appreciate you talking about my best friend that way. That's really rude. And I'm like, oh crap. Like, it also says in the Bible, love your neighbor as yourself.
Yeah.
So you have to, it all starts right here. And that's why I'm so excited about where we're going in 2023 with being heart-centered, because it all starts right here. I want each of you to put your hands on your heart right now. Do you feel that heartbeat? That means that you have unfulfilled destiny and you're here for such a time as this. So stop being mean to yourselves and start speaking life over yourselves, okay? Awesome. Thank you so much for sharing that, Sasha. I appreciate it. All right, let's see here. We have time for a couple more, like one or two more. Let's see here. Kai, can you unmute yourself?
Hi, Deneen.
Hi, Kai. How are you?
A little sick, but how are you?
I'm amazing. Now that you're talking, tell me, introduce yourself. Let us know where you're from and what was your biggest takeaway?
My name is Kai Ugario. I am 20 years old. I am from North Hollywood High School. And my biggest takeaway was from when Les Brown spoke. And I even wrote it down in my notes. A setback is a setup for a comeback. That really resonated with me because throughout my whole life, my family, including my father, my friends, have always made me feel weak. I'm still going to the gym, even though I feel like shit. Excuse my language. I know that there is a child here, but I'm done with letting anyone tell me what my limitations are. When now, especially now, I know myself more than I'd say anyone else does. So, just wanted to put that out there, what my biggest takeaway was.
I love that that's your
Thank you
biggest
for
takeaway.
allowing me the opportunity to speak. I appreciate it. Sorry, I'm still out of breath.
No, thank you. Thank you for speaking. I appreciate that. And I want to encourage you as well. So don't ever ask me to actually do this. Okay. I'm going to put out the caveat that I am not an archer, but something I learned a long time ago. And again, one of my pastors taught me this, was that in order for an arrow to fly, you have to pull the bow back. You have to pull the arrow back so that it can fly. So that's why I love your biggest takeaway, because when you were saying that, I saw an archer, you have to pull, sometimes you have to go back to go forward, right? So don't forget that. And I'm so proud of you for speaking, and thank you for sharing your takeaway with us, Kai. And
Thank you.
we all want you to get better, so feel better, okay?
Thank
Text
you.
me and update me how you're feeling.
Also, I would like to strongly encourage you to allow the child, Kayla, to speak up. I noticed she had her hand raised. And speaking from experience, for a kid to gather the courage to raise their hand to speak their mind, it is not easy. So it's just,
I appreciate that.
Implore
And you
you.
know what? And Kayla, we definitely will let you, I know her mom, so we'll definitely let you speak. In the interest of staying on time and respecting everyone's time, I'm not going to be able to call on anyone else, but I promise you, if you have not had a chance to speak, I will give you an opportunity to speak. Is that okay? Is it okay if I value your time and value our speakers' time as well? How many of you learned so much from one another so far today with their takeaways? Did you guys learn something? That's awesome. Very good. All right. So if you guys can do me a favor and lower your Zoom hands, I promise you that I have who has not spoken in the back of my head, rather not in the back of my hands. I'm not in 3rd grade anymore. I don't write on the back of my hands. But I definitely would. Yeah, you could definitely still share your takeaways in the comments, because what I can tell you is that if there are speakers on, and I know people love to read the comments. So definitely as you're going through the day, share your takeaways in the comments. Like, our next speaker is one of the most heart-centered, amazing people that you will ever hear from. And if he says something that really resonates with you, write it not only in your notebooks, but share it in the comments, because we're a community. You're not alone anymore. No man is an island, right? And I know that I wouldn't be standing here if I didn't have an amazing community of people behind me. And I'm going to be really honest with you. You guys are the reason that I'm standing here right now. I'll go into that later, but I want you guys to encourage one another, okay? Make sure that you just keep encouraging one another in the comments. Keep sharing your takeaways, because you never know whose life you're going to impact. Okay, I know today's going to be like one of those days. Like, sometimes when you set the foundation, it has to be really solid. Sometimes we have to break things down so that we can rebuild them. Kind of like the arrow, right? Sometimes you have to break things down so you can rebuild it. Okay, so feel free to express your emotions, because you're in a safe place here. Okay. But this day is life transformational already. How many of you already feel like something shifting in you? I know I do. I totally feel something shifting in me. And I'm really excited to introduce our next speaker to you. So let me first of all find him so I can unmute him. Awesome. All right. So allow me to introduce our next speaker. So our next speaker spent 20 years in the music and entertainment business. He's worked with and interviewed some of the biggest stars in the world, from the Backstreet Boys and Madonna to Ozzy Osbourne to Korn to Green Day and the Ramones. Every time I read that part, I want to rock out. He was one of the first to put music on the internet with the legendary and award-winning series LA Live. He went on to produce television shows for Discovery Networks and E! Entertainment, but he discovered all of this success was not the path to happiness. To learn the real path to happiness, he took his interviewing skills to the streets. He started talking to real people and began studying happiness, success, and what makes people thrive. After years of research and practice, he created the self-love revolution, the most powerful emotional intelligence and personal success program on the planet. He shared his teachings with thousands of people over the past 15 years and has appeared on NBC, CBS, and ABC, and on countless radio stations and podcasts around the world. His book, The Self-Love Revolution, The New Pathway to Success, is slated to come out later this year. If you stay focused for the next 20 minutes, you're going to get some of the most valuable information that could just change your life. So let's give a warm welcome to the creator of the Self-Love Revolution, the one and only Mr. Jonathan Trone.
Wow. Wow, wow, wow. My heart is open. Deneen, oh my goodness, thank you so much. And you know, a couple things are amazing. Like, before I really jump in, one is I didn't hear the speakers before, but I heard what I came in while you were going over people's learnings, and wow, just wow, what learnings there are. Live full, die empty. What Sasha shared, what Kai shared, so powerful. And even, you know, and Kai shared about other people, you know, telling you what your limitations are. So even when I hear you introduce me in all these, which I do believe are amazing things, and part of me's like, oh, who did all that? Because man, when I was young, there were a lot of limitations that were put on me. I could never do all that stuff. But yet somehow I did. And then of course, the interesting thing, as you said, doing all that didn't even make me happy because, you know, some folks mentioned mindset, right? And that's a big, big part of it. But I want to talk about today is something even a little different, a little deeper, and that's your heart set. Which if you go to some of the really ancient teachings, the word for mind and heart, and some of them are the same word. But we've separated them. So there's a mind here and there's a heart here. And we talk about this brain. Now, when I learned this stuff, it was all woo, weird stuff. But now it's just common knowledge in Western science that you have a brain up here, you have a brain in your heart, and you have your brain in your gut. And they work independently of each other. So the fact that they were called the same thing is really powerful if you think of it. So I want to talk a little bit about heart set and how we can truly change our brains with that heart and live a joyous life, which is what we're all here for. Because if you think it's all going to come from what you do in your business, man, I spent 20 years in Hollywood. 20 plus years. I knew a lot of rich people. And a lot of them weren't happy. And, you know, if I can I give this like 2 minutes about, you know, a little bit about my journey? Are you guys okay with that? And then we're going to dig into some meat and what you can do. So I always wanted to be in the entertainment business. It was a dream of mine. So first I went into radio and I was a DJ, and that was great. And then I had this real goal. I wanted to see concerts. I love music. So I wanted to see concerts and I wanted to be able to interview bands. So I created a company called LA Live with friends of mine to broadcast concerts online. And we wired up all of Los Angeles from Whiskey Roxy to Dodger Stadium, all this kind of stuff. And it was great. And I was interviewing like the biggest bands in the world and the smallest bands in the world and everyone, and my idols too. Like though, as a kid, the people I dreamed of interviewing, I got to sit in a room with them. And I'm not saying it wasn't fun. There were great times. There were great stories. I went on to produce TV shows. I lived 3 blocks from the beach. I could see the sunset out my window. I could have my feet in the sand in 10 minutes. But there was always something that was missing and I couldn't figure out what it was. And so one day I didn't know what to do anymore. I left the entertainment business, not knowing what I was going to do with my life. And I started studying, as Denise said, I started studying the success and what it really takes to be happy. Now, to be clear, there are a lot of people in Hollywood, rich and poor, who are really happy. And then there are ones who are not. Money had nothing to do with it. Now, money's helpful. So if you're struggling right now and you just go and make a lot of money, you're going to struggle, except a whole lot more because you have more money. And if you're joyous right now and you make a whole lot of money, well, you're just going to have a whole lot more joy. Because money is a great magnifier. So how do we create this life of joy? And I got to be honest, you know, I love the movie The Secret. I watched that and I got some tips from it. And I did all this personal development stuff, but something seemed to be missing for me because it was always about, you have to shift your thoughts from the negative to the positive, from the negative to the positive. So you might hear something different with me and maybe it resonates with you. If it does, hold on to it. If it doesn't, throw it out. Maybe it's not meaningful for you and maybe it will be meaningful in a year or two. Because I didn't get it when I first heard it. But what I want to talk about, I have my trusty whiteboard here. For those who think you can't do Zoom until you master it and all that kind of stuff, you can do anything. There's a whiteboard. I got a pen. When I can't find this, you know what I use? I use a sheet of paper. I just write on it, hold it up to the camera. So I want to talk about the 4 levels of happiness, because I think in order to live a joyous life, it's really important to know there isn't just happiness, that there are 4 deep levels of it. And the first is what we call pleasure. Now, just like if we're in person, I have horrible handwriting. I have horrible handwriting here too on Zoom. That says pleasure. I will read my handwriting to you. But here's what's important to know about pleasure. The opposite of pleasure is pain. And for as much pleasure you will have in your life, you'll have an equal amount of pain. Think about that. I'm going to get back to that. So what do we have after pleasure? We have, well, what we would normally consider happiness. And the opposite of happiness is sadness. The third level is joy. And the opposite of joy is sorrow. So what are all these? So pleasure, pleasure is outside of you, right? So you go on a roller coaster ride and that brings pleasure, right? That's fun, that's cool. You go on a cool vacation and you have pleasure, you go to a party and there's pleasure, and all these outside sources, you go to a movie or concert, that's all pleasurable. But it's from out there. Happiness, what's happiness? Happiness is surface level. You feel happiness, but it's more on the surface. Connection with people, meeting new people. And then there's joy. And joy is something that's deeper. Joy comes from inside of you. Joy can't come from outside of you. You can't do anything that brings you joy. You can do things that will unleash the joy that is already inside of you. And all the joy you ever wanted to experience is already inside of you. So you can do things to unleash the joy that's inside of you, but it's deep and it's inside of you. But you have to remember they all have opposites. So for as much pleasure you have in your life, you'll have pain. For as much happiness you have in your life, you'll have sadness. And for as much joy in your life, you'll have sorrow. Because the body seeks homeostasis. That's why you have all these ups and downs, right? A lot of highs, a lot of lows, right? You guys know what I'm talking about? Anybody have highs? Put a 1 in the chat if you've experienced highs and lows in your life. Yeah. Because the body is searching for that. If you're up here, it's not going to come down here. It's going to go down here so that then you can even things out. So that's just when you are sad, don't be sad about it. You can feel sadness, but I would not wish a life without sadness on my dearest friends, because a life without sadness means you're not learning, you're not growing, you're not doing anything important in your life. We learn from sadness, we learn from pain, right? Well, what did Kai share with that Les Brown said? The setbacks are setups for comebacks, right? So these are setbacks for your comebacks. Now, I did mention there are 4 levels of happiness, and I didn't give you the 4th one, right? Did you guys notice that? I'm going to try and write this one neatly. Bliss. And if you notice, I wrote bliss in the middle because bliss has no opposite. Because bliss is inclusive of all the others. Bliss is inclusive of pleasure and pain. Bliss is inclusive of happiness and sadness, and bliss is inclusive of joy and sorrow. So your mission, you may choose, isn't to live a happy life or a joyous life, but to live a life of bliss, which includes pain, sadness, and sorrow in it. And not fighting it, because I promise you, if you fight a life of sadness and sorrow, you're fighting yourself, and you will never grow anywhere. And if you truly have no pain, sadness, and sorrow in your life, guess what? You're going to have no pleasure, happiness, and joy, because as much sadness as you have, you're going to have happiness. Does that make sense to you guys? So then the question is, okay, well, how do we have, okay, Jonathan, you want me to have bliss? Well, how do I have bliss? How do we create bliss in our lives? Thank you, Diane, for putting that in the chat there. That's really helpful. I'm going to give you 3 ingredients. There are others, but I'm going to give you 3 things that you can start doing right now to live every day with at least some experiences of bliss. By the way, bliss, it's, people think, when you hit, they call it enlightenment, right? And, we have a yoga studio here in Austin, Texas, and, and the top level of yoga is samadhi or nirvana, and this enlightenment. And people think it comes at the end, like you do all this stuff and then there's a symphony of sounds and it's like, woo! And then everything past that is beautiful and great. And that is not how it works. This bliss, one of my teachers talks about, and he didn't use the word bliss, but he was talking about, in the yoga world, samadhi, enlightenment, it comes in glimpses. You get little whiffs, little experiences of it. And then boom, it's gone. But if you learn to notice when it's there, you can begin to put more and more pieces together. So how do we live this life of bliss, at least experiencing pieces of it every single day? So the first, I pause because it feels so cliche, but I'm telling you, if you don't do it, you can't live this blissful life. You must practice gratitude. Notice I said practice. What does practice mean? Practice means it's a skill. And practice means you can make the skill better, right? Like playing the piano. So practice gratitude every day. Every day you have to think of at least one thing you're grateful for, and more importantly, why you are grateful for it. So if you get, I have clients, oh, well, I did my gratitude, and what did they took out their journal and they wrote down 5 things they were happy about. Gratitude is a feeling too. You got to be able to feel it in your heart. If you're not feeling it, if you're just writing it down on a sheet of paper, not feeling it, you're not practicing it. So you have to practice gratitude so that you feel it. And you don't have to make a list of 100 things. How many things did I say? No, how many things did I say you have to be grateful for a day? Now, one of you, 1. Now, if you can do 10 and have time, right? If you really have your power hour in the morning, then spend 15 minutes of it on gratitude. But I understand, and some of you are parents, and I'm a parent, not always have that power hour in the morning before something's got to happen, right? And you've tried to set the alarm to 4:30 so you could get up early in the morning and you just can't do it. Okay, I get it. All it takes is 1. Do you guys have time for 1 piece of gratitude every day? Okay. This second one I'm going to give you is a little more difficult. For me, it was more difficult. I'm going to tell you it's the most freeing thing I've ever figured out. This one's a practice. You got to practice forgiveness. You got to practice forgiveness. And now forgiveness is a 2-hour course I teach, and that can go into a 10-week course just on forgiveness. So I got a couple minutes here for forgiveness. 3 paths of it: forgiving someone else, asking forgiveness of someone else, and forgiving yourself. Forgiving yourself is often the hardest for many of us. So I'm going to give you just a mini sneak peek into this. And I want to be clear, it is a practice, not always easy, especially at the beginning, but I encourage you to practice it. How many of you have screwed up at some point in your life? Now I'm going to see who's really listening. Okay, now I'm seeing some hands up. Yeah, because all of us have, right? Anyone says they've never screwed up isn't alive, right? Okay, now How many of you replay one of those stories in your head on a daily basis? Yeah, let's be honest. Yeah. Me too. And I still practice this, and I still replay some of the old stories because I'm practicing. I haven't cleared all of them. So I want you to close your eyes for a minute, right? I joined in as Deneen was having us do the running, getting some physical stuff going. That was awesome, by the way. Oh my God, that was so killer. So now we're going to do some stuff for the heart mind, right? So I just want you to close your eyes for a second. If you're not driving, by the way, don't close your eyes if you drive. See, at least one person's in a car. So don't close your eyes if you're driving. But otherwise, if you're comfortable, close your eyes, though it's not mandatory. And I want you to picture yourself at the age you were when you did whatever that thing that you were thinking about is. And if you think, well, it could be that, could be that, could be that, doesn't matter. Pick one. By the way, pick the easiest one. Do not pick the hardest one. Forgiveness is a marathon, not a sprint. It's a long game. Because we got a lot of stuff that we've done over the years that we need to forgive ourselves and others about. So I want you to picture yourself, something relatively easy. Picture yourself at the age you were and make yourself really big in your mind's eye. Look yourself in the eye and say, I forgive you. I know that you did the best you could with the information you had. I know that you've had struggles. And I forgive you. And I love you just the way you are. I love and accept you just the way you are. And then I want you to notice what you're feeling. You may feel this huge opening and release. You may also feel a tightening up because something's not ready to forgive. And that is okay. It's a part of the process. Maybe it's painful, physical pain. That's okay, right? Because you have pain, you can have pleasure. With gratitude now, release the image from your mind's eye. And then just come back, open your eyes. So someone I wrote a song called Forgive and Forget About Me, and it helped me move forward. So first I want to say, Classy Mike or Classy Mike Trash, congratulations. And I also want to say, for those who do not want to forget, it's okay. You don't have to forget. You can forgive without forgetting. Some things aren't meant to be forgotten. Some things are. Some things aren't meant to be forgotten because we have to prevent them from happening again. If you did something harmful to someone else, you don't need to forget it. You can forgive yourself. You don't need to forget it because you want to make sure you never do that again. You never harm another person again in that same way. So you don't forget that you did it. And you can teach others not to harm people in that way. Thank you, Shannon, for answering that question. Someone asked, what are the 3 things under forgiveness? Forgiving, asking forgiveness from someone else, forgiving another for doing, actually, it's the other, forgiving someone else who has done something wrong for you, asking forgiveness from someone who you've wronged, and then forgiveness of self for something you've done or haven't done. I'm curious, anybody have a teeny bit of release when you were able to practice that forgiveness there? Put a 2 in the chat if you think that's going to be a good practice for you to take up. Okay, so some of you, yeah. And I want to be clear, it's a practice. It was very hard for me when I started. It may be hard for you. I'm telling you, do it, do it, do it. The biggest change in the past 5 years of my life is a daily forgiveness practice. And I just got a couple minutes left, so I want to give you the 3rd piece. So we have gratitude. This is how to live with bliss every single day. Not every moment of every single day, but every single day. Gratitude, forgiveness, and this is the other one, and Deneen alluded to it before. And this is self-compassion. And what Deneen said was, become your own best friend. So I want you to close your eyes again. And I want you to picture yourself. You can do this in a mirror, with a mirror too, right? When you go to the bathroom, I want you to look at a mirror. But I don't think anyone's in the bathroom now. If you are, camera's probably off. It's probably a good thing. Yeah, we can have, in the self-love world, we can have fun. People are like, oh, it's all, serious. And no, we have fun too. Fun is a part of it. But I want you to close your eyes and I want you to picture yourself just as you are today. The wrinkles, the blemishes, the zits, everything you got. I want you to picture it all. And I want you to imagine, just for a moment, that you're your own best friend. And I want you to tell yourself you're beautiful. And I want you to tell yourself, I love you. I accept you just the way you are. You do not need to change for me. I love and accept you just the way you are. Malcolm, you ask a great question, which I'm going to answer. And then thank yourself for showing up. Let your eyes open. You do this every day. So I was going to open up the questions, but Malcolm has a great question. What does this have to do with modeling? It has to do with being able to show up as yourself. It has to do with not letting other people run your life, because man, I know a lot of models. Again, I spent 20 years in Hollywood. And I know people that got pushed into things that they didn't want to do. You guys, anyone ever hear of the Me Too movement? See, if you really love and respect yourself, two things. One, you're not going to take advantage of anybody else. So it takes care of the aggressor side. But then and I don't know the right word here to use, to be honest with you, so please forgive me, but whether it's victim or survivor or whatever word you want to put there, you guys know what I'm saying, right? And you get the words I'm saying with love and kindness, I certainly hope, right? You will not allow that to happen to yourself. Because when you have that self-love for you, you don't have to change you for anybody. Right? Zeffirelli made Romeo and Juliet in 1968. The kids in that movie are finally suing for what they did to those two, at the time, minor children. And it also brings out the confidence. So when you're walking down the runway, it's not fake confidence. Anyone can act, right? Right. And I know there are actors here too, and acting is an art. I'm not a great actor, but I can show up as me. People look at me now and I do these videos and I show up and I speak on stages, but they didn't know who I was 20 years ago when I couldn't even ask a question. People would say, anyone have any questions? And I'd be like, I have questions. Then I'd sit on my hands. So I don't move because my questions would be stupid, all that kind of stuff. So what does this do? It lets you show up and be you. Now, have I done? No, I haven't done Runway Malcolm. No. But I having spent years in entertainment, I've been with my share of runway models. I've been in my share of hair and makeup and trying to pretend someone as a completely different person. I have been a part of, as a producer, trying to change people. I'm sorry. I didn't know any better then. So let me apologize now to all of you. And I have forgiven myself for that. And if it doesn't resonate with you, Malcolm, totally cool too. Totally cool with you. Totally cool. If what I said is beneficial for you, I want you to take it with you so you can live a great life of bliss with all the success you have. Because trust me, I know too many rich people who are unhappy, and some of them are no longer with us. And some of them walked on runways. And some of them were on TV, and some of them were musicians. You know, I worked with Taylor Hawkins of the Foo Fighters. He's not here. No reason for it. Because we were never taught the missing ingredient to success, which I call self-love. And today I taught it around this idea of bliss so that you can get an idea where happiness falls into place. So I want to say truly, if what I've said has been beneficial, anything, I want you to take it with you. And if it's not, leave it behind. It's okay. I love you and accept you any way you are. And that's what I want for you, to love yourself any way you are and treat yourself as your own best friend so that you can live a life of daily bliss. Thank you for giving me your hearts and your time. And thank you, Deneen.
Jonathan, thank you so much for sharing your message. I feel like I'm reading the comments and I see so many people, you've touched so many lives today. And I just want to thank you because you know what, the one thing I've learned, I haven't been in the entertainment industry nearly as long as you were, sir. But the one thing that I've learned over and over and over again from like, I've had the opportunity to work with Academy Award winning screenwriters. I've had the opportunity to work with some of the most powerful people on Broadway, including the Phantom of the Opera on Broadway right now. And the one thing that I've learned from all of them is that they're all forever students. And I feel like today we all had the opportunity to be students of self-love from you. And I just want to thank you for your heart for sharing this message. Like, in the Bible, it talks about how all things come in due time. In Ecclesiastes, it talks about there's a season for everything. And I appreciate so much you talking about self-love today, because when you love yourself, then you set boundaries for yourself. But then when you set boundaries for yourself, you're not limiting yourself. You're actually creating explosive opportunities for yourself because you know where you stand. And when you draw that line in the sand, then you know who you are. And people in the entertainment industry, they want to work with people who know who they are. And that's something I think you can attest to this also. When you work with people at the highest level, they want to work with people who have those boundaries, who have those lines in the sand, who know who they are. So thank you so much for sharing that. The self-love revolution. So can you tell people where they can find you on social media?
Sure. Yeah, you can go to selfloverevolution.com. And that's where you'll find a lot of my stuff. And if you want to find me on Facebook and Instagram, it's Jonathan Trowan. Just look for me. And I know we didn't have a lot of time for questions. If you send me a question via Facebook or Instagram or an email through selfloverevolution.com or jonathan@selfloverevolution.com, I promise that I will answer you.
Yeah, and I can speak for him. Make sure that you follow him on social media, because you know what? Every day, again, you have to be a student of life, and every day you can learn something new. So definitely follow Jonathan on social media, and just please take what he said and apply it to your life starting now. Thank you, Jonathan, from the bottom of my heart. Thank you so much for what you shared today. It was
Thank
awesome.
you.
I kind of wanted to add something. Hey, Jonathan.
Hey,
Hi, how are you?
good. I didn't see you there. Excited to see you.
Oh, I'm excited to see you. One thing I really want to notate to you guys, you know, this business, no one in your family or your friends will understand what it's like to go through the audition process, to be in front of a casting director, to get booked, to be told, hey, we're just going to pass on you. These are like, honestly, Jonathan, I love you so much, because sometimes like this business is very lonely because no one's going to understand. So these are, I mean, everything we're doing today between Les Brown and, you know, Jonathan, this is like Jedi mind stuff, guys, because you have to be a product of self-love, because again, this is your journey. And as much as you try to get people to emphasize with you, or, you know, to show sympathy if you didn't get booked a role or didn't get an agent, guys, when you love yourself and you believe in yourself, you're going to keep going on this path. And I think it's so important, Jonathan, and I thank you again for being here today. Anyone can pay for photos, anybody can pay for classes, but no one can get inside your brain and feel the same passion you do about your career. And I thank you so much, because sometimes people don't have the balls to go out and live their own life. And, you know, they're so worried about being people pleasers. And, you know, again, this is your passion. And I want you guys really to understand this. No one else is ever going to feel what you feel inside. Okay.
Yeah, can I add one thing? Just because you mentioned photos, and I know a lot of people here are going to take photos, and I didn't make this up. I learned it from Mike Dooley. If not following Mike Dooley, he's an amazing teacher. And when he was here in Austin, and I went to see him talk, and he was talking about how he used to hate taking pictures. And it was everyone wanted to take pictures with him. And one day he just flipped his script inside of his head, and he said, "You know what? I look good in all my pictures." And now he takes pictures anytime, anywhere, and he looks good in every single one of them. And then I tried. I said, "Oh, that's pretty easy. You know, it's easy to do just before someone snaps the camera. Just say, 'I look great in all my pictures.'" So here's what I want you to do. Before you take your headshots, or if you're getting new ones done, or whatever you're doing, I just want you to pause for a moment and think and remember and feel, "I look good in every picture." And then have them start taking pictures of you. And then, don't trust me, compare it to the last set of headshots you took and see if there's a difference. Thank you.
That's a cool one. We
Oh
should
my
always
gosh,
do a
I love
silly
it.
challenge with that. Boom, that is great. I love
It's
it.
so cool, right? It's so simple.
But it's that light that goes off and you're like, yeah, that makes sense. Well, I love you. Happy New Year. Thank you again.
Thank you, guys. Love you all.
Thanks, Jonathan. Have a great day. Thank you so much. Awesome. Oh my gosh. Okay,
He's a ray
so
of light. I love him.
this is what I want you to say right now. Each and every one of you, look into your Zoom camera and say, "I look good on Zoom. I look good on Zoom." Okay, so now you better keep all your cameras on, because now you know you look good on Zoom, just like I do. Awesome. All right, I love that. Awesome. All right, guys. So we want to make sure that we are honoring everyone's time. Are you guys having an amazing day yet? Is this an amazing day? Is this amazing or amazing? Type amazing in the comments if you're having an amazing day or an amazing day. How many of you feel the shift in you even more? With every speaker, are you guys feeling like that shift? And I know I love the beginning of day one, because I'm like, oh my gosh, I guarantee you, but by the end of day two, you're going to be a completely different person. And some people are like, yeah. But then some people are like, yeah, heard that before. How many of you are seeing that shift? I know you guys are, because I'm seeing your comments. I'm seeing the look on your faces, and it's absolutely amazing. So I want you, before I introduce our next speaker, I want you to imagine yourself 5 years down the road. And I want you to look back on this day, and I want you to give yourself a hand clap from your future self for showing up for yourself today. Give yourself a hand clap, because in 5 years, you're gonna be, I don't know what you're gonna be doing. You might be walking on stage, you might be walking in the front. I don't know what you're gonna be doing, but you're gonna remember my voice in your head, and you're gonna be like, wow, look how far I've come. This is awesome. All right, guys. So we have set the foundation for the self-love revolution. We have set the foundation for your mindset. We have set the foundation for what type of model you are. But you know what? We want to talk to our actors as well. So would it be okay? And the answer is yes, Deneen. And I want to see a lot. I want you guys to bring so much energy for our next speaker that he like falls off his chair. Can you guys do that for me? Can you do that for me? Okay, so this is what I need you guys to do. I need you to give me a resounding round of applause and welcome to the stage, the one and only Mr. Michael Fomkin.
Hey guys, how's everybody doing? Awesome. All right. Yeah, Jonathan was absolutely amazing. That last bit of advice about stepping in front of the camera and saying you look great in pictures. I love that. That's actually a real game changer right there. And everything he spoke about was absolutely amazing. So anyway, guys, we're just getting started. We have some really amazing people coming up. But like I said, I just wanted to go through some of the foundational stuff with you guys. I know earlier we talked about modeling, so now I'm going to talk a little bit about acting. And this is one of my other favorite presentations to do. I have a whole bunch of new presentations I'm working on, so you guys are really lucky to get to see all of these. These are like my super favorite ones. But all right, let's pull this up. Everybody can see my screen?
Yes.
Yes, awesome, perfect. All right, so this is the Actor and Model Cookbook, the ultimate guide to creating a legacy as a professional actor or model by creating the secret recipe to long-lasting success, and as a bonus, creating a memorable personality. So obviously, like I stated earlier, for a company, we've been doing this for close to 2 decades now. It's going to be going on 17 years. And, you know, our whole goal is helping aspiring talent, models, actors, musicians meet with high-level executives, people who can snap their fingers and change their life in 30 seconds or less. And obviously, as we build our company and we build the success of our talent, you know, we get to do a lot of amazing things. And, you know, this weekend is really about expanding not only your knowledge on the industry, but expanding our community. You know, and, you know, we really want to be heart-centered. We want to be faith-based. We have a lot of exciting projects we're going to be announcing tomorrow. So make sure you're here for both days, and a lot of exciting things for our inner circle. For those of you not familiar with that, that's our highest level of talent that we represent. We do all kinds of exciting things with them. And, you know, we go on special trips and backstage, and they get to meet a lot of different and exciting people. So we have so much planned for 2023. And I guys just want you to know, like, we work really hard for your success. So when you see us featured on Forbes or CBS, Entrepreneur, you know, the Washington Post, Fortune, Allie, myself, Deneen, Debbie, our entire team, we have people who work for us from all around the world, are so dedicated to your success and always being innovative and always keeping you guys at the forefront of what's coming out next, because that's where the best castings, that's where the best opportunities are. They're not what was already shot, they're what's coming up next. So obviously for Alicia, she's the co-founder of the company. She's been doing this for a really long time. You guys are gonna have the opportunity to talk with her later today. She actually has been doing, she's gonna be starting a new program where she's gonna be doing office hours with all of our talent every week for the next few months, and really doing a deep dive and really, you know, Alicia and myself spend a lot of time, energy, and investing in ourselves and meeting some really great people, such as Les Brown, such as a lot of the other people you're going to get to meet this weekend. And it's not easy. You know, we have to literally get on a plane. We have to be there. We have to, you know, make those decisions to go out and find the best people. And you know, I'm really proud of her because she really cares about the talent. You know, she's tough. But her tough is based upon love and from the heart to seeing other people succeed. And she's dedicated her life to that. And I want you guys to really appreciate that. When you get to hear from her later, there's not a lot of people who really lead from the heart, lead to help others and really to inspire her, to inspire the people that are in her community. So for those who have the opportunity to be a part of our company, you know, definitely take that opportunity very serious, because that's what we're about. We're about building a community of successful people, people who inspire others, who want to give back to the world and have a message. And if you don't know what your message is, that's fine. Not everyone knows their message. Sometimes, you know, it's like Les said, life doesn't happen to you, it happens for you. So. And again, we work with a lot of amazing people. Obviously, we're heavily involved in Broadway. We have some really huge announcements for some new Broadway productions we'll be working on. There's Michael Urie. Some of you guys might recognize him. And it just always amazes me to see the level of people that we have in our community, the success stories. We have talent currently, the new movie Babylon, which I want to go see. We have talent in that, and just all these different productions. Every day I saw one of our talents going to be on the Young Rock and all that. It's just amazing just to see the lives that we touch. And it's so incredible to be able to be a call like this and see all the new faces. Tomorrow, you guys are going to get to hear from Mark Schoenfeld and Robert Galinsky and so many amazing people later today. Ryan Colby. I have a really amazing speaker coming on in a little while. talking about comedy and TV and film and just so amazing. He dedicates a part of his life to actually inspiring and helping others feel better through comedy and healing them. And it's just so amazing, like what you can do when you have that platform. And everyone on here, your success is already inside of you. Who you're destined to be is already there. It's just finding the right platform, the right people to help make that message happen. And being in the entertainment industry is such a great way to make those things happen. So again, here's just some of our previous success stories. I love sharing these, and we have thousands upon thousands of them and so many testimonials and so many great people. We always want to make sure that we always surround ourselves with the best, because when you surround yourselves with the best, it makes it a lot easier and you can go a lot further. So there are a lot of moving parts in becoming a great actor, right? Talent only gets you in the door. So let's talk about making an apple pie, right? When you talk about making an apple pie, there's lots of ingredients, okay? And it's kind of like an actor. If you want to be an actor, there's lots of ingredients to become a great actor. So we're going to use the example of an apple pie, right? So we have to have the right crust, and we have to have the right ingredients and so forth. We have to preheat the oven. And there's all these different steps that going into making an apple pie. And an apple pie may be pretty simple, but when you think about it, not all apple pies are the same. You know, if I was to give you a recipe for making a great apple pie, and you follow the recipe, your apple pie might be a little bit different than mine because you might have gotten a different flour, the type of oven that you're using. So sometimes it's all the little small things equal the big things. And I want you just to kind of think about that as you're going through life, as you're going through your career. What are the small things that you can help move the dial? What can you improve to make yourself better at what you want to do? You know, and when you improve one part of your life, it has a ripple effect and it affects other parts of your life also, right? But let's just say that you do have a great recipe, right? You have grandma's apple pie recipe and you're like, hey, you know what? I'm going to go out and I want to create a business around this recipe. I want to be the apple pie tycoon, right? Well, there's a lot of things to think about, right? What type of apple do you use, right? Red Delicious, Granny Smith, Honey Crisp, Golden Delicious. Again, there's all these little things that add up to really create the final product. And sometimes in life, we move so fast, we don't take the time to step back and to break things into a framework of following things step by step, and then thinking about each of those steps in smaller steps, okay? So, but you're like, you know what, Mike, I'm going to do this. Success, here I come. I'm going to be the apple pie millionaire. I'm going to buy a big boat. I'm going to have a yacht. You guys can all come hang out with me. I'm going to get a big mansion in Miami. I'm going to live on Star Island, and I'm going to have the best life ever. And that's awesome. I love that. So let's think about this, right? Let's break this down. Well, we got to heat the oven up. We want to make sure that we're using all the same oven, right? We have to get our pie crust, the right ingredients. We want to have the same flour, so forth. We have to bake our pies 15 minutes, right? 35 to 45 minutes to cook it. But if you want to be an apple pie millionaire, right? Let's think about this. And you're trying to do this on your own, all by yourself, right? Well, you can put 4 pies in the oven, right? Per hour at 8 hours, that's 32 pies. 30-minute prep time per 4 pies equals 8 hours of labor. Your ingredients cost, say, is 20%. And let's just say that you're selling your average pie, right, locally for $7.50. That's $240 minus 20% is $192. Divided by 12 equals $16 per hour, less your overhead. Okay, so this, what I'm trying to show you guys here is that time is a valuable resource. Understanding how things work is extremely valuable. Knowledge is very good. Looks is what gets you in the door, but the keys to your success is really understanding how the industry works from a very high level. A lot of times people say, well, I want to be an actor. I want to be a model. I want an agent, right? But they don't say, how do I become the person an agency would want to sign? What is the right agency for me, right? I should concentrate on a commercial print agency. What are the top agencies in my area? And a lot of times people go out and they get bad results at the beginning. They run into these companies that just aren't really there to help them. And sometimes they start blaming the world instead of looking internally. What can I do to ask better questions, right? Because if you ask better questions, you're going to get better answers. But if we did this little math here, the reality is, well, in order to become a millionaire, we'd have to invest $62,500, 62,500 hours at $16 an hour to become a millionaire, or technically 30 years, okay? If we realize time is our most valuable asset, 30 years is a really long time to try and accomplish something that could be done a lot faster and a lot better. So not a terrible life, but maybe this is just not what you were meant for. Maybe that yacht, you might have to think about getting a little bit of a smaller boat. Maybe that mansion might have to be a little bit of a smaller mansion. And I think a lot of people sometimes when they're not asking the right questions and they're really struggling to get into the industry, this is the struggle, right? And this is just meant to be an analogy for you to say, hey, Mike, I'm not exactly where I want to be. How do I get there? And that what the whole purpose of this weekend and the whole purpose of what we do here is really to build that foundation to really get you to that high level. Right now, currently our talent are working on Meisner techniques. They're learning all different aspects of the industry. We're really going very high level in 2023 because we want our talent to be placed with the best companies that have the best projects for them, okay? So here's another, you know, and I don't want to shock anybody or make anybody feel discouraged, but I just want to be honest with you. And, you know, this is a little bit outdated, but it's still pretty close. But if you really think about the entertainment industry, everyone always kind of, like we said before, people always think about, you know, modeling. They only thought about high fashion. And we learned that commercial print exists, right? And that's really what you want to concentrate on. But if you look at, this is from the United States Bureau of Labor, right? So again, when I do research, I do proper research. I ask great questions. This is what I'm trained on, right? My mind's very analytical. So you can see here back in 2018, there were 47,000 people employed in what's considered the entertainment industry, right? And this can be broken down into different aspects. So maybe they were a writer, maybe they were, you know, a speaker, an actor working behind the scenes. But if you took everybody, so this includes Brad Pitt, who's making millions, and all the famous actors that most people look up to, if you broke down their hourly wage and divided it amongst them, it actually comes out to $29.34 per hour, okay? And you can see even goes as low as $9.05. So the reality of this industry is that, well, wait a second, I want to make millions, but the reality is people aren't making millions. They're making $30 per hour. That would take them 15 years to make $1 million, right? If we did the same math. And you can see here, I broke it down even further, right? You can see here motion picture and video industries, how many people are employed, the hourly mean wage, $31.38. And again, this is breaking down everything, right? Performing arts companies. So performances like from stage, independent artists, writers, performers, college universities, people who work behind the scenes, right? Accounting, tax preparation. So this is really a great breakdown of where the industry's at, right? So, and here's also now a breakdown of where the most work is. And this is always shifting, of course, right? This is now shifted a lot. So California now is kind of shifted to really more variety throughout the United States. Georgia's a really great state. Atlanta, you can see Atlanta even back in 2018 is a dark green, which means it's a high percentage. Florida now is a very high percentage. New York, of course, but the industry's really shifted. And what I really want you to realize here is, well, Mike, I know you're supposed to motivate me. I'm supposed to be excited. Yeah, and I am, but I want you just to see what we're working with. And how do we kind of fix that and overcome that? Because if you're going to make an apple pie, I want you guys to have a great apple pie. I want you to have a great career. I don't want your career to be flat. I don't want you to struggle with trying to break into this industry. Okay. So again, not trying to dissuade you, you know, let's try and see how do we fix this. So let's stay now with the apple pie concept. For a lot of people, when you're trying to do this on your own, is where you're going to struggle the hardest. So there's a company, it's called GoBelly, right? It has nothing to do with acting. I'm just trying to stress a point here. And what they do is they actually help people actually promote their product. And here's a great example. So it's one company called the Little Pie Company, right? And this was they got listed best mail order pie in America, Rachel Ray, right? So this company was actually started by a Broadway actor who decided to get into the apple pie business. And he found a company that actually helped him make this happen. So he came up with the recipe, but then he had a team that actually helped him be able to launch this nationwide, be able to get this in the exposure that he needed to actually become very successful. And it's the same thing when you're an actor, you're a model, you're a musician. The decisions you make on who's going to be on that team and how you find that right team is what's going to make all the difference in the world. So you need to really go out there and find people who are already successful, people who are already doing what you do and being able to follow that path. success leaves clues, okay? Because let's talk about the casting process, right? When you think about the casting process, a lot of times talent, when they're brand new, they don't really quite understand how it works. So I'm going to kind of break this down to you in a really simple format. So first you say you have a client. So let's just take, we'll take, what's a good product? Let's take, let me think of one. Well, let's just do Coca-Cola. How about Coca-Cola is a great product. Everybody's familiar with Coca-Cola. So Coca-Cola decides they want to launch a new soda, right? You know, they have those little soda machines where people can mix and match. And they notice that people are kind of mixing, matching orange and cherry, creating this flavor. And it seems to be taking off all over the country. So they want to launch this new flavor. So they come up with the idea. Then they will go to an ad agency to design the commercial for their new product. So Coca-Cola says, we want to launch a new flavor of soda. They'll go to an ad agency. Most likely they'll go to one that they've already worked with in the past. And then the ad agency will now come up with an idea for that product, okay? So now Coca-Cola says, okay, we love this commercial. And the ad agency says, we're going to run TV ads. We're going to run commercials before movies. We're going to run commercials on Netflix and Hulu. We're also going to have a print campaign. We're going to kind of break down the United States where we're going to shift the ad. So a Coca-Cola ad you might see in the Midwest might be a little bit different than you see on the East Coast versus on the West Coast, right? So that it's a big production, right? So the ad agency, this is what they do. Coca-Cola, their job is to make soda. That's their job, right? They have distributors. That's what they do. They hire an ad agency now to create the commercial. The ad agency, what they're really good at is creating the commercial, right? Coming up with the concept and the idea. So then now step two is they're going to be going to a production company to bring that ad to life. So an ad agency creates the ad, Coca-Cola comes up with the idea, ad agency runs with it. Now a production company's hired to now bring that ad to life. The production company, they're not an agency, right? They have to reach out to casting companies and to agencies to source the actors. Okay, because that's what they're good at, right? Like Truth Management, we're a mother agency. I'm able to, somebody called me and said, I need an African-American female between the ages of 40 to 50, you know, who can drive a stick shift car for a car commercial. I'm able to pull that up, right? We utilize databases. We track all kinds of special skills. That's what we specialize in, okay? So now for the casting agency sends out the character briefs. So a character briefs is, these are the characters that are in the ad. These are the characters. We're looking for a mom, a dad, a child. We want this age range. We want them to have this look. We're going to do e-commerce. We're going to do 10 different ads for e-commerce. We want one Caucasian, one African-American, one Latino, one you know, mixed ethnicity. We want a couple. We want a mixed couple, right? They want to appeal to all the demographics because Coca-Cola wants, they don't want to just sell soda to one type of person. They want to sell soda to as many people as they like, right? Whether you like soda or not, I'm not a soda drinker, but I just want you to know that's being in the business, right? Working for different products, you're promoting the product. So they break down these briefs. It goes out then to the talent agencies, and then the talent agencies will send that brief to their actors. And they'll kind of say, okay, well, these are the people that qualify. The actors will then audition. So they may jump on a Zoom call, right, with the casting agency, right? Not the production company, not the ad agency, or the president of Coca-Cola. They're going to jump on with the casting agency. So that's the company that's working for the production company. So the actors audition, and then they wait for the casting agency and the production company, and then the ad agency, and then finally the client to think them suitable over 200 other lookalike actors who also audition. In other words, audition, let it go, and see what happens. But here's the thing: when a casting company reaches out to try and find talent, they may not just go to one agency; they may go to multiple agencies because they want to have as more submissions as possible. So for a lot of you guys, sometimes, you know, when you have representation through Truth Management as a mother agency, our goal is not only to submit you out for work, but also to get you placed with multiple larger agencies. So for a lot of our talent, they will have not only representation in Los Angeles, they'll have representation in Miami, Orlando, Phoenix, Las Vegas, and so forth, because each one of those agencies, they each are going to have a pulse on the local market, because they're going to be working very closely with the ad agencies, with the companies within that market. Now, of course, there are times when you have those national ads like Coca-Cola. So the more agencies you're able to work with, the more people out there looking for work for you, the faster your career starts taking off. But what I really want you to understand, there's a process to this. So, because a lot of times I think people get kind of fooled when they go online and they see those companies saying, oh, you know, be in a Marvel movie or something like that. Disney doesn't advertise online. Those are what's called bait and switches. So they're just using that as bait to try and trick you into signing up for something. Now, there are a couple of companies online that are legitimate, but real clients are always going to go through an agency. So my point is there are some actors that will have some success, very limited, doing it on their own. But if you really want the meat and potatoes, the really good castings, you have to have an agency. They go through what's called breakdown services. So those castings are never seen by the general public. They're only seen by agencies. And they're honestly, at the end of the day, the reason why is it comes to time, right? If you were to just to throw up a casting bee in a Marvel movie, 10 million people are going to apply to it. No one's going to be able to go through that and see who's legitimate, who's not, who has experience and so forth. They're not going to waste time, right? It's the same thing. Like you wouldn't run an ad, put up a thing on Craigslist to get a plumber. You're going to go directly to the yellow pages, or you're going to Google a plumber company. Then you may read the reviews and see what type of plumbing they do. And then you call them, right? So it's the same thing for TV, film, for modeling. Companies go through agencies in order to book people work. They're not going to book people directly through a website or something like that. It seems like it should work, but unfortunately, it just doesn't. And it just really never has from the beginning. So I want you guys to be aware of that. I want, time's your valuable resource. I want you, and yeah, maybe there's small productions. I do a training where I teach you how to find local independent productions, college films, independent films, and so forth. We can maybe talk about that later today or tomorrow. Well, I'll go through that. Maybe I'll sneak that in if I have some time. So at the end of the day, my point being is you need to break down the process of the smaller components that you can manage and direct. So let's talk about ingredients, how to become a SAG-AFTRA actor. So SAG-AFTRA stands for Screen Actors Guild, American Federation of TV and Radio Advertising. Those are what's called the unions. So in order for you to be speaking in a commercial, speaking on TV, speaking on film, so if you're watching Young Rock, you're watching Blacklist, you're watching the new Avengers movie, the new Star Wars movie, you see those people doing speaking roles, they're in the union. Okay, in order for them to be able to do speaking roles for major productions, you're in the union. Independent films, you don't have to be in the union, but the union is designed to help protect actors. It's designed to help them get the best pay scale. You get paid whether there's smoke on the scene, whether you're in the water, whether you're eating, whatever it may be. There's different pay rates once versus somebody who's in one episode. Like Ryan just booked somebody for 10 episodes of a show. I believe it was on NBC or CBS. Grey's Anatomy. Thank you, Deneen. Deneen's in the background helping me. So Ryan just booked Grey's Anatomy for 10 episodes. Pretty new talent. She's in the union. And she got $65,000 per episode. So that meant, even though it's a small role for filming those 10 episodes over 10 weeks, she's now making $650,000. Who'd like to make $650,000 for 10 weeks worth of work? But even more importantly, not only does that give you a financial asset, but it also gives you great experience being on set. Right? And plus then there's residuals. So all of that takes place in being in the union. So let me explain to you how you kind of get into the union. Well, first thing is, right, recipe is read and study, right? The more you can learn about your industry, the better you are. Familiarize yourself with the industry, which you guys are doing here right now today. Don't move right away. There's really no need. If this was 3 years ago, even 5 years ago, when we would do live interviews with people, we were just New York and LA. Like I cannot tell you how many times people, but Mike, I really want to do this. When should I move to New York? When should I move to LA? That's no longer necessary. Right now you can audition online, you can audition through Zoom. We have talent now that are placed with major agencies in LA, and our talent are based throughout the country. The world really has changed that way. Audition and train locally or online. We have what's called our 30X training program. So we bring in some of the best people we have who are consistently doing training. We're launching some really great trainings now, learning the Meisner technique, learning about modeling. And it's always amazing to me when I log on to some of our training calls, just to be able to see, like, literally having our talent getting trained by Ben Crawford, the Phantom of the Opera, or people from America's Next Top Model, or getting to work with people like Ryan Colby or 50 Cent's acting coach, or some amazing people, because there's nothing else out there like that. And when you can learn from the best, that is my highest recommendation. You always want to be training. People who are professional are always training. Great example, Michael Jordan, right? People don't see what you do in practice. They don't see the thousands upon thousands of shots, getting up at 5 a.m., and shooting and practicing over and over again to become the best. So you always want to continuously train. Even people like Al Pacino and Denzel Washington, they work with coaches. They're always consistently perfecting their craft. It's just like anything else. It becomes muscle memory, but you still want to keep perfecting it. Work on special skills. Great thing about acting is you never know where a job can come, and based upon a special skill. And a special skill could be, archery. You know how to fly a plane. You know how to shoot basketball. You're great at softball. You know how to play chess. You're able to solve a Rubik's Cube. Like, you're a barista at a coffee shop. One of our talent we work with, he got an opportunity to be on Days of Our Lives because he was able to juggle poker chips. And he didn't even know how to juggle poker chips. He saw it in the casting. He went on, watched the YouTube video. He ran over, bought some poker chips, and he started juggling the poker chips. And when he showed up, he was the only one who could do it. The other actors didn't take the time to do it. And he booked the role. That one role led to him doing 100 other movies. So literally, you just never know. So cool thing about special skills is you learn how to swim, something you've always wanted to do. I've always wanted to do that. Now here's a reason why. And what's great about it, it's a tax deduction too, right? Because it's a learning thing. Attending events is a tax deduction, trainings, tax deductions. Obviously, I'm not a CPA, so your local tax deductions might be different, but I know for 99.9% of our talent, it's all tax deductible. You need to start working on your marketing, right? What are your marketing materials? If I went on your Instagram, your YouTube, on your social media, what are people saying about you? Right? It's not so much just the photos or what you're posting, but what are the people saying about you? Are people saying he's a great actor, a great model? Are you getting a lot of followers? I had time just recently to spend a few days with the GM of the NFL for the Raiders. And I was out in Las Vegas, and I went on a private tour of the stadium, had a meeting with a gentleman by the name of Lee Steinberg. He's a big time agent. For those who might have heard of the movie Jerry Maguire, he's based up, his life is based upon that. So he's the real life Jerry Maguire. And what I found interesting about the NFL was when deciding in the draft pick who's going to get signed, part of the draft pick now was their social media following. How were people interacting with them? What were they posting on social media? Were they leaning in towards being heartfelt and positive? Were they involved in local charities? Think about this like college. See, people sit around and say, well, I need to get an agent before I can start. No, you should start right now. What is your marketing material? How does your Instagram look? What are you doing? Are you interacting? Instagram and TikTok and all of them work by algorithms. Okay, if you were to pick up my phone and go through my TikTok or my Instagram, you're going to see I'm following agents, I'm following actors, I'm following the Screen Actors Guild, I'm following production companies, I'm following advertising agencies. So I'm getting to see all these things that are going on in the industry. I like to call it a Dream 100. So these are all things that you can do. Number 7, get used to rejection. Rejection is a part of the industry. Okay, the best actors in the world. Rejection is meaningless. All rejection does is it helps you learn what you can do to improve. And sometimes you just weren't right for the part. But the great thing about being rejected is you got the audition. You were there. That's right. It's how many times you can swing at the ball. You're going to hit the ball, but you got to get more swings, right? So rejection has nothing to do with this. It's getting more swings, more steps, more times in front of somebody. I cannot tell you how many times our talent, not only just attending events, but being on our training calls, literally you'll see, especially for talent that have been on these events multiple times, you'll see, some of our speakers tomorrow, Ryan, he's going to call out people by name because he recognizes them. And that's really important because you have to show up for your success. Okay. Be patient, but be consistent. A lot of times people will have patience, but then it's, the end of the weekend and then they're not consistent. You have to put your foot in the sand. You have to draw the line and say, hey, this is what I'm going to concentrate on. You know, I'm going to give it a year. You have to give it a good year to be successful. Some people may take 2 years. Some people are going to be successful right out the gate. But if you're not consistent and patient, I can tell you one thing, you'll never find the success you're looking for. Number 9, become the person an agent wants to sign. And we're going to learn that all throughout this weekend, right? How do you become that person? How do you become heartfelt? How do you become, you know, living in faith? How do you become the person an agent wants to sign? How do you have the right photos, the right training? We're going to do all of that. Do extra background work, right? So background work is you think of like Spider-Man. Spider-Man's swinging over the crowd. Everybody's running and screaming. You're one of the people running and screaming. At the very beginning, that's going to be the most important thing, is getting you on set, because you're going to get what's called waivers. Once you get 3 to 5 waivers, so waivers means you're on set, you did a great job, you can apply those to being in the union, getting in SAG-AFTRA, which means then you join the union. Then once you join the union, that's when you'll start getting speaking roles. Now, I've had people get waivers on one time, getting 5 waivers being on set one time. You need to have an agent to request waivers for you, right? Just to kind of give you an example, for us, we usually get our talent waivers within the first 90 days. An unsigned actor trying to do this on their own, it usually will take them 5 years. So that's the industry average. You can look that up on SAG-AFTRA. So you definitely want to have a good agency that's there getting you the waivers, so that allows you to join the union. Once you're in the union, you get speaking roles. So you first start off doing commercials, which pay great. Commercials can pay, you know, you can earn 6 figures. One of our talent just did a YoPlay ad. She got paid $100,000 to be in a YoPlay ad, okay? 1-day shoot. And another one of our talent did a national commercial, was paid $65,000. So once you get in that union, then you start getting speaking roles, commercials. And then from there, you start getting small speaking parts. So you'll get like walk-on roles, whether it's a movie, you're playing the bartender, you're playing, you know, a special guest character, and so forth. And then from there, it's going to be shooting for pilot season. Now, pilot season's done year-round. So pilot season are when you go and you see all these new shows coming out on Apple TV and Disney Plus and Netflix, Paramount Plus, all those different shows. The initial episode's called a pilot. Okay, so a pilot is we got this idea for a new show like Yellowstone, right? Yellowstone did great. It's on season 5. Now they have a spinoff, 1823, 1923. Think about all the different characters, right? Harrison Ford's the lead role and Kevin Costner's the lead role, but then there's all those other roles that are there. There are some characters that are just on 1 episode or 2 episodes, but then there are reoccurring roles and so forth. So a pilot can turn into a full-time working gig for 5 years. How great is that, right? And then, of course, then from there, you start landing major roles. You start working your way up. You become more recognizable. You start getting signed with a stronger agency who's able to get you in front of the director, right? Imagine like right now, they just gave the green light for Avatar. They already have Avatar 3 done, but now he's going to do 4, 5, and I think 6. He's doing 3 more. Those are all in pre-production. The characters haven't even been written yet, but they're already starting to think who they're going to start filming probably in 2 years. So with a top agency for a major role, the negotiations and the beginning of being submitted for that starts 2 years, right? 2 years before you're even ready to walk on set. Okay. So again, I want to be really transparent with you guys. Once you land that major role, rinse and repeat. Right? Because now you got a major role, but guess what you do? You go back and you continuously read and study, familiarize yourself with the industry, right? Maybe at this point, maybe now you could move to a major market, but still, again, it's not a necessary thing. Because again, in today's world, age doesn't matter, location doesn't matter. Even experience now is not as much of an important play as long as you get the right foundational training, because the most important thing is to get you on set, okay? To get you those waivers. Here's some tips. To be organized. You want to start, the sooner you can be organized in your life, the greater this is. And I go through this with our talent a lot. I just want to kind of go through this with you guys today. Google Drive, it's free. Go on Google Drive, get yourself, Christine.Harding@gmail.com, set up a folder system where you can keep like your, anything that's important, right? Break things down, your monologues, your scripts, ideas that you have. So many times people in today's world, you're so busy, right? You're so busy. that you don't save things. By saving things in an organized fashion and being organized, you know, your headshots, your commercial shots, bathing suit shots, funny shots, right? We'll talk a little bit more about photography tomorrow, most likely, but really breaking things down. So when your agent calls you, he says, hey, can you send me those shots of you on the beach from last year? I got a perfect role for you. You're like, oh no, hold on, let me go through my phone. Oh my God, I can't find them, I can't find them, I can't find them. Versus if you were organized from the start and breaking things down. Great thing is this is free. So really being aware, you know, ideas, script ideas, just anything that you want that's in this industry, put a folder and then give it subfolders. Right? Build a team, concentrate on what moves you forward. A lot of times people say, well, Mike, I don't know how to do social media. Well, you know, I'm going to be doing a training later this month on social media. Tomorrow, you're going to have the former Attorney General of the state of Nevada. Who gets to say they're connected to the Attorney General, right? But he's really big on technology, artificial intelligence, where the future lies. He's a futurist and he's absolutely brilliant, okay? But people will say, well, I don't know all this stuff. I don't know how to do it. Great. You can go on there's a company called Fiverr. Hire yourself a social media manager, right? Here's somebody for $40. They'll spend 3 days organizing your social media, content creation, platform management. They'll show you what top hashtags and captions. They'll show you how to get organic traffic. They'll show you when to post, right? You can have a manager for $40 for 3 days, or you can just pay them the $40 and see what they do, right? It's not that complicated, okay? But it's at least putting your social media in the right spot, right? You concentrate on what you do best and then hire somebody. If you don't know how to do something, hire somebody. It's Fiverr. And this is a great example. It's only $40, but they have other people on there, right? They'll do 2 engaging brand posts. They'll manage your thing, the hashtags, and they'll do 5 social media posts, okay? It's like $5 a post. But at least you got some great posts when people are now looking, oh, wow, that's really interesting. Very professional, very high end. Again, first thing I would do is build up your organic by start following Denzel Washington's account, following, Chris Pratt, following the different people, seeing what they're posting, go on IMDb, look up producers, directors, start following their accounts, see what's going on in the industry, have your fingers on the pulse of the industry. Right? If you need to do videos, right? Maybe you want to put together a reel, right? But you don't know how to do that. Again, on Fiverr, $20, right? Here's somebody I'll do the best video editing in 24 hours. My point is, in today's world, there's no excuse. You can go out and get anything done. Okay? Here's a great system. Create a system and have somebody reach out to casting directors, ad agencies, magazines, promotional companies, right? You can go pay somebody $25. They will go do the research for you. They will get you 100 people to follow up with. So now you can see first name, last name, company, title, company website, location, email. So literally for $25, you can get 100 casting directors, 100 ad agencies, 100 magazine editors, 100 promotional companies, all there for you to follow up, right? First step is I wouldn't reach out to them immediately. I'm a model and actor, pick me. No, follow them on social media. See what they're about, like their post, share their post. And then when people share my post, or I see people clicking, liking, and commenting, what's the first thing you always do? You click on them to see who they are, right? Oh, what are they up to? So now imagine it's like step 3. Now imagine you started fixing your social media. You started upgrading it. You're posting pictures. I was just on a call with Les Brown. I was just on a call with 50 Cent's acting coach. You start interweaving your story with great posts. People go, oh, wow, this person must be in the industry. This person must be somebody who's up and coming. This person's somebody who's working hard at it, right? Somebody who's making an effort. Believe it or not, it just takes 1% of effort for a casting director to want to hire you. Believe it or not, your competition, they're not going to be they're not even doing these things that I'm showing you guys to do, okay? Plan your time wisely. Having a system, a recipe allows you to grow, do more in less time, and get to your destination faster, okay? And again, just like there's different apple pies, there's different ways to get involved in the industry. There's film acting, screen, TV, theater, voiceover, commercials, extra, background. These are all things we go over in depth in our 30X coaching program. Classical acting, modern acting, method acting, Lee Strasberg, Stella Adler, Meisner technique, the Chekhov technique, practical aesthetics acting technique. These are things you should know. You should understand the difference between the Meisner technique and the Chekhov technique. You should understand some of the great acting coaches. What are the techniques that Al Pacino uses? What are the techniques that your favorite actor or actress is using? You should know this. This is your industry, okay? We help people learn all this, and we put it together in a structured program, okay, to make it easier and get people there faster. But these are things you can also do on your own. Learn time management. Time management is the process of organizing and planning how to divide your time between specific activities. Good time management enables you to work smarter, not harder, so that you get more done in less time, even when time is tight and pressures are high. All right? How to become memorable, right? You know, we talk about making sure your camera's on. How is your lighting on, right? Kai, he was really interactive. He's got his background blur. He's making constant interaction with the thing. Catherine and Michael, right? She's shaking her head, 2 thumbs up, right? I see this. I may not see everybody on here all the time. Yep, look, it's got that little thing there. Great, right? So be memorable, because now you stand out. Now I'm going to remember her all day, right? You know, how you dress, how you interact, making eye contact, right? We're on Zoom, but how you do it on Zoom is the same how you do it in life. You have to feel people, right? Introduce yourself to others. No matter where you are, act like you're the host. Be the first to say hello. You know, one of my business partners, he's absolutely amazing. We can go to any event. He literally will go and speak to every single person at an event. He says, goes up, says his name, and he says, "Hi, I'm so-and-so. What is your name? So where are you from? What do you do?" People always love talking about themselves, right? Make an extra effort to remember people's names. The sweetest sound to a person is their name, being able to call them out, right? And if you had the chance, like, to meet Les Brown, Les, it's such a pleasure to meet with you, right? When I was on that call, it was so inspiring, but you still want to use people's names, especially in the early parts of getting to know somebody. Once you become friendly, then it's a little bit different. But when you're first meeting people, these are all great techniques. They don't teach you these in school. And then be aware of your body language, right? How are you standing? How are you holding yourself? You know, Ali talks all about the time about people sitting on the call and they got their arms crossed. And now sometimes I know you just cross your arms, you're tired, but you got to start being aware of where your hands are, how you're interacting with others, right? Not putting your hands in your pockets, things like that. Use eye contact. Smile upon meeting somebody. A smile is so important. If you notice, every time I turn my camera on, I'm like this. I'm smiling before I put the camera on, because I want my first impression to see that I'm smiling. I want to try and make eye contact with people, right? Make everyone feel important, paying full attention to him or her. When you talk to a person, make them feel like they're the only person in the room. It's so important to do that. You really want to be able to bond with people and feel close to them. And there's nothing wrong with that. If you're having the moment to share 2 minutes with somebody to learn about them, that should be the most important thing. People want to be seen. People want to be heard. And when you do that, it creates, when you walk away, people will say, wow, I feel so good about that person. I want to work with that person. I want to be closer to that person, right? When Les was there, you felt his energy, you felt his love. Imagine being in a room with him when he sits down and he talks with you. And I know Alicia spends many, many times, they go back and forth on Facebook, and they're always chatting live. There's nothing else that matters other than the moment he's speaking with her. And I find that the most successful people, that's how they live their life. Because you have to live your life from your heart. You have to really care about others. And when you start doing that, and all it is just that shift. It's just saying, I care about people, right? Just early we learned how to say, hey, I'm going to look great in this picture, right? Same thing, I care about others, and people will feel that, okay? Show others that you're enjoying your conversation with them. Don't yawn, look bored, have a case of roving eyes. Show curiosity and interest in others. Listen, listen, listen. You not only become more likable, but you really start to understand the person's wants, needs, and desires. Everyone else has different values than you do, right? So be open to learn how somebody else sees the world, right? What are the ways they see the world that's different than yours? And don't say, well, they see the world differently. No, say, I can appreciate their view of life. Because think about all of those stories, all of those emotions, it comes back to you when you now reach inside yourself to become a phenomenal actor, to become an even better actor. Be enthusiastic about things and life to others. People will gravitate to those upbeat, positive, and cheerful. Give them more than they expect. In other words, under promise and over deliver. Our whole goal for this weekend is to over deliver. By the end of the day tomorrow, you guys are going to learn so much. We're just getting started. Okay. This is just foundation. And have a positive mindset. I'm going to talk about this a little bit later today, but be the type of person who can create your life, right? You know, people worry about money, but there's rich people. Follow what other people's success is, right? What makes somebody rich and poor? And rich and poor may not always just be financial, but how they live their life. And I can tell you one thing, okay? People who are successful, I've met a ton of successful people recently, people worth billions of dollars. And I found that they all care. They're very positive. They're always looking and focusing on opportunities, and they don't live in fear, okay? Everything in life is a reflection of a choice you have made. If you want a different result, make a different choice. And again, see Mark Cuban, time is the most valuable asset you don't own. You may or may not realize it yet, but how you use or don't use your time is going to be the best indication of where your future is going to take you, okay? Most people are not successful because they fail enough times. They let fear hold them back. Sometimes people just fear. When you overcome your fear, you know what? It's fine if I fail. I'm going to do better. I get back up, I move on, I do something again, okay? And it's fine. I look forward to failure because I know the next time I can do better. So success is neither magical nor mysterious. Success is the natural consequence of consistently applying fundamentals. And for those of you who read Finding Fame, I talk about owning a pizzeria a long time ago. That's actually a photo of the pizzeria I used to own. I started off my life washing dishes. So to me, success is a framework, like a recipe. It can be duplicated and shared with the world. So my name is Michael Fomkin. This was the Actor's Cookbook, the ultimate guide to creating a legacy as a professional actor by creating the secret recipe to long-lasting success. And we talked a little bit about how to become a memorable personality. And let me turn this back over to Ms. Deneen. Thank you, guys. I appreciate the love. And I will see you guys later because we got some exciting people coming on board. And Mr. Ryan Colby will be here soon. So I'll talk to you guys in a little bit. Bye, guys.
Oh no, Mr. Ryan Colby will be here soon. Lord bless us all. We know exactly what question to ask him to get him excited though. Okay, so how many of you are a little more excited about your acting and modeling career? How many of you are looking more for a yacht than a paddle boat? Every time I see, I'm like, what? Like every time it gets me. I love that. That's honestly one of my favorite things, which I don't know if I think that makes me warped, but that's okay. Is it okay if I'm being honest with you guys? So here's a question I have for you. So we have like 2 or 3 minutes before I introduce our next guest who I know is on, but what was your biggest takeaway? Share it in the comments. What was your biggest takeaway? Because what I want each and every one of you to understand is this. You have to be a life learner. Throughout your life, whether this is the first time you've ever heard that presentation or whether you've heard it like 100 times, it doesn't matter. The one thing that I know for sure is that every time you hear something, you should learn something. Okay, because you know what? The person you are today is different than the person you were yesterday, right? How many of you have already evolved a little bit? Raise your hands, raise your physical hands. I know I have. So in the comments, what was your biggest takeaway from Michael's presentation? And also, I want to see some thank yous to him also for sharing his time and his knowledge with you. Leverage, take things step by step and do your research. Okay, I like that. Let's see here. You have to be helped. That was me, Diana. Thank you. Learn new things. Feeling the reality, making it happen from the heart consistently, right? Yeah, you have to. Yeah, you have to visualize your success too. How many of you know where you want to go? How many of you have an idea of where you want to go? How many of you you know what, I know there's somewhere to go and it's starting to come into focus a little bit. But I want you guys to realize, I want you to really be super focused on honing in on your vision. And the reason I'm saying this is because our next speaker is going to talk about success and longevity. Okay. But here's the thing. How many of you have ever taken a road trip before? Raise your hands, raise your physical hands if you ever taken a road trip. My mother was one of those people. She loved to take shortcuts. So when I was a kid, we would go on these road trips. I'm like, okay, Mom, let's go. She's like, I know a shortcut. And inevitably, I knew that that shortcut was going to add probably a half an hour to any destination. Even if we were going down the street to the store, I was like, okay, mom's taking a shortcut. I used to call them long cuts. But what I want you to understand is that all of that built up my character and my patience when I'm driving, yes. But what I learned from her was that there are no shortcuts in life. There are ways to accelerate your success, but there are no shortcuts in life. And one of the reasons I think that she liked to take the shortcuts is because sometimes she really didn't know, like she had an idea of where she wanted to go, but she didn't have a very distinct destination in mind. And what I want you to do is, as you're listening to our next speaker, as you're taking notes and looking through your notes from today, and as you listen to our speakers tomorrow, I want you to really start figuring like what is one goal that you have? What do you want to accomplish? Because I told you at the beginning of the day, at VIP Ignite, we empower actors, models, and musicians to create their own success. So what I need you to do is I need you to define that success so that we can help to give you those tools, connections, and everything that you need, okay? But you have to start by coming up with a game plan, okay? If you want to live a long life, do you think you're going to be able to do that by eating McDonald's every day? Right? No, we all know that. We've all seen Super Size Me, right? We all know what you put in is what you get out. So what I want you to start doing is I want you to really start planning what is it that you want? What does success look like to you? Does success look like you getting to share your message with billions of people like Les Brown? Does success look like to you self-love, like we heard from Jonathan Trowan? Does success look like being a commercial print model, making $100,000 on one job? Does success look like, you know what, I showed up today and I show up tomorrow, and then I'll take success? Define your success now, because the way that you define your success now is going to determine your transformation. It's going to determine what you receive over the next couple of days. Okay, because we want to work with heart-centered people, and heart-centered people have a vision of where they want to go. It says in the Bible that people perish for lack of vision. It also says that if you want to achieve your goal, you have to write it down, write the vision down on tablets. That's why I'm having you write so much today and tomorrow. And that's why we're here, because our goal is for you to be successful. I found out recently, I was at a high-level mastermind in Scottsdale, and people kept asking me, Deneen, what do you do? What do you do? What do you do? And what I realized, what I really do, the core of who I am, is I'm addicted to helping people be successful. Is it okay if you have someone in your corner who's addicted to helping people be successful? Is that okay? Yes or yes in the comments. Type a yes or yes in the comments. Awesome. And you can ask just about anyone who knows me, like any of the talent that we currently work with will tell you, like, I'm addicted to, like, I love success, but whatever that is to you, like, I'm going to brag on Tina Harding for 2 seconds, then I'm going to introduce our next guest. I had the opportunity to spend some time with Tina Harding in Chicago. She took this speaking class, and it was an adventure. It was a bit of a challenge. She came upon some challenges, but the thing I love is that she overcame those challenges. And who would have thought using a Google Drive link would have been something I cried over, but I was so excited when she figured it out. I was like, oh my God, I'm so proud of you. We hugged it out because I'm addicted to helping people be successful. So with that thought in mind, can I introduce our next speaker? Okay, so this is what I want you guys to do. After I introduce our next speaker, I want you to celebrate him like your team just won the Super Bowl, the World Series, the World Cup. I don't care what you celebrate, like you just won an Academy Award, okay? So our next speaker is an author, a speaker, a radio show host, a lender, investor, and profits consulting firm CEO, founder and CEO. Apparently, I swear I do know how to read. Okay, so he's the founder and CEO of Certainty Management, a profit consulting firm headquartered in Henderson, Nevada. Patrick Lang is an author, speaker, and the headliner host of the Voice America business radio show, Finding Certainty. He and his team provide clients in the US and abroad with cost reduction help, affordable benefits, wholesale travel savings, tax credit recovery, efficiency coaching, lending, joint venture funding, and more. A graduate of BYU Provo and a US Army veteran, Patrick worked in counterterrorism and held a top secret security clearance for several years. Happily married to Tasha Lang, they are dad and mom to 5 great kids, ages 16 to 24. God bless you, sir. Patrick's proudest achievement, besides that of being a husband and father, is the zero-cost funding his company provides nonprofits, and his latest venture, the Certainty Fellowship, a mentoring project designed to help college students graduate empowered, prepared, and 100% debt-free. Patrick is also the founder of Certainty Global, an investment firm committed to helping open Africa to opportunity and development. Everyone, please give a rousing round of applause to the one and only Mr. Patrick Lang.
Thanks, Deneen. Can you guys hear me okay?
We can. How are you today, sir?
Excellent, but improving, as they say. I have a good friend who's in his 80s who always says that. I figure if he can be improving at 80, then we can be improving at our ages, right?
I love that. That's awesome.
So thanks for having me. I really appreciate the invitation, and I love Michael and Deneen and Alicia and Debbie and the whole group there at VIP Ignite. We've gotten to be good friends, and what you guys are doing is just really admirable. There's a reason you're getting so much recognition and such a great following. So really honored to be a part of it. So thanks for the introduction. We're doing a lot of different things, and it's growing every day. And that's how a business should be. That's how your career should be, right? It should continue to get bigger and better and continue to expand. And that's the goal. And so today, so I was talking to Deneen about what I might speak on. I want to talk about how your career in Hollywood, whatever that is, whether you're a model or an actor or a musician or whatever, really how you need to approach it like a business and as a profession, not just as a pastime. Okay. And that's hard to do when you're doing it part-time. Maybe you're working full-time and trying to do this in and around that. But there is a lot that you can do to treat it like a profession and make sure you're taking advantage of this opportunity and not letting it slip through your fingers. You know, I know this is a dream for all of you to be involved in entertainment and media. And if I can help in some small way, I'd be honored. So as we talk about the benefits of making it in the industry, right? Whatever that means for you, and it's different for different people. It might be the fame and the recognition that you want, the wealth and the opportunity, you know, all the free stuff you get. I remember I'm reminded of when I grew up in Utah, so I went to the Sundance Film Festival several times, and one year I volunteered to be a driver for Sundance Film Festival and spent about a week driving celebrities around, and most of the time we were driving them around to these gifting houses, you know, the Levi Strauss house and the Oakley sunglasses house and so forth and so on. And they got all this free merch, right? They just, I'm turning my phone off. They were treated like VIPs, and I think that's a big draw for a lot of us, right? To be a celebrity, to be treated like that, and with that respect, and to get the free merch and the opportunities and so forth and so on. Personally, I think it'd just be fun to be invited to all the parties and get to eat all the free food. My motto is we don't meet if we don't eat. So that's a big draw for me. But I also think to be able to travel to exotic locations, to be able to have that respect, that deference, whatever it is for you, and it's different for every one of us, which of those is your hot button, it all comes down to pursuing that in a way that has a plan. It's not just you're hoping that it happens, but you're expecting it to happen, and you're treating it just like you would any other business. I think having the respect as an accomplished artist would be the most attractive thing for me, that recognition. I think the fact that you can have immortality almost, to have your name in credits, to have your name in lights, that's a version of immortality. And then ultimately to have a legacy and the ability to make a difference. It's a big part for us in our business. We're a profitability consulting firm, but we also raise money for nonprofits. We use what we're good at to help nonprofits raise free funding. And that's our way of making a difference, of creating a legacy. And so I'm going to talk a little bit about that today, because I think that's a really important part of this business. You've got to plan to give back. And if you don't, I think you're going to miss a really important piece of it. So long story short, it's different for each of us, but it comes down to how do we get paid, right? How do we get paid? How do we make the money? How do we have the recognition, the time, the travel, the respect, whatever that is? How do we get paid in this business, right? And so I'm going to share with you an acronym, and that acronym is PAYDAY, PAYDAY. Thought about putting together a whole PowerPoint for it, but I'm going to go through a lot of information in the next 20 minutes, and I thought it'd be faster if I just talk, okay? I know this is being recorded, so you can go back and listen to it. Again, if you'd like to, you can try to take notes, but I'm going to talk pretty fast. I've got a lot to cover, and I think trying to flip through slides while I did it would just slow it down. So the P in PAYDAY stands for profession. Okay, are you treating this like a profession, or is it just a pastime? Is it just a hobby? Is this truly a career that you want to pursue and make happen? Or is it just a hope, right? Is it just something you're hoping will happen? If it's a career, not a profession, how do you approach a profession? How do you start a business? How do you take on a new job? It's like you're headhunted for a really prestigious job or a really important job. How would you approach that? Would you do it just kind of happenstance, or would you put everything you have into it, your time, your effort, your money, etc.? And there's little things and big things that define and prove whether you are treating this like a profession or not, okay? A little thing might be, do you still use a Gmail address, right? Or have you paid the $5 a month, the $10 a month to actually get a G Suite account and give it your name? Maybe it's your name. It's April at aprilsmith.com. It gives you just that little level of prestige or professionalism instead of aprilsmith@gmail.com. Anybody who sees a Gmail address, guys, knows that you're not truly a professional. You're not truly serious. Nothing against Gmail, but they know it's a free account. So little things like that, as you look at how you're portraying yourself, how you're introducing yourself, are you still a Gmail person, or are you a professional? Do you have a business card? If not a physical printed business card, I still use printed business cards because some people are old school. They like having a paper card, but do you have a digital card that you can give to people? Bill Walsh, who's a good friend of ours and he's a big fan of VIP Ignite. He talks about using a Mingle account. You can go to mingle.no. It's MINGL.no and set up a free account. It's really a free website for you. You can add your social media. You can put your picture, your website, your email, your phone numbers, et cetera, et cetera. You can use that as though it's a digital website, a personal digital website. Do you have that set up? It doesn't even cost anything, but do you have it? Or are you still relying on just your social media, or just your phone number and email, or just fill in the blank? Okay, are you treating this like a profession? Okay, so there's a lot of different things. One of the most important, and this is a bigger one, is do you actually have an entity? Have you spent the money to set up an LLC or an S Corp or something to actually have a business for tax purposes, if nothing else? Talked to a friend of mine who sets up entities. If you want help with that, I can introduce you to someone. That's all she does. It's about $1,000 to set up an LLC. But she said she has had a client who was paying $13,000 a year in taxes just by setting up his LLC and showing him how to write things off. His bill dropped to $2,000 a year in taxes. That's a big difference. And as your income goes up, it can be a significant difference. Do you have benefits for your business? That's what we do at our business. We provide low-cost benefits for anyone who needs them at as little as $30 a month. Long story short, whether you do benefits, whether you have an LLC, a Gmail address, or a real email address, are you treating it like a real business, or are you just winging it? Do you have a business plan? Have you written down your goals? There was a study years ago at Harvard where they analyzed a bunch of Harvard business graduates, and they analyzed which ones had written goals. They looked at them 10 years later, 20 years later, and 30 years later. 30 years later, 3%, the 3% that had written defined goals, actually written out with dates and deadlines, were making more than the other 97% combined. And they couldn't find really anything different. They came from, good families, they had great grades, et cetera, but just having written goals had translated. There was probably much more to it, but that was the one thing they could see that was consistent between these top performers. They had written specific goals with a deadline, dated, written in present tense, et cetera. There's a lot to this. And there's in just this one topic, this P, profession, or being professional, we could talk the whole day about that. Are you professional? Are you punctual? Do you show up early and are you the first one there and the last one to leave? Are you reliable? There's so much that could be said, but setting yourself up as though it's a real business, not just a hobby, can make a difference. The A I came up with is art form. Obviously, you have to work on your art form, your craft, right? It goes without saying. You're constantly seeking to improve. That's what every athlete needs to do. That's every actor or artist has to do. It's hard work. It's long hours. I don't have to tell you guys this. But are you putting in that time? Are you just trying to wing this and think you're going to get it because you've got a dynamic personality? Or are you putting in the time? Now, the fact that you're on this call and you're working with VIP Ignite suggests that you are. It's a really big evidence in my mind that you are, because you're investing in yourself. Now, it can take several years. With our business, we starved for the first 3 years trying to get our business going and working through it and robbing Peter to pay Paul. And you have to do that in your business as well. But you never give up. You keep reinventing yourself. You keep getting better. You put in the time. You get involved. You put yourself out there. You really need to take the time to learn, to truly learn and perfect your craft. And I know you're learning that here at VIP Ignite, and my hat is off to you for that. But make sure you're doing that. Make sure you're taking the time to learn and perfect your craft. Attend free workshops, read books, courses you invest in. I mean, my wife has a master's degree from YouTube. She watches YouTube all the time, and she's learned a lot in the process. But you do get what you pay for. And the more you invest in yourself, the more you're going to make, and the more that return will come back to you. It's scary when it's tight and money's tight and you're buying off on this maybe $5,000 course or something. But when you do that, two things happen. One, you're going to gain all the experience and all the insights and the shortcuts. But two, you have skin in the game now. It becomes a bigger priority. You're going to make it a bigger priority because you don't want to waste those funds. Malcolm Gladwell says it takes 10,000 hours to become an expert at anything, but it also takes time and money. It takes more than just hours. It takes investing in yourself. Bill Walsh, again, who's our friend, the billionaire, he still spends $100,000 a year attending courses, having coaching. You think by at his stage, he doesn't need it anymore, but he says all the time, you never stop. You never stop investing in yourself. And it's important in the beginning and later in your career, you always go VIP. If there's an opportunity to be in the right room, spend the money. Go ahead and do it, because you will get out of it what you put in. And half-baked effort, half-baked investment produces half-baked results. And you don't want to go there. Okay, so The why, and I wish we had more time. I'd love to open it up to comments and questions and so forth. But the why is your brand. Okay. Do you know who you are? What do you want your personal brand or image to be? What makes you unique? What sets you apart? Some people start going by one name. Some people start branding themselves in a certain way on their social media. Whatever it is, you should pick a lane and run with it, because you can't be all things to all people. Figure out your strength, figure out what you think is unique and sets you apart, and then run with it. Okay. Put your time and effort into building that brand. I think there's two things that are really important when it comes to branding, whether it's your business or your personal brand. One, is it consistent? Okay. Who are you? And is that message consistent? We, for example, we're a veteran-owned company. We help create greater certainty in companies' lives, in our clients' lives. We do this a number of different ways, but that's our goal, is to help create more certainty through cost reduction, low cost benefits, et cetera, et cetera. We give back to our communities. We're a global company. We believe in what we call profit with purpose. It's about more than just making income. It's about making a difference. This is our brand. Okay. So what are your values and priorities? And do you try to keep it consistent? Secondly, how many ways are you communicating that brand? Even better, how many others are saying it for you, right? Are there influencers talking about you and promoting you? And are you attacking it from lots of different angles? Okay. Through writing a book, through speaking, through website, through social media, through podcasting. With our business, we do all of those things. We also have a daily live YouTube channel. The list goes on. I've heard it say that you should have a goal to speak somewhere every week, at least once a week. If you have a fear of speaking, Jay Leno says most of us would rather be in the casket than giving the eulogy. So that may describe you. But if you have a fear of speaking, you need to get over it if you want to be in this industry, unless you're a dancer, maybe. But that is a challenge, but it is something that you can overcome. You can join things like Toastmasters, and it will teach you how to speak. It'll force you to speak every week. It'll get you up and talking until you become comfortable with it. It is the most important business skill, is to be able to get up in front of people and talk. So practice makes perfect, right? Continue asking, what more can we do? I know, for example, social media is our weakness. We've never really had to advertise. All of our business comes from word of mouth. I haven't done a great deal of social media, and I know that's somewhere we need to get stronger. That's our goal this next year. I'm hiring a TikTok specialist. I'm getting a social media specialist to help out. I know that's an area of weakness, and that's a question you should be asking yourself over and over. Where are our areas of weakness? Where are my areas of weakness? And how do I fix them? And ask for help. Okay, you can't do it all yourself. I'm a firm believer in hiring professionals to help you achieve more, to help you reach that level. Just never stop improving. If I can learn social media in my mid-50s, anything is possible, right? If you need help, ask your kids or grandkids. That's what I do. So, okay, so we're halfway through. The D in day, that's the PANY, being a professional, figuring out your artistry, really working on your craft, and the Y is your brand. The D is distribution. It's not good enough to just define who you are if you're not telling anybody about it, if you're not getting the word out there. That's why we're trying to focus on social media. We know it's important. We're a little bit old school, but we're trying to learn how to do it and do it better. Okay. But after you decide who you are, make sure that you get advice and input and guidance from experts. There's always people who are better at areas than you are, and that's okay. We can't be all things to all people, right? That's why you're turning to and working with VIP Ignite. They have the experience, they have the connection, so you're absolutely spot on the right track to work with Deneen and Michael and Alicia and their team. Okay, but get advice from them and then implement. Put yourself out there. Too often in life and in business, we have what's called analysis paralysis. We think about it a lot, we talk about it, we study it, but we never actually do it but you have to get out there. You have to show up everywhere. You should write a book. You should speak. You should learn. You should go on radio shows and podcasts. You should network, start a YouTube channel, get on Twitch. You can have your own TV station on Twitch and put it everywhere. Look for free networking events like Meetup. Put reels on Instagram. Like I said, ask your kids or your grandkids if you need help how to do that. That's what I do. Look for mentorship opportunities. Volunteer at charitable events. Give service. And so forth. I go by the 3-foot rule. If somebody gets within 3 feet of me, they hear about what I do, because I never know when that next person's going to be able to open a door for me. And work on your elevator speech. I'm a big believer that when you introduce yourself, it should be very simple, very straightforward, and say, producers, directors, agents, whoever it is that your client is. So fill in the blank, hires me. They hire me to blank because I blank and because I help them to blank. Bottom line, blank, blank, blank. Okay, I'm going to give you this outline and I'll put it in the chat. But it is a very simple introduction to who you are. Okay, let's put it in the chat. Think it through. Think about who is hiring you and why do they hire you? What sets you apart? And then you summarize it at the end. You have to be able to come up with a really simple elevator speech, as they say. What would you say to somebody if you have 30 seconds with them in the elevator? The 3-foot rule applies, but if you are not explaining who you are and what you do and doing so quickly and easily, you're going to miss out on opportunities to maybe connect with the right person. And we all know that one introduction could make your entire career. So you have to be prepared. You have to distribute or disseminate your brand to everyone you meet and make sure it's concise and clear and memorable. Okay, so the A in day, we're on to the day and or the A in day, right? In our acronym. The A is for access. Okay, back to my comment on one introduction could make your career. We've all heard that. I know you've heard that from Michael and Deneen and Alicia and their team. You have to be ready, okay? But you have to also get out there and meet more people. Talking about distribution, it's about quantity, not just quality. Okay, the more people you meet, the more likelihood you're going to meet the right person. It's not usually who you know, it's usually who they know, or even who they know. We talk about the 6 degrees of separation. The more people you meet, the more groups and parties and networking situations you're in, the more likely you're going to meet that right introduction. And we all know in this industry, it is not about what you know as much as who you know, as much as I hate to say it. Okay, meet more people, you will dramatically increase your odds of meeting the right person. If you're sitting at home hoping it happens, it's not going to happen, right? But you got to be in the right place at the right time. You guys may have heard that Michael Fompkin went back to Florida earlier just about a month ago with Bill Walsh and went to a dinner at Mar-a-Lago and spent 3 days with Donald Trump and his team. Now, whether you like Trump or hate Trump doesn't matter. That is a room you want to be in. Some of the most powerful people in America are in that room. When he got back, as the story goes, as I heard it from Michael, is he got a call from one of Trump's right hands. And she said to him, they ended up talking for 2.5 hours. And she said, I hope this is okay to share, Deneen. She said to him, Donald Trump has been looking for someone who can be on his council from the entertainment and media industry. And someone he can trust who will tell him how it is, tell him what's going on, what the needs are, what the wants are, what the interests are. Some people would say, well, why would you ever want to work with Trump? Well, would you rather have a voice in that room or a seat at that table or have no voice being given? No, would you rather be able to influence and guide and direct what's happening in those circles, or would you rather be shut out? In my opinion, that's an extraordinary opportunity, regardless of how you feel politically. But that's what we're talking about, access, right? Proximity is power. I see Catherine's note here. Being close to and meeting people that can help you in your career. I don't know about you, but that's a room I would want to have access to, even if I voted the other way. The more events you attend, free and paid events, the more you invest, the more access you're going to have. The better quality, the more you invest, usually the better quality access. You're going to get into more and more exclusive rooms and mindset groups and masterminds and so forth. It's exactly what VIP Ignite does for you, is it opens up doors and gives you access that you would never have otherwise. And so going to more casting calls, auditions, workshops, parties, helping out with events like this, give service where you can. I went to Rainmaker Orlando, which is Bill Walsh's event in Florida, right in the middle of Hurricane Ian. Got to meet Michael and Deneen. We got to be friends. We've stayed in touch. I came to the VIP Ignite boot camp back in October. We built our relationship even more. I saw him again in Rainmaker Vegas, and we've continued to build this relationship. So you get an opportunity to meet someone like them, and then you've got to follow up, and you stay in touch, and you build a friendship with them. Again, it's not who you know. It's not what you know, it's who you know more often than not. Michael and I spent an hour talking, sitting on a couch at the top of Mandalay Bay during Rainmaker Las Vegas, and got to know each other even better. And that's where I heard his story about this visit in Florida. The more you do that, the more consistent you are in building those relationships, the better you'll do. And the more you're going to be able to benefit. And the more you're going to be able to serve and benefit others, which is what it comes down to. I have a technique for meeting people you want to meet. Okay. And this is just my, gospel according to Patrick. But if you want to meet a specific director or a specific celebrity, somebody that you feel like could be really good for your career, I would write down the top 5, your dream list, right? And find out what charities they support. Many of them either own a foundation or they're very involved in one or more foundations. And if I were you, I would reach out to that foundation, that charity, and say, I'd like to help. What can I do to come and volunteer or serve or whatever? And go show up. Be that person that shows up first and ends last and volunteers at their gala and helps with their marathons or their walks or whatever, their fundraising, whatever. Get to know them. It takes some time, guys. But if you show up and serve and think about what can I do to give long before I ever have to expect anything in return, if you sincerely go there and serve, you will start to, one, get to know them. You'll get to know their people, their team, their foundation, and potentially, eventually, that actual influencer. But it takes time, and trust doesn't happen overnight. Okay, you have to be sincere and you have to put in the effort. If you'll do that, amazing things will start to happen. If you get involved, you be reliable, you show up on time, you go that extra mile, you give service, you build trust. Okay, and I think of it as a tithe of your time. If you got 40 hours a week, 60 hours a week, give 4 to 6 hours to these types of organizations. It'll come back to you tenfold. And there's a very good chance you could get to know that influencer that you want to meet who could help you in your career. This applies in everything you do. It takes a lot of time and effort, but if you put in the time, pay the price, it'll come back to you tenfold, maybe 1,000-fold. Another thing is to have access. You have to have some flexibility in your schedule. It takes time to do these things. So whether you're going and doing it after hours or you have more time to get more involved, a lot of it has to do with income flexibility. So you've got to look at what you're doing to pay the bills while you're paying your dues. Can you work an early morning job or a night job? Or can you work a job that allows you to be available to go and do more service, to go and do more auditions? Is there a job that you're doing that is in the way? It's keeping you from being able to go to casting calls and auditions and so forth. If it is, then get rid of it, replace it, find something else that you can do. Start a podcast, start a YouTube channel, go do some affiliate sales or network marketing or something that gives you more flexibility in your schedule so you have time to pursue your dream. If you're interested in learning some ways to do that, shoot me a message. I'm happy to share. We have several in our business that we can help you. Literally, I'll give you one example. If any of you know a small business that kept their employees on during COVID. They have W-2 employees, full-time employees. I can get them up to $26,000 per employee. Literally a little teeny business with 10 employees, I can get them $250,000. If you introduce me to that customer, I pay you a finder's fee. You can make $10,000 to $20,000 just for introducing me to that customer. We get paid, you get paid, the customer makes most of it, and they love you. Not only will you make some income, but you'll earn enormous trust, and you'll get referrals, which can multiply into additional commissions. It's just a way for you to make extra income without having to put in a 40-hour week at a job. And so it creates income for you and time freedom to go and be where you need to be to build your career. So it's just one example, okay? But it's a real example, and there's several out there like it.
That's awesome.
Okay, last but not least, I'm running out of time here. The
got
why.
like 2 more minutes, sir.
Yep, the why stands for your legacy. Okay, it is, what do you want to leave? I talked about your brand. Who do you want to be? But what do you want to leave behind? Okay, as we grow in our career, your craft, your art, whatever, you have to ask yourself, who do you want to be? And are you willing to do anything to get there? But you got to make sure you keep your principles and your values in line. Don't let the industry ruin you. Don't let it compromise you. Don't let drugs or alcohol or sex or anything like that cost you everything. Be your true self. When I was recruited to be a radio host for Voice America, the first question I asked is, do I have to be Frank Hellring? He's another host, outspoken and political and everything. They said, absolutely not. They said, be your authentic self. I love Frank, but I'm not him. They said, be your true self. Figure out who you are and be that. And I would say the same thing in this industry. Be your true self. Someday you'll have the A-listers level of confidence, success, and peace and everything that goes with it. You'll be successful, but you also want to be able to look back and not have regrets. Okay. Put in the time and effort, treat it like a business, create good habits now that pay dividends in the future, and begin with the end in mind. Okay. Visualize it, write it down. We talked about writing down your goals. Remember the Harvard story. Leave the world a better place, give service. It'll open up amazing doors for you guys. And you do all that to build relationships. It takes time, but you'll also build trust. Write it down. Practice your EGOT acceptance speeches now. Visualize it, and you'll get there. So that's all I have to say. If you'd like to learn more, you can shoot me a text at 26786. Text the word certainty to 26786. Deneen can provide my information if you have questions about anything I've said. And that's my story, and I'm sticking to it. So thanks, Deneen.
That was awesome. Patrick, thank you so much. How many of you would love to know how you can earn some income that'll supplement your income so you can really get started doing those things you know you're meant to do? How awesome is that? Patrick, I was listening in the background. Thank you so much for what you shared. I love, you gave us so many tips that I think people think about, but they don't like process until they hear it. So thank you so much. We really appreciate you taking your time today to be here with us.
My pleasure. I hope it's helpful. And if anybody has any questions or would like help, I'm happy to help you in your careers. You're on the right track working with Deneen and Michael and their team. Just keep doing what you're doing, and they've got lots of support and love from the rest of us. So if we can help, we'd be honored. So
awesome. Well, thank you very much, sir.
All right. Thanks, guys.
Thank you. All right, guys, in the comments, let us know, what was your biggest takeaway from what Patrick said? What was your biggest takeaway? We're not giving away telephone numbers. If you want their information, you'll have the opportunity to speak with us, and then we can get you the information, okay? So definitely, oh my gosh. So what was your biggest, be yourself? Networking is everything, right? Alicia says this all the time. It's not what you know or who you know, but who knows you. And how are you known? I saw your post last night in the group, Alicia, about impressions are everything. Your first impression is like the way that people will remember you forever.
Yeah.
So I love that. That was great. Professionalism.
And sometimes I really want to piggyback something really fast about first impressions. Sometimes not even saying a word. You're all on Zoom. I turn off my camera and I go through each of your Zooms. You're saying a million things about yourself before you even speak a spoken word. So I want you guys to think about, what kind of first impression am I making? Because a lot of you guys dream about getting into show business, and our very next guest, holy crap, he can snap a finger and put you on a hit TV show like that. He's the most connected. So first impressions are everything.
Awesome. Thank you. All right, guys. So let's do this. Let's get up, and I just want you to stand up for a moment, and I want you to move around just a little bit. We're not going to do the Running Man right now. We'll do that later. We'll do that tomorrow. But I just want you to, you've been sitting for a while. So just like move your body a little bit, stretch out. Exactly. Do a little dance in your chair. I don't care what you do, but move around a little bit. Move around. And then I also want you guys to hydrate a little bit. So take a little sip of water here, or a big gulp of water, coffee, whatever your drink of choice is. Mine is half a gallon of water. So awesome. All right, guys. You can sit down, relax. Okay. So now, what is your brand? That's really good. Oh, thank you. Patrick put all of his notes right there. That's awesome. Thank you so much. All right, guys. So let me introduce you to our next guest. Are you guys excited? Are you feeling the transformation? Okay, well, this next man is going to transform you by laughter. Let me just unmute him. There we go. Okay. So Craig Shoemaker has had a career in the show business spanning over 3 decades as a stand-up comedian, actor, author, writer, and producer. He was named funniest male stand-up comic at the American Comedy Awards on ABC and has garnered 2 Emmy Awards. He is known for his engaging, relatable stand-up and iconic baritone voice character, the Love Master, all-time top 10 list on XM radio as the most popular. He released a 90-minute stand-up special, Datitude, which aired on the Showtime Network and Netflix. His Comedy Central special was voted by viewers as one of the top 20 of all time. His follow-up special, Unzipped, aired to mass acclaim, and the live CD was on the Billboard Top 20 for 6 weeks. He has made multiple network TV movie appearances, including Middleman, MTV's Awkward, Parks and Recreation, The Late Show, The View, Comic Relief, The Bold and the Beautiful, Matlock, Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, and Scream 2. Craig has written for season 2 of the sitcom Fuller House. He wrote, produced, and starred in Universal's cult hit Totally Baked. He also produced, wrote, and starred in The Love Master. As a voiceover artist, Craig's dead-on impression of Don Knotts and narration was featured in the film Pleasantville. Craig's passion reaches beyond stand-up comedy, and after 30 years in entertainment, speaking engagements, and public broadcast, Craig designed a coaching program where he shares the shortcuts he's learned to get over performance anxiety and command the room. Under his tutelage, you'll learn how to use the power of humor to have your audience in the palm of your hand without being phony or scripted. Even if you think you aren't funny, lack charisma, or feel like you just plain suck at public speaking. Craig has founded laughterheals.org, a nonprofit dedicated to using laughter as a healing modality, and holds an honorary doctorate degree from Cal U of PA. Years of using comedy as both a personal and professional tool has prepared him to motivate you with laughter, share his truths, and leave you with a set of coping skills of your own to find your funny and be enlightened up. Everyone, please give a huge, warm round of applause and welcome to Philadelphia native Craig Shoemaker.
Wow, I'm ready to leave now. That's too long of a bio. I've got to reduce that thing. We'll start.
Okay, well, next time we'll have a shorter bio. How are you, sir?
I've had
So
a
good to
long
see you.
life
Thank
and a
you for
long
being here.
career, and I just have to reduce it down to today. And here I am. This is at the top of my list in the present and in the now. Here I am with VIP Ignite and everyone here. I'm so pleased and happy to be here. I truly do love sharing this journey, which has been amazing, which you just heard a bit of it right there. And I will say that's the first thing I will say is being in the present, in the now is the most important thing. Mindfulness, presence, being aware, and be present right now. And I was just here for the other speaker, and I was getting something out of it because I just said, just turn it all off,
and be here and have fun. That's what I've been teaching. I've had during the pandemic, a lot of stand-up was shut down. I was playing in I played in Harrison Ford's backyard, where he raised his kids. That's the way I ended up performing anywhere, in front of a pool. There's a lap pool between me and the audience. I just kept picturing Harrison Ford yelling at his kids, "Do another lap, damn it." And then I was like, where does comedy come that I'm in a backyard of Han Solo? Because they shut us all down. So being present and being aware of who you are, Patrick was talking about that, being authentic is the most important thing. Who are you? And who are you in the now? So I had to literally here's my career, which is thriving and making lots of money. And that goes to show you, we have no control over outcome. You can only have control over what you are and who you are and that process. So I called it a spiritual rebooty call. I had to reboot and refresh and shift over to a place that I was wanting to go anyway. And that's a purpose and more meaning. It's great that I do really well on stage still and standing ovations and so forth. But that's just the laughs in that moment. How do we sustain that and scale that? How do you bring the fun to wherever you are? So I will tell you that I've been very fortunate. All those credits and everything led to other parts of the career. So it's the first thing I would say is, don't be myopic on one thing. That resume is large, and it's it's a little daunting sometimes, because some people go, well, what is he? Is he a comic? Is he a coach? Is he a speaker? Is he an author? What is he? Is he a writer? The answer is everything, because we are abundant. If you're in touch with your creator, who you truly are, you can be anything. Your artistic endeavors can take any direction that you want, any direction you choose, whatever's in that moment. So when anyone says to me, let's see, I moved here 30 years ago, and they said I was dating someone who was on a sitcom. I'm watching how they work. I observed how they worked, and I wrote a script, and they bought it. I've been a member of Writers Guild ever since. There was no one that taught me how to write the script. I learned how to write the script by being present and aware and asking questions. Curiosity is a big key. Be curious. The more curious I am, the more impact I can have, the more I can learn. And it's amazing, because anything that unfolds, if somebody says, I've got this opportunity for you, I seize it. I don't say, I'm just a comedian. I think it's the biggest mistake that comedians make, by the way. Very smart people, brilliant. They're writers, they're directors, choreographers, performers, everything but the lighting technician is what a comic does. There's nothing there except for you. And it's been a great training ground, because being that independent has caused this independent thinking, this independent processing, this independent jumping in on something like you're doing. I've taken courses in mentorship. It's so important. And now I am the mentor. And it's been amazing through the years. I've actually not been paid to be the mentor as well, but I was open up to it, being of service. Let's see, the pretty long list of people that I've mentored. Dave Chappelle, I just saw him this summer at his house, and I performed in his cornfield. It was a lot of fun. And Chris Rock was there, my old friend, and Jimmy Fallon. I went with Caroline Ray, and Jon Stewart was there. It's just this big party of people that we've all come from somewhere. And Dave Chappelle, I was his first headliner that he opened for. He was 15 years old. And it was really cool to be backstage, and he's doing my intro, and he says, "This is he's an OG," and he introduces me, and then Chris walks in, and it was just this camaraderie. And that's one thing I teach now, is genuine energy flow. All those people that I named, when you become good at something, you have a genuine energy flow. You have a flow about you. You are you. And when we get together and there's like this appreciation of what we do, we've been through the trenches together. You know, Chris was slapped on national television this past year by Will Smith. And I thought that was horrible. I just thought it was awful. It was so disrespectful of the art of stand-up comedy, which I so honor. And I've mentored, let's see, Judd Apatow. By the way, he started as a stand-up, became a great director. He pivoted. Always be ready to pivot. If you lock into one thing, what does that make you? It's linear. You're an artist. You're supposed to think of all the tapestry. So Judd Apatow used to open for me. I still have tells you how long I've been at it. It's a cassette tape of Steps Ahead. I still have it as a gift he gave to me for allowing him to open for me on the road. And Whitney Cummings, she was another one who used to sell my merchandise, and she became a big comic. And all of these people, we get in the trenches together. Another tip I would give is collaborate. Don't do this by yourself. Invite others in, collaborate with them. You always can offer them something. They can always offer you something. It's so all through the years, we all appreciate one another, and we're in this together. And especially during the pandemic, we really had to get together. We're doing these outdoor shows, and we're doing Zoom shows, and now we're back out. I'm grateful to wear pants at this point, which I am right now, by the way. Don't want to scare anyone.
I was just going to ask you if you were wearing pants.
I'm wearing pants. Yes, I am. And let me tell you something about Genuine Energy Flow. I cast movies and television shows, you know, because I pivoted into producing. I have a show just came out last week on Amazon, a reality show. And I want to tell you, as that person who is casting, you're not looking for talent. You're looking for energy. Who brings the energy? I'm going to be absolutely honest with you right now. I just did one glance at this. Gallery, and the woman, Betty, flies off the screen to me. Flies off the screen. And there are some that are the opposite that I frankly would not cast or want to work with. So that genuine energy flow that Betty has, and Betty, I'm not trying to do anything except for use you as an example of it. It's being honest, and my genuine energy flow is that's exactly what I picked up. There's nothing phony about you. You're organic, and I would want to work with you. I'd have no idea what your talent is, what you do. I know nothing, but that's what walks into the room. And when we walk into the room with desperation, like I need this, or dour, or down, or afraid, in fear. Betty's not in fear. I'm going to stop talking about you, Betty. I want to tell you that a smile is so engaging. Knowing who you are is engaging. So I'm going to give you a little brief what I teach and mentor. It's the acronym for laughter. And this can help a lot in being that energy that you bring into the room. Because if you stay in this outcome, I'll tell you a really quick story about outcome, of how not to do this. When I came to Los Angeles, I was like the guy, you know, like he's the new guy. And Hollywood's about the new guy. And let me tell you something, that's not a good thing. If you're a trend, it's not a good thing. You think that it is at the time, so the ego gets involved, and there's nothing worse than ego that's going to destroy us. Nothing worse in my life that is, and I'll give you one example. They signed me to a contract, NBC signed me to a contract for that season. And I took the money, and I got a house and a girlfriend who's an actress, and did all that stuff that you're supposed to do. I just moved out from Philly. I'm the man. I got a big car, had a big wheel well, this Lincoln Mark 7. Forgot I wasn't in Philly anymore. So I was like cruising around there, and I was the man, you know, and then it all culminated into a test deal. Oh, first of all, I showed up the very first day I signed the contract. I pulled into the guard gate because in my agenda, my mind, coming from Philadelphia and wanting to be famous, not a good goal. Not a good goal to be famous. To be famous is not a good goal. To be me is the goal. That's out at that time. These are my answers. If I only have this, then I'll get this. I can't tell you that equation has not worked one single time. I pulled up the guard gate. I said, because I always wanted a parking spot my whole life. I said, I'm here for my parking spot. He goes, what's your name? I go, Craig Shoemaker. He goes, you're not on the list. I go, well, perhaps you need to look again. I'm the new NBC contract player. Like, I thought I was like Judy Garland or Mickey Rooney from the 40s or whatever. It's like the contract player. This is what I had in my mind. There was no parking spot. So then it comes into a test deal where you sign the deal of what you're going to make. And at that time, that was a lot of money. It's $15,000 a week, minimum 13 weeks on the air. A show called Nut House, and I had my idol, Mel Brooks was the producer, and Harvey Korman was in it, who I grew up watching when I was a kid, and Cloris Leachman I watched as a kid on the Mary Tyler Moore Show. I mean, I'm like, wow. And I'm going to be the kid star. I get there. It's a true story. Show up. It's in an office, NBC. They're all in the other room. There's only one other guy that I'm up against. Then I will start the following week making $15,000 a week in a show and they hand me new lines as sides, or I don't study because I'm the NBC contract. But that's the cockiness and the ego that took over. I'm flirting with the assistant. And I said, hey, I'm the NBC contract player. Like, she's going to come. Can I go on a date with you, NBC contract player? So this is in my mind. I walked in that room, and this is what I'm emphasizing: being present, being in the now, doing the work, which is part of being in the now. Get out of ego, get out of outcome, get out of results. I did not do any of that. I was too young, too stupid, too naive. I wasn't taking classes like this. There was no one mentoring me, just in this flying of ego. I walked in and I went a full-on panic attack. There's Mel Brooks. They didn't introduce me as the NBC contract player. That upset me. I start reading the lines. I am shaking as if I was in a 7-point earthquake. It was so horrible. And they're staring at me. There's a casting director. The head of NBC is there. Brandon Tartikoff. I'm like freaking out. I'm reading the lines. So then, again, presence of mind and presence, I'm not in. I'm in agenda. I'm in fear. I'm in outcome. Oh my God, they don't like me, and they didn't. I pick up a phone in the office. I'm supposed to mime the call. I pick up the phone. The show is called Nut House. I go, hello, Nut House. And the guy on the other line goes, I'm on the line. I'm on this line. Can you switch to another line? I have no presence of mind to switch. I start doing my lines into this guy on his conversation. Oh, Mr. Nut's not here. Do you hear me? I'm on the line. He's upstairs eating a Nutter Butter sandwich. I am on the line. I am on this line. Get off the line. Can you hear me? I said, well, he would come. He loves his Nutter Butter. I'm saying these lines, shaking. The ink is smearing because I have sweat. It's plopping, literally plopping. You can hear the plop of my sweat going onto the paper. And finally he screams, can I curse? I'll say it how he said the curse. He goes, I said, get the F off the effing phone. It goes through the receiver. They can all hear it in the room. And they're staring at me, and I have no me in there. There's no authentic me. There's no organic to it. And I just sheepishly walked out of the room. That other guy got the part. He went on to fame, and I went on to having my contract torn up. The girlfriend went away. And that's the story I will tell you about how when you're in agenda, it's the wrong agenda. It's about ego and about these thoughts of what fame will do. You're out. At least I was out. I can only share my experiences, not my opinions. And I share these experiences, and there's a lot of difficult times I went through to get to that resume that you just heard. And I really have done I was very poor growing up. I had nothing. Literally, my dad left when I was born. Something I said, wah, it's gone. So I lived in 13 different places where I thought the word evict meant move. I was kidnapped when I was a kid by a serial pedophile, suicide, everything not good. And I'd done good. And it always has to do, though, with relationships that I've established from being me. Every relationship I try to establish, it's based on my agenda and what I'm going to get from them reverses itself. And they don't like me. They don't hire me. They don't work with me. So now me as the hirer, that's what I look for. I look for who's going to have fun. I don't want to be. So my friend, by the way, I actually confronted her. We were at this event. As a matter of fact, some of the VIP people were there. We're at this movie premiere a few weeks ago. I happened to be in Arizona. I took her to the event. There's a famous actor, director on stage. He's talking about his movie. And she yells out, "I'm an actress." I was like, oh boy. And I told her afterwards, she goes, "Cast me in your next film." Oh boy. She was my guest. And I said to her afterwards, I was honest with her. And she really was so apologetic. She goes, "I'm normally not that way." But I said, there's no shot that that person's going to hire you based on your desperation that you just showed. You didn't say what I can do for you. You didn't say, "Hey, I'll be a grip," or, whatever it is, or you just said to him what your needs are. And my needs as the as the producer, my needs are, I have stuff that I am not good at, that I need you. There's a lot of stuff I'm not, and there's minutia. And like they said, that resume is pretty big, but so is I have a lot of business that I do. So I need people, team. I can't do everything. Social media, whatever, engagement, all that stuff. I can't do that. So who's there for me? I've given a lot of myself away. Well, I want to have an exchange, not getting something from somebody. I want to have an exchange. And by the way, it's an equal exchange. I don't look at myself as the boss. I look at myself as like, how are we doing this together? How are we collaborating together? I was at a VIP event and I met these two young guys. They sent me a reel. I liked it. They ended up at my house. We're talking about doing a film together. They liked what I pitched them. I liked what they pitched me. I liked their energy. I had no idea. And we have nothing in common. They're from another country. I just dug their energy. They had a smile on their faces. They said, "Hey, I really enjoyed you." It's nice to be heard that someone enjoys what you're doing. Like, I'm spending time, and I just left my son's football practice to be here. So here they were basically saying, "Hey, we appreciate you coming." I came this one night in Hollywood and I spoke. Didn't know I was. They said I was coming to a party. But anyway.
You did come to a party.
What's
You
that?
came to a party at our house. But you knew who invited you, so you knew you were going to be okay just by networking.
I know. You don't have to defend yourself. I'm kidding. That's part of what I teach.
I know, but I love it when you say, "I just went to a party," and the next thing you know, you're like speaking to all of our talent. And I love that because
I was.
I know.
Yeah. But that's a great example of I showed up as me. Whatever the premise was, however I was there, I showed up as me, and I ended up speaking for the same thing in Arizona. There I was at the dinner table. I'm going, "Hey, share the stories, Craig," and everyone had a good time. I walked out of there and I actually hired someone from that, Phyllis.
Yeah.
And but it was based on, I loved her energy. I can work with that, and that's what I walked out of. I love your energy. And that's the genuine energy flow. So let me get back to one of the things I teach when I mentor. I have private clients and I have a course coming out as well. I broke down the word laughter as an acronym. And if you use these things, I can guarantee you, I've seen the results. It will help out of self-obsession, out of agenda, and into you. L is for love. What do you love? If you list what you love and you express that to someone, so now you're out of everything. You're just saying, no, I love when my kids sleep. I love to watch their faces when they sleep. They're just this like little innocence. They have little teacup. It sounds like little tea kettle sounds like when it comes out of my daughter's nose when she's breathing. So I've described that to someone, and like 8 out of 10 people go, man, me too, and this happened. So now you're engaging them in something that you love and you have passion for, and it makes them smile. So you don't have to tell them a joke. You don't have to force a joke on them. You're saying, here's what I love. So list what you love, a long list. There's a lot of things. I love to be by the ocean. I love the sound of the ocean. I just got returned from Maui. I love that sound of the ocean. It moves me. I say that to someone and I see people nodding their heads. Yeah, me too. And that's so list what you love. The next is A for acceptance. What do you not accept? What is really hard to accept? And this is a common thing in life. It's hard to accept. The pandemic was really hard for me to accept mask shamers, especially when they're, hey, put a mask on and their nose is sticking out. I'm like, what's that doing for you there, buddy? It's like putting a condom on your testicles. What the hell's wrong with you? I was like, I don't accept it. You see the frustration I have when I express this? And you do too. You have things you don't accept. We all have things we don't accept. It makes something in common. So what do you not accept? I can't accept people talking loud in movie theaters. I go out of my mind. I've thrown candy at their faces and I wet it so it sticks. This is something I don't accept. That's funny. You are now engaging people in something that they can't accept. My mom and I have a thing now. Her name's Barbara. She has a thing called What's Bugging Barb, and we exchange what bugs her. I'll tell you what bugs me, and she gives me this list, and I go, me too, Mom. And it's this fun bonding that we have. So list that. The you is unique. What makes you unique? List what makes you unique. That's what you're bringing to every equation. My mom belly danced to my high school graduation party. I'll look around this gallery. I guarantee no one's nodding their head. My mom too. Makes me unique. She bought us a keg, came down the steps, finger cymbals and veils, with the following words that I will never forget. There's a divorced mom that was good looking. My friends liked her. She had a navel jewel, and she said these words, ching, 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 with the finger cymbals. I have a treat for you and your friends. Belly danced in front of my friends, 17 years old, screaming. Anyway, unique. Most likely, me telling you that story, if you see me 10 years from now, you're going to go, your mother belly danced at your high school graduation party. And me as a casting director, or me as a producer, I will remember your uniqueness. What makes you unique? So you list that. The G is for gratitude. If we don't settle into that attitude of gratitude, people smell it. They smell the desperation. But if you're grateful for what you have, the opportunities, even to meet someone is an opportunity. Even to have a conversation with someone is an opportunity for gratitude. And if you shift into that gratitude and not this, what I need, what I have to get for my own problems that I have to solve from life. Look, I have a lot of problems I come from. Not anymore. Way worked on that stuff. They don't own me. Anyone that did anything to me, I was bullied and beaten and all of that stuff and kidnapped. Forgive them all. I'm grateful that all of it happened because I have now the opportunity to share it with others and say, you too can get through whatever it is. Grateful to it. Wouldn't think I'd be grateful for being beaten or whatever it is. I am. Made me who I am today. H is for humility. List your rumbles, stumbles, crumbles, and fumbles. Just list them. It's funny. When I tried rollerblading with all the rollerblade equipment, not a rollerblader, had never done it. I started on a top of a hill of our driveway. I didn't start on flat land. My first escapade in rollerblading was on a hill. not good. Then I have a story about it. I went down in a heap in the thorn bushes with my wife is trying to help me. She's shaking, laughing. She was shaking so hard, trying not to laugh at me with thorns, blood on the ground. Then she's going, let me put some ice. Oh, I can't breathe. Your father ran into the rose bushes wearing a hockey helmet. Anyway, so that's humility. Talk about how you fail. People relate to it more. They don't want to hear my successes, my Emmys, whatever it is. Most of the time, people they get jealous anyway. They get the ego and pride and all that stuff. So now you don't have a good connection. They want to hear how you fail. People relate to it. So you list that. T is for truth. There's nothing funnier than truth. I noticed a couple people chuckled at these stories. They're truthful stories of I'm belly dancing or falling down. Truth. Tell the truth. They'll always get you on a lie. You could work on a set. You could work for a long time. But I'm telling you, as the leader of some of these projects, I can always tell when people aren't telling the truth, and I'll never hire them again. E is for ego. Get rid of the ego. I filed for divorce from my ego a while ago. Tries to stay married all the time. Remember that time in the back of the car? Oh, no, I see you, ego. You got to go. You got to go. I got to stay in the presence, higher source, whatever you want to call it, God, light. Stay in that place. Happiness, joy, levity, laughter. Stay in that genuine energy flow. That's what you bring to every situation. I can guarantee you, I'm not going to say it, I'll say it one more time. Betty is going to do really well. Because that energy, you can see it in the gallery right now, glows. And that's the light you want on every set, you want on every single situation you're in. That's what you want. That's what you want to manifest. So, and then where are we? The R is for all the rewords: reboot, recycle, refresh, recharge. Used to be rejuvenate, but women said that sounds like vaginal rejuvenation. So I took that one out. I will tell you another laugher that I like, Montoya. I'm hiring Montoya as well. Anyway, I think that's my time. Oh yeah, wow. I gave you part of my program. I usually don't do, but I love the VIP folks.
Thank you.
And
We love you.
I hope that today you got the message. It's not about the things. I have all these accolades and stuff, and they tell me to put them in the background, the Emmys and the community year and all that kind of stuff. It's like, I do that because they tell me to do it, but it's meaningless. I was on a cover of New York Times, literally 3 pages, 10 photographs. It's in my garage somewhere. It's like, who cares anymore? But at the time, oh, this is it. This is it. This is it for me. The cover of New York Times, 10 photographs, sitcom waiting to happen. I'm still waiting. I didn't get my sitcom. And who cares? Who cares? Here I am here.
You're here.
If I did anything for anyone today besides Betty, if I did anything for anyone today and lifted you into a new vibration, a new energy that you're going to bring into something and everything that you do, then I did my job today. And it didn't get an Emmy. It didn't get an award. It just got my heart.
Lots of hugs when I see you next time. Hey, I've got a question for you. I always talk about the unglamorous, glamorous life. And even though you've worked on Fuller House and you have these A-list friends, you also have friends that aren't in the business. So can you tell everybody that's on here what your friends that aren't in the business think you do versus what a typical day is like for you? Because I know you work really hard.
Yeah, I do. I really do. I work too hard, to tell you the truth. And I am looking for people to help me. Just FYI, I'm really, I'm overwhelmed because of being so, I do believe in the unlimited. Just be unlimited. If you got anything out of today, just understand you can do anything in the business, not what you just think you're supposed to be doing. Broaden it out. You might end up being a grip. You don't know.
But I like when you said like comedians, because I get people, oh, I'm only a model. I'm like, what does that mean? You could be doing so much. Take the blinders off. You don't know.
Other people will project onto you who they think you are. Don't listen to them at all. I mean, because they're limited in their thinking. We're artists. We're creators. If you're tapped into the creator, it's unlimited. The creator's unlimited. Look, built the earth, built the universe. You know, I mean, that's what we have. We can build our own universe, whatever you want to do. You know, go down that path and that path and that path. But you asked me in a question originally. Oh,
Yeah. What do your friends think of you that aren't in this business?
I have a friend from this will tell you. I hope this is another story that kind of like accentuates the importance of relationships. I have a friend who was I wasn't close to him growing up because I was poor, other side of the tracks, and not, you know, I didn't think I was smart at the time. He's a genius, like literally a genius. As a matter of fact, his last name is does his name Griswold sound familiar to anybody? So his name's Kent Griswold, and he went to Harvard. He's talk scholarships, just anyway. I cheated off him in school. Like, I've known him since third grade. But there was something about me that he liked, and I always liked him as well. He's very quirky, but brilliant guy. He goes to Harvard, and he's with the Harvard Lampoon guys, and they wrote a movie called Vacation. And Clark Griswold, he was called Clark Kent because of his glasses, is actually Kent Griswold. He's this guy that I grew up with. So we stay in touch a little bit. We could go 10 years without seeing one another. He would come to my shows, and then he came to my show one night in December 2019, and he hands me this, he shows me this show that he did, and it was horrific. Instead of just criticizing him, I said, Kent, it was a business show modeled after Shark Tank. I said, let me handle this thing. So I go to someone else I know who does things in a good balanced way from me. We collaborated. Within 6 weeks, we were up and shooting that show, and it's on Amazon Prime now. A new season just came out. And here I am working with he's the lead, and I'm working with my friend from third grade that I used to cheat off of. And that tells you that it's important to keep people in your, because he's a great guy. He's got great integrity. And I love working with him. And I love bringing his project, which was a piece of junk, couldn't be on cable access. Dude, now the guy has a show on Amazon and other other platforms with reviews. By the way, please review it. I'm going to watch for anybody who goes reviews Wolfpack, the Wolfpack PAC. It's a business show. I reskinned it. We were shut down from the pandemic, so we only got 4 episodes. So now we have all 8 episodes up. But you'll see that the last from 5 to 8 I'm in it now, and I added more fun and more levity than the first time because we were on like almost in a rush before. Anyway, there it is. And I got them, the Philadelphia Eagles. I'm friends with the Philadelphia Eagles. They let us use their stadium and all their facilities. It's all from relationships. It's all from relationships. I mean, here it's like a dream for him. This guy, his show is up on the scoreboard of the team that he loves. I mean, so for me, that was such joy to watch nerdy Kent walk into that stadium with his Carson Wentz jersey, and just so, wow, it was wonderful to have that dream of his fulfilled, and that made mine fulfilled. So that's being of service, that's being present, and really embracing relationships, nurturing relationships. So who would have known in third grade when he's left-handed, I always sat on his right so I could cheat off him. So who would have known? Here we are, years later, with a show on national television that we did together. Can't predict it.
What was your biggest aha moment with your career? Like your holy crap.
I have one. Very specific. I was really on a roll, Mr. NBC contract player. I did get on a roll in the 90s and really a lot of cool stuff. One of them was I met my idol, Don Knotts. Everybody's too young. I remember Barney Fife. And
we know Barney. Yeah.
Well, you do, but a lot of people here don't. But it was Mr. Furley on Three's Company. He was like my idol growing up because I was a geek. And I did Comic Relief, and I did a press conference, and they brought him up next to me because he was on the show right before me, and he was backstage watching me do him live on stage, which is kind of freaky. And I'm doing the old Barney. They said, "Oh, you guys do," you know, I'm doing Barney fight. All right, Andy, you got to dip it in the mud, Andy. And he turns me, he's old, and he goes, "I can't do that anymore. You do me better than me." So I was like, again, what kind of dream is coming true here where I watch this guy grow? I'm a little kid watching the Andy Griffith Show on reruns. And here I am with this guy. Yeah. How does that manifest? How does that happen? What was your question originally? I had an answer for it too. Oh, yes.
Your biggest aha moment. Like,
I'm on a roll.
Yep. You're doing
Things
great.
like that. And I turn to my agent, I go, everybody says to me, how come you don't have a sitcom? Because that's the thing in the 90s. It was the 90s. A 25-year-old kid, 90s. I'm supposed to have a sitcom. I didn't have one. And he said, because they don't know who you are. I said, whoa, what? And I got defensive. What about Seinfeld? He had a show about nothing. What is my show's about? A guy that doesn't know who he is. I was like trying this. And that was the day. I also was accused of stealing, material, and some of it was true. It was, if it wasn't stolen, it was borrowed. It was like how someone else did it. I said, you know how you can prevent that from happening? And again, I did this today. I'm not giving my opinion. That's when it shifted. I said, just share your experiences. If you share your experiences, that's who you are, and there's no one like it. That's what my aha moment was, and I've been living it ever since. There's nobody that's like me, and that's not a bragging thing. There's no one like you. There's no one like you at all. Cannot be done. So if I copy people, then they're getting a copy version, and there's imposter syndrome and everything else. And I actually won Comedian of the Year. Like previous winners were Seinfeld, Jeff Foxworthy, Ellen DeGeneres. I think, I'm going to get a sitcom now about a show about a redneck and a show about nothing. So that's what I thought to myself. This is it. I got this award. It was presented by Lily Tomlin, who's a legend, and Roseanne, ABC. There I am. Loneliest night of my life. The loneliest night of my life. I felt like such a phony. I didn't know where to go. I didn't know who to brag to. I didn't know. Nobody wants to hear a bragging. They don't care. So that's what I will tell you is the aha, ha-ha, I call it a ha-ha moment, is, oh, man, you just tell your story. You be you. You ground yourself in you. And there you go. The rest is okay. The rest just unfolds. However it's supposed to unfold, whether you're working with a friend from third grade or my friend hired me for Fuller House when the new show came out. And my friend I was actually the runner-up to the guy that got Dave Coulier that got Full House, Uncle Joey. And I was the runner-up to him. But I stayed friends with Jeff, the creator, all these years. We're still best of friends. So him rejecting me didn't mean, move on to someone else. We're really, really close friends to this day. And he goes, hey, man, I could use a comedian in the writer's room. I never was in a writer's room before. I should have said no, right? In Limited, I would have said, no, I'm building my acting career. I'm not on time for that. No, I showed up for season 2 of Fuller House. And by the way, it wasn't easy. Really, really hard being in those writers' rooms. So people attacking one another, trying to get the job for next year. And by the way, that's an example of I wouldn't want to work with 90% of the people in that room again because of their desperation of, I'm going to get the job next year by taking you down this year, because they're so desperate. Now, I have the luxury of I'm not desperate. I have plenty of successes and plenty of opportunities, so I didn't even need to be in the room. I was being of service to my friend. I was bringing a comedian with these writers who are intense and they're scared. They're not going to get the job next year. But I did get a co-writer out of that room who I did like. So we show up, be honest, be organic, authentic, all the other things I talked about today. Be loving, share your love, not your resentments, not your blame, not your victimhood, and see who comes to you. They're the ones you want to be with anyway. Did that answer your question?
Yes, that was great. And somebody had asked earlier, we had Les Brown on and all these tremendous people. Well, what does mindset have to do with entertainment? You have, like you said, like sometimes it's your loneliest night and who else are you going to talk to? So sometimes you do have to be your number one cheerleader, your number one best friend. So I thank you so much for today. It was amazing. We loved having you.
I love being here. Does anybody do you offer questions for them, or is it just?
You know what? We're gonna hold off on questions for right now, but thank you so much, Craig. Every time I have the opportunity to be in a room with you, whether it's a Zoom room or a room, it's amazing. So thank you so much for being here.
Oh,
I can't. The next time I guess we have to go to an Eagles game in Philly. Is that our next stop, you and I? I mean, I'll be voting for whoever they're playing, but
I raised my kids authentically in Los Angeles to be Eagles, Sixers, Flyers, Phillies fans.
hey, that's awesome.
I'm going to do it my way. So it's not popular in Los Angeles to be a Philly fan, but or anywhere in the world for that matter. But
Only
anyway,
in Philly, and even there it's
please
questionable.
follow me on Instagram, official Craig Shoemaker. Please follow me on Instagram, official Craig Shoemaker. Private message me, craigshoemaker.com. laughterheals.com. If you're interested in mentorship or coaching or anything like that, I'm here for others. That's what gives me the most pleasure. I don't get pleasure from accolades and crap like that. I get pleasure by a smile and a laugh and a heart and that. So thank you all.
Well,
And you're fun to bring to dinner parties, which is even better. You never know Don Knotts is going to show up. Yeah.
Oh, I went to that dinner party. You guys got a lot of the funny stories out of it.
We keep finding you. LA, Scottsdale, movie premieres.
Las Vegas.
I know, but everywhere I go, I have a restraining order against you at this point. So
Sure.
I'm glad we're apart here. But so yeah, I mean, look, and the reason I show up at those things is Bill and you guys. We're about fun.
Yeah.
We're having fun and learning at the same time and engaging and collaborating and working with one another. All of that's great for creating that flow. And that I would emphasize it for everyone. You're doing the right thing by investing in yourself. That's a big key as well. Invest in mentorship, invest in learning, invest in all of that. Learn from people that have been there. You pick out the things that you need. If some stuff you won't, half the things I said today, you're not going to connect with. Might even think, no, I'm no interest in that, but the half you might.
Yeah.
Go with that. Be curious, and hope you got something out of today.
Yeah.
That's awesome. Thank you so much, Craig. We really appreciate it. It was amazing. Awesome. Thank you, sir.
You got it.
Craig.
Awesome. How awesome was that? Like, I love his heart, because literally everywhere he shows up, like, I know Alicia alluded to this a little bit, but we were in Hollywood and we rented this huge mansion, and Bill came. He's like, "Oh, I'm going to bring some friends." We're like, "Okay, that's cool." So Bill Walsh is one of our mentors. I'm going to bring some friends. We're like, "Okay." So Craig and his friends show up, and they're like, "Hey, what's up?" And then like 15 minutes later, we have him like on the hot seat, giving an hour masterclass on comedy and his career. And it was like absolutely crazy. And then it's the same thing. Michael and I were in Las Vegas, and Bill's like, again, I feel like all roads right now lead back to Bill Walsh. She's like, "I need you guys to meet me here in 20 minutes. We're like, "Okay." And like, we did. And there's Craig. I'm like, "Craig Shoemaker, how are you here in Vegas now? Don't you live in LA? What's going on?" And then we're in Scottsdale. Same thing. He's like, I'm like, "I know that. How are you here now?" But the thing, it's awesome because
he was at the movie premiere with Kevin Sorbo.
Yeah, he was at the movie premiere too. Yeah. So the moral of the story is you have to show up for your own success. And you guys are here right now, so you're showing up for your own success. So let's give ourselves a round of applause here for showing up for our success.
You also know you're around the right circle of friends. And I think that for those of you that, and I get a lot of emails, Deneen, I want to get into this industry. It's just my friends and family don't believe in me. Well, you have one of the writers from Fuller House who works with Dave Chappelle, all these amazing people. We're going to take you out of your environment and put you in our network. Who wants in? Type "I want in." Because
Yeah.
that's honestly like successful people, we're gonna keep finding each other because that's our circle.
Yeah.
And you know, I think it's great because the question is, even though you can take a selfie with Craig or follow Craig, what are you going to do with the connections that you have? A lot of people don't have the follow through,
Yeah.
or follow up, I should say.
Either. You can
Either.
follow up all you want, but a lot of times people will follow up once and then that's it. But the follow through is being consistent in your follow up. So you guys are getting all these nuggets today. Awesome. All right, guys. So we want to keep this going. We want to respect your time. We want to respect our speakers' times. So it was so funny. Okay, he's muted, so he can't respond to this. So it was so funny. I was sitting there innocently listening to Craig Shoemaker talk about his first time when he went rollerblading. And Alicia, it brought me back to a moment in time with our next speaker. So I'm going to tell you this, and then I'm sure he'll defend himself as soon as I unmute him. So we were in Hollywood about 2.5 years ago celebrating Alicia's birthday. And
80s
she
birthday party.
80s
At a
themed
roller
birthday
skating
party.
rink.
Yep, at a skating rink where Rihanna
It's
skates.
Hollywood. It's a
Yeah.
Hollywood party.
Yeah,
you
it's a
know.
Hollywood party. And our next speaker, Mr. Ryan Colby, I can see him scowling and I can't even see his face yet. But he told us that what an amazing roller skater he was. Mike and I were talking about this last night, actually. He was like, I am the best roller skater that ever roller skated. I was like,
It's a
oh, really?
fact.
And you are so humble too. And he said to me, Deneen, I do not speak opinion. I only speak fact.
True.
So when he showed up at the roller skating rink and lasted about, I don't know, 15 seconds on
Wait,
its
but he
skate.
was dressed up as like Michael Jackson from the Bad album.
Yeah,
with,
he
like,
looked
the leather.
absolutely fabulous.
I mean, like he was full out decked Michael Jackson. So he had that whole 80s theme. He was feeling-
Everyone was looking at him
I'm
when
sure
he
had
came
a
rolling.
Cosmopolitan in his hand with his cute little roller skates.
Yeah, so let me introduce you now to our next guest. Okay, so our next guest. Hold on, I'm not unmuting you though until I get through the introduction. You're gonna yell.
You know he's gonna say
He's
something.
gonna yell at me, guys.
I'll just
Pray
do
for
it.
me for 2 seconds. I'm
I just
about to
did
get
for
yelled
you.
at.
Yeah.
Thanks.
I'll
Okay,
do
so
it.
our next guest has been labeled as one of the top 7 most powerful agents in the world. He started his career as a model at the age of 12 and now has almost 4 decades in the industry as an icon of fashion. Fun fact about him, his first gig was with Benetton. He opened Emmanuel Ungaro at the age of 15. He art directed over 20 covers of Vogue. He has been proclaimed to have one of the best eyes to scout in the business. And by the way, he's been looking through and texting me the people that he's interested in. What? He has run his agency successfully for 12 years. Through the good times and the bad times, never has he wavered. He had the record number of covers for the agency, 72 in 1 year during a global pandemic, might I add. For almost 2 decades, he has styled some of Hollywood's biggest stars, taking Ethan Hawke from the worst dressed to the best dressed. He has placed talent worldwide for campaigns for the top luxury brands in the world. Everyone, please give a standing ovation and a rousing round of applause for the one, the only, Mr. Ryan Colby.
And I see people already typing, can you tell us your skincare regime? That's how we'll come back.
Yeah, right. Hi, everyone.
Hello, Mr. Colby.
Hi. So I need 90 seconds to defend myself
Happy New
over
Year.
the
Happy New Year.
skating issue. Now, it is going to go down in history as one of my lowest moments. But the problem is that I really, really thought it was kind of like riding a bike. Because when I was young, I would skate all the time with my friends, and I misunderstood gravity and weight gain and height and all
And we
of these.
also, hold on, I'll defend you also. You and I also came to the conclusion that the wheels were a lot looser than when we were children.
Probably, yeah.
We
I mean,
talked
I
about
don't
that.
know.
I'm
I've
trying
been
to
on
think.
bikes as an older person. I've done other things. I used to do when I was a kid, and I successfully did them. So when this whole 80s theme party came up, I'm like, oh, I'm going to kill it, because I've been to the roller rink several hundred times between the ages of 5 and 15, so but obviously, I was wrong. It rarely happens, but it is. Only issue is that there were witnesses. I would deny it if nobody was there, but
Yeah, you had about 70 witnesses. I don't think you can deny it. There's no
And I
plausible
love the
denial.
fact that like you had some of our models bringing you like cosmopolitans, because there was that center section and holding your
Hold on.
with your roller skates. And I have a picture of you holding onto the referee's back, and he's well, but whatever.
Yeah, that was tragic.
But
Anyway.
you're here and you look very fashionable. Your skincare, everybody's asking already. Can you tell us your skincare regime? Just to,
I don't have one today. I'm not feeling 100%. So there was no skincare regime today. It's just natural for me to look like this. So
we're all blessed.
But today I did nothing because I'm not feeling 100%. So I slept in and I was just, I didn't do anything.
Now you're still in Los Angeles, correct?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Are you ever coming home?
Yes, in February I'm coming home for Fashion Week. I have Fashion
I act
Week.
like I still live in New York. Are you coming home? Okay.
Yeah. I have to be back for Fashion Week, so I will be there, and then I have to come back. I have to come back here for spring, summer, or summer. It's Fashion Week. And that leads me to the topic of today is what's going on and what's happening. It's been a very busy couple of weeks. Even though Christmas came and Hanukkah came and definitely ate up some time because clients are not around during those times. But European Fashion Week is in full swing. I had 4 boys fly over on New Year's Day, which was challenging on the plane, but they got there. And I have a couple boys doing Todd's exclusively, which is good. I found out yesterday. So they're not allowed to do any other shows. So Todd's is paying for them to do their one show and one show only, and keeping them away from the other designers. And then one of the other boys is running around going on a bunch of appointments. He's been texting me. I placed him with an agency in Milan, a new agency, a brand new agency that's doing very well. And I placed him with them. They're called Mom, which I don't know what the name is, kind of funny, but I placed him with them, and he's running around like a chicken doing whatever they're telling him to do. So I've been monitoring that through my phone, like just, calling back and texting back, and WhatsApp has been my saving grace because it's free and you can call anyone you want. And so I've been doing that. And funny enough, I have some boys from Milan that decided not to do the shows, and they flew to America to shoot and build their books because they just didn't feel like doing shows. So they're in Miami. They're coming up to New York next week. So I've been coordinating that. That's been challenging because they don't speak English. And it's been, I've been working it out with Google Translate, copy and pasting, sending their appointments, and like trying to make it work. But they've made it to everything. They haven't missed anything. So I've been doing that. What else has been going on? Sex and the City season 2 is in full gear, shooting like crazy. It's called And Just Like That, but I'm just calling it Sex and the City reboot just because it's easier for me. And they're shooting like crazy, and I have guys doing episodes frequently. I have some doing. Here's a little thing that I had to go through last week. This was not fun. So season 1, Sam, one of my guys who his name is Tyler, but he's changed his name to Sam, and he had a really good featured part in season 1, and they called him back for season 2 a couple months ago when they did the first episode, and he couldn't do it because he was at a wedding. So I thought that was the end for him for season 2. But then last week they called him again, and they were like, "Can he do this episode?" but now he's got a sinus surgery, some to make him breathe better. But they said even with the sinus surgery, they still wanted him, because the day that he gets the cotton balls removed from his nose is the day they wanted him to do the COVID test. But they said they would even waive the COVID test and have him do it the morning of the shoot because they want him. So I'm like, okay, that's great. It's a really good rate. It's actually more than what they paid last season. And it was 2 days and they moved it to 3 days. I'm all excited. And then yesterday, last minute, they're like, the producers have changed their idea and now they don't want him and they want a bodybuilder instead. So now he's out and I got to find a bodybuilder for them. So that's been my week. Dealing with that.
Can I ask you a quick question, Rye? So you have models that sometimes get submitted out for like shows like Gossip Girl or Blue Bloods or a TV show. Why would a model want to book TV like the Sex and the City reboot? Do they have a preference?
Why would a model want to do that?
Yeah.
Well, the reason they wanted a gorgeous face, it's the reason why you would want to do it is A, money is really good. B, it's an international show that everyone sees. And C, you can put it on your resume. And D, it's SAG wavered. So for all those reasons.
How much does that pay? What does it pay?
Last season they were paying $650 an episode for the featured extra.
Okay.
This season they're paying $950 an episode for featured
Sure.
extra.
That's great.
Plus $100 for a COVID test.
How many of you guys want to make $1,000? Even, and this is what I really want to stress to you guys. I get models all the time, Ryan. Oh, I'm only interested in modeling. Okay, I understand.
you have to
but
be
when
able to
Sex
do
and the
that.
City
Everybody
needs you're not having to memorize lines. You're just cute. So stand in the corner. If you agree.
No. The
amen.
last season, he basically just slid a drink to Kristen Davis, like sexily, and flirted with her. That was his scene.
And see.
You didn't have to say anything.
That's fine because he's cute, so he doesn't need to.
So anyway, so yeah, I mean, but for him speaking, like he auditioned for a reboot of Urban Legend. He auditioned for what else did he audition for? He auditioned for American Horror Story. He auditioned for a few other things. The only thing he's gotten was an Amazon.uk series called Series of Light that actually comes out next month, finally. They've been delayed. I finally got an email like 2 weeks ago that it's coming out in February, where he plays a catfisher who pretends to be a girl online, but is catfishing his friend. It's weird, but anyway, that's what that's his role. But he hasn't gotten a lot. He's not really an actor. He definitely looks like one, but he's got to work on it. And so we're slowly working on that. So
Now, Ryan, being that you're bi-coastal, what do you think the biggest difference is between the New York and the LA market? And should a talent just relocate, not knowing where they fit in? Can you talk a little bit about
no, you have to be told where you fit in. I mean, the New York market and the LA market are extremely different, yet the same. I mean, there are very, very, very strong similarities, but also there are very glaring differences. So you have to have an agent that you trust and that you like and that likes you to really guide you the right way. And it can't be about convenience or my grandmother lives in New York or my cousin Bobby lives in LA and I want to be near them. And that's not the reasons you go to those cities. You go because the opportunities for your look, your training, your abilities already, your demeanor warrant that city. So everyone's different. So I have models in LA that really shouldn't be here, and I'm working to get them to New York and vice versa because their look isn't working here, and vice versa. So it just depends upon everyone's an individual, and you can't pick the city on your own. You have to have someone with knowledge of the work going on in that city and make a educated decision.
Now,
and sometimes it's not going to be pretty and you're not going to like it because New York sometimes isn't cute, with the weather and the crowdedness and et cetera, et cetera. but if that's where you have to be to start, then that's where you have to go. And vice versa with LA. LA is spread out. Yes, the weather is nicer, but we're having mudslides now. This is not cute. We're having we're having earthquakes, we're having other things. So there's pros and cons to both cities. But you just have to do what you have to do. So, and some more things that are going on is it's e-com season, which is very, very heavy right now. And bridal season will be coming up in March. There's lots of things. People get so obsessed with Fashion Week, which is great because it is a fun time, but there's so much more things going on besides that throughout the other 52 weeks of the year that have nothing to do with Fashion Week. So I focus on a lot of other things. There's television, there's bridal, there's lots of e-com. Amazon is shooting like crazy. One of your graduates has been doing Amazon.com stuff. I've had other guys do it that aren't from the VIP family, but Brandon Durman has been shooting Amazon, and so I've been working with them more and more and more, which is good because it's constant. Amazon shoots 7 days a week, 365. It's just a matter of, will they pick my people 7 days a week, 365? Lately, it's been like 1 to 2 days a week, but that's fine. I'll take it. And it will increase as I have more models and as I give them more faces. They have more choices. Sometimes, actually, last week they emailed me for shoots, and I'm like, you've seen every single person. I don't have anybody else. So I got to get new people.
Well, I have some new people for you. I mean, there's a lot of people on here. I don't know whether or not they'll make the cut, but will Amazon or any of these big clients ever work with someone without representation?
No, Amazon would never. They are everything is like so regimented in paperwork and IDs to get in the building and this and that. It has to go through a third party, which is an agency. They don't use any outside sources for anything. Even the food that comes in comes from a catering house. The hair and makeup people come from an agency. Everything is done through companies that they trust to bring in people to do the job. And that includes the talent. So no, you cannot get on Amazon.com being a freelancer or answering an ad or having your Aunt Bobby, your Aunt Sally call, you cannot do it. It's just, it's really strict to get in there. And they're one of the hardest companies to get into. I, years ago, booked things with them and I thought that I was in, and I was sadly mistaken because I wasn't in, and I never heard from them again. And then recently a new person took over casting of models, and I know them, so I got back in. I don't know why they took me out. I'm not quite sure, but now I'm in, and that's all that matters.
That's all that matters. So if you're in, we're in. Okay, because Ryan, I get a lot of people that email me asking me, oh, I'm up on these websites, or oh, I paid for pictures or for modeling classes. So you mean to for somebody who has professional photos done, if you're their agent, will you use those photos, or are you going to require them to go get new test shoots?
Extremely rare. I think maybe I can count on one hand the amount of times I've used existing photos when someone comes to me. I always have to redo everything. So the answer is 99.95% no, I will not use them. And the rare occasion you got extra lucky and you happen to snap a couple good images, good for you. But the chances of that happening, a meteorite's going to crash into this house before that happens.
Don't say that. Knock on wood. Things have happened in LA.
This is true. I shouldn't have said that. LA is like fucked up right now. So, sorry. LA is screwed up right now. So there's chances that it could happen.
Yeah, it's LA. Because Ryan, I get a lot of people that are doing pageants, and they've gone to like 99 and all these other companies, and they're like, well, I already have professional photos, and then I have to be the bearer of bad news going, yeah, but they're not good. I can't use them. And that's why with here at VIP, like even working with you, to have photos done the correct way, we can't use any other photo unless it's done correctly, because you're risking our brand to submit you to a cast. It's not about your brand, it's about us submitting you. And you had mentioned a little bit about Fashion Week. I had somebody email me today asking me if I wanted to purchase a ticket to Fashion Week. And I was like,
Yeah.
you know why would I buy a ticket to go to Fashion Week? I don't think so. So Ryan, can you go over
You know,
even
like,
fashion?
there are no tickets. Yeah, there are no tickets able to be sold for Fashion Week. It doesn't work that way. It's an invite only situation. They invite buyers, magazine editors, prominent writers, fashion writers, you know, New York Times, LA Times, etc.
Your brand has to help their brand.
Yeah, so there is no invite of strangers, you know, coming to the
Nor are you
show for
selling
what
tickets.
value do you bring? So there's no selling of tickets, because if you did sell tickets, like a concert, anyone can go, and that's great because a musical artist depends upon a cluster of strangers to pay to live their life. Fashion houses don't need that. They need it for you to go to the store and buy that sweater and buy that dress and buy those pants, but they don't need you to see the collection 6 months ahead of time. So it's purely for the inside people in fashion, the buyers, the writers, the et cetera, et cetera. So the celebrities that wear the clothes, that literally will wear that dress right off the runway and get that designer press, that's useful. So yes, they're going to invite actresses and actors and publicists, and stylists and people like that, because they can be like, okay, I want that dress tomorrow morning on Scarlett Johansson. And
Or
it
Jenny
literally,
Ortega. Yeah.
it literally is on her tomorrow morning when she's doing whatever she's doing. So that's the reason why stylists are go. So you can't sell tickets to your cousin and your neighbor and your boyfriend and girlfriend. Like, what value do they bring to the table? Zero. So why would fashion houses do that? The people that do that have created these one-offs using the word Fashion Week, and they can make money off of it because they're like, hey, Fashion Week is so popular. Let's just use the word Fashion Week and sell tickets for $9.99, $20, or whatever they're selling them for. And you get 500 people to do that. Well, you've made some money. You know,
Can you book Fashion Week without an agent? Will they ever book a freelance?
No, they will not.
Okay.
No, not for the main shows. Those one-off shows, yeah, they'll literally book anyone that walks in the door, because if you have two legs and a mouth and you can sell tickets, they'll use you. But
Because they're
that's
looking
not
for
modeling.
income, right?
That's not modeling. That's fake modeling, and nobody respects it, and people think it's funny, and they laugh at you behind your back because it's not real. And you kind of look like an idiot, especially as an adult doing it, and you're trying to pass that off as reality to an agent or a casting director. They're laughing at you behind your back, saying you must have the intelligence of, you know, a pilot, you know, a plate of peas if you thought that this was real. So when you're doing these or when you're being approached to do these low rent fashion shows that make you sell tickets to your friends like Girl Scout cookies, that's not modeling. That's not real.
You pretty much just, you know, put a nail in your
And it
coffin.
really can hurt you, especially, you know, if you fall for it once and you didn't know any better, obviously things are forgivable and no crime is being committed. It's not like this is illegal. They can do whatever they want. If I could have a Fashion Week in this house tomorrow and sell 100 tickets, and I bet you I could sell them, but it doesn't make it, it's not illegal. It's stupid, but it's not illegal. So the point is, it's like, if you fall for it once, okay, fine. I mean, life happens, it happens. But if you do it over and over and over and over and over again, and you start compiling this body of work as this idiot who's selling tickets to fashion shows, you're never going to get an agency in New
You're
York or LA.
naive. Yeah.
You're
'Cause
never
I-
going to get an agent in New York or LA, because when they see that online, or you're, you know, telling people about it on set, they're going to be like, you can't be with us, because that's not our brand. Our brand is the top echelon of shows, and you're doing these C-D level shows. We don't want that in our chicken coop. You know, you're spoiling the bunch.
Even getting bad photos done, going to horrible showcases, sometimes even pageants, or doing the brand ambassador influencer stuff on the internet.
Yeah,
A lot
all of
it-
those things are in the same pot. The brand ambassador thing is just as bad, because it's permanent, it's online. At least with a fashion show, you can pretend you weren't there. But if you feel like it, you can lie and say that wasn't me. But with the brand ambassador, it's kind of pictures are taken, you've tagged stuff. Just because you delete something off Instagram doesn't mean it's gone forever. I can still find it. So can clients. So that's kind of worse actually, because it's more permanent.
Well,
So,
if you represent one brand and you take a photo, now if you were to get submitted out for Sephora, it's a conflict of interest. They can't have any affiliation with you being the face of another brand, even if you.
yeah, that happened with one of our former talent. Remember, a girl, she did a beauty blending, one of those beauty blenders.
Yep.
And I think it paid okay, but it was before she met us, and she did a commercial for them. She did an online video for them. But then when I got a hold of her, because I liked her, when I got a hold of her, I started submitting her to A-level makeup people, i.e. Laura Mercier. And when Billy, who's the casting director at Laura Mercier, fell in love with her face, but then looked her up on Instagram, and here we go with the beauty blender.
Girl.
And they were like, oh, no, can't use her because it's a low rent product. Yes, do you need a beauty blender? You absolutely need it, but get some other model to do it. Like when you're an A-level face, you can't be doing C-level product stuff. And that's when an agent comes in and tells you, you can't do that. But at the time, she didn't have an agent, so it was a forgivable offense. But it was just a perfect example of now Laura Mercier wants you, and now they don't because of something stupid you did a year and a half ago that you should have waited until you had an agency before you started accepting these silly little $500, $1,000 jobs. I mean, at the moment, $1,000 sounds cute, but if it ruins the rest of your career, it's not so cute.
Yeah, for sure. Did you guys learn anything right there? Let me see, scale 1 to 10. So you can't book Real Fashion Week without an agent. Do not run and do the brand ambassador influencer stuff, fake pageant showcases, any of those things. Unless, I mean, maybe you're just doing it because you want to do it for self-fulfillment, but it's not going to help you in our industry.
And people get excited because people are offering money. And I do get it because you're a student or something, or you need it. It's like, hey, I'll pay you $500 to hop these jeans or the sneaker or I don't know, whatever else they're selling. And it sounds cute at the moment as it's happening, as it's coming out of. You have to also understand that if you plan on doing this for 8 years, 10 years, 12 years, 15 years, you actually plan on making this a career, you have to have outside counsel, i.e. an agent, to tell you, is this a good idea? They're offering $1,000, but is this a good idea? And sometimes the answer is yes. Sometimes I've had people write me and I look at them as a model or as a talent, and they're like, oh, this company offered me $1,000 to do this. Should I do it? And the answer is yes. Yeah, you probably should, because their face is a little more commercial and they're not going to ever get A-level companies to ask them to do certain things. So there's no big deal if they do this company because this is kind of their ceiling. So that's actually a good thing because it can start them on the trail to do smaller advertising. You always need faces to do smaller advertisements. It doesn't mean it's a bad thing. It just means that certain faces should do that and certain faces shouldn't. So, but then there's the A-level faces. When you ask them to do that, you really should say no because you're holding out for the bigger clients to come. And if they see that online, it's a wrap. They will not use you. So that's why you need an agent, because they will tell you this is a good thing, that's a good thing, that's a bad thing, that's a bad thing. And that's what I do every day. And
Yeah. Ryan, can you tell us very quickly how much this business has changed since the pandemic? I mean, obviously casting directors, are they primarily still working from home in LA? Because I know New York.
It's like 50%. I mean, most people are, but I guess it's like 70-30. I guess 70% are back in their offices. I mean, they're back in their offices. They're seeing people, not to the degree that they were. They're not having 40 people in their lobby and, but they are sitting in their office, seeing the 10 people they asked for. that day or that week. They are using their computers, reviewing self-tapes. So yeah, it is 70-30. There are plenty of people who probably will never return to an office, and that's fine. But most have. As far as the self-tape game, that's actually revved up, where the casting directors, yeah, I'm going to be in my office, but I prefer to see the self-tapes before I start calling in strangers to be running through my office. So the self-tape game for the talent is now at its highest level, where you got to have the camera, you got to have the good lighting, you got to have the backdrop, you got to have, you know, the good recorder equipment, because that's 90% of what you're going to be doing. They're very rarely going to call you in immediately unless you have a killer reel and they're like, oh, we don't even want to see yourself talk, we just want to see them. And that does happen, but you have to be a working actor for that. For someone new, like pretty much everyone on this call, you have to have good equipment, because 95% of your castings, if it's acting based, will be a self-tape, which is, do I need to explain that, or did you guys already do that?
We haven't really gone over self-tapes. We could go over that. We can go over that tomorrow, but you know, because
Okay.
I get a lot of
You have to
people,
do a
Ryan.
self-tape for the few people that you know that know what it is. You have to do a self-tape, and then you get submitted by your agent for a role on, say, American Horror Story or Law and Order or whatever. And then if they're like, okay, that was really good, we need to see her Thursday at 1:00, then you will physically go see whoever is casting.
So for those of you that live in Michigan or Mississippi or wherever you live, oh, do I have to live in New York or LA? No. But if somebody were to submit you and you did a stellar self-tape, and you know, you had a portfolio or a headshot, and somebody like a Ryan Murphy, their casting director, wanted to see you, well, then that's when you're getting on a plane and traveling at your own dollar to go to LA. Because until you book that job, no one's paying for you to go and audition. Does that make sense for everybody? So being reliable, being resourceful, being professional. How many of you guys feel as though you know how to do a proper self-tape? Let me see, type self-tape yes or self-tape no, I need help. Because Ryan, I can tell you that there's so many people that think that they know how to do self-tapes. Ryan, you see a lot of self-tapes.
They do, but they really don't. Self-tapes is a science. And if you don't do it right, you might as well have not even auditioned. And I know a lot of people, and I hate to say this, and I'm sure someone's going to get upset, but you really don't know what you're talking about. You really don't know. And I bet you the one person on here that thinks they know, I would be very surprised if they really did know. Because it is a science, and you have to do it a specific type of way. And unfortunately, the average casting director, they pretty much all have the same demeanor. They all have the same temperament. They all have the same likes and dislikes. So you kind of have to fall into a box in order to appease them, to get their attention. And if you don't know how to do that, you're wasting time auditioning for things, because you're never going to get it. You know, you're never going to get the jobs, is what I mean.
Let's say a self-tape is, you know, 1.5 to 2 minutes. How much would you say a casting director actually watches?
If you're amazing, you grip them in 10 seconds, they'll watch it all. But if you're not, they'll watch 10 to 12 seconds and move on to the next. I know when looking at a self-tape in the first 10 seconds, if you got it. And if you got it, great, I'll watch the whole thing. If you don't have it, then you just don't have it.
I want everybody to write 10 seconds. And I want you to think about, if you had a chance to hit record and you had 10 seconds, because Ryan, our goal here at VIP Ignite is to put our talent face to face with some of the biggest names, because we're tired of seeing people wasting time and money. If I put you face to face with the top casting director, you have 10 seconds. 10 seconds. So we got to make them count for sure. All right, Ryan. Well, it's been fun. I know, Deneen, we're trying to stay on course today, but we will see you tomorrow. We're very excited. I cannot wait to see what you're
pushing
gonna
that
wear.
narrative forever.
We cannot wait to see what you're gonna wear. Can't wait to hear about the new skincare regime. You know, whatever.
I'm still not feeling good. There probably won't be
know.
any.
But
I'll definitely change my shirt, but my
Okay.
nose is stuffed up. I
Well,
can't
that's
do
good.
beauty care when my nose is stuffed up.
Okay, well, now we know. Happy New Year to you. I feel like I haven't seen you, but we're glad you're here and we can't wait to hear more stories tomorrow. Did you guys enjoy this? We're just planting little seeds because tomorrow they're gonna harvest and we'll go over self-tapes and a little bit more about what agents look and that will be fun. Maybe we'll have some of our talent go to the Model's Garage and see. We don't know. The Model's Garage is always fun. It's where somebody shows up. And you have Mr. Ryan Colby himself, figure out exactly what you qualify for, because, when you want to get into show business, you may think you're the romantic lead, but somebody may have different, motives for your character. Like, oh, you're the serial killer or you're the best friend in the love series. So we'll go over that tomorrow and also how to best market you. So we're excited for that. Thank you, Ryan. Tell everybody in LA we said hello. And okay. Thanks, Ryan. I feel better.
Have a good rest of the day.
Wait, you're on mute. How did you end up on mute? Can you guys hear Deneen? No? Please hold. Guys, let's type very quickly. What was the one thing that you just took away from Ryan Colby's discussion? Was it that Fashion Week, you have to have an agent? Was it if you want to book real work, you need to have an agent? What part of you need to have a real agent did we not get? How many of you guys have been spending time or money getting photos done? Right? All right. Perfect, perfect. Oh, now I hear. Okay.
Okay, I've changed locations. Can you hear me now?
Yes, ma'am. We can.
Awesome. Very good. So now I forgot to turn the other computer off, so there's an echo. Here, hold on. Okay, there we go. Okay, guys. Awesome. So how amazing has today been? Have you guys learned a lot? Like, you guys have learned so much. Like, on a scale of 1 to 10, like, how much do you feel like everything has changed for you? Like, on a scale of 1 to 10, I promised you guys that if you showed up and played full out, that you would like radically transform your life. Right? Oh, I love it. 10, so freaking amazing. Way above 10. Thank you. Whoever said way above 10, thank you very much. I feel like that's a trick question. On a scale of 1 to 10, I never want to hear a 10 because I'm like, oh my gosh, what did I do wrong? All right, guys. So let's talk a little bit about where we've been and let's talk about where we're going for the rest of today. So you've learned what type of modeling you qualify for. Type in the comments, I am a model. In the comments, type, I am a model. We had the opportunity to hear from Jonathan Trowan, Family, Faith, and Fun, like talking about living a heart-centered life. Like, how many of you like took so much out of that? Like, you know what? I know that I need to live through my heart. Like, I was reading through all of your comments from what he said, and it was absolutely amazing. We learned about the Model and Actor Cookbook. How many of you are going to go out and get an apple pie tonight? I think I may need an apple pie. I mean, I know we're only a couple days into the new year, but I'm like, okay, I think I need apple pie every time it gets me. And then we heard from Patrick, like, how many of you like are going to sit down? Oh, Ashanti already has the apple pie. Ashanti, DM me your address. I'll be over in a little while. Just kidding. I'm not a stalker. Then we heard from Patrick, and how many of you are going to take a couple of the things that he said and you're really just going to start applying them? Because you know what? The thing is that it's all you need to do is make small changes in your life every day. They'll lead up to that will lead to exponential growth. Just making small changes, like walking, like something as simple as parking your car a couple parking spots away from Target before you go on your Target spending spree. That adds up. So start making those small changes that Patrick talked about. Then the art of comedy, talking to Craig Shoemaker. I mean, come on now. Like, okay, let me put this into perspective for you. You had someone who flew to Dave Chappelle's house to hang out with Dave Chappelle, to hang out with Chris
cornfield.
Rock, to hang out with the biggest people in the. I mean,
He writes
stop
for
it right
Fuller
now.
House. Come on.
He's won Emmys. Alicia, I think you're now muted. I'm not sure. I can't hear you. Maybe my thing isn't on. Sorry. Not only, and you know what? Les Brown. How can I forget Les freaking Brown? Like, we had the opportunity to hear from someone who literally, yeah, he hung out with Harrison Ford, literally speaks to billions of people. How many of you, when you think about speaking and impacting billions of people, maybe this morning you thought, couldn't be me. But now you're thinking, why not me? You can ask Alicia, she can show you. I was like, oh my gosh, Les was so impactful. I want to inspire billions of people. Like, I had an M in front of that. How small-minded was I before I heard from Les Brown today? Right? And then the one and only Ryan Colby. Like, it's always spicy, it's always saucy. You never know what you're going to get when you listen to Ryan Colby. But it was absolutely amazing. So guys, what we want to do is we want to put a bow on everything that you've learned today. You've gone on an amazing, amazing journey, and I am so proud of you. But there's one thing that could tie all of this together. And the one thing that could tie all of this together is learning about a millionaire mindset. So over the next 30 to 45 minutes, we're going to hear from Mr. Michael Famkin again. And I want you guys to take notes, whether this is your first time hearing this presentation or you've heard it more than once. Congratulations, you are not the same person that heard it the last time. So I want you guys to take notes, because your mindset is the key to your future. We talked about this earlier. We talked about Henry Ford said, whether you believe you can or you can't, you're right. So how many of you know that 2023 is going to be your best year yet? Type best year in the comments. Because that's our goal for you. I told you earlier, I'm addicted to helping people be successful. And one of the hardest things for people to overcome is having a crappy mindset. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring Mr. Michael Famkin back to the stage. And he's going to talk to you about the millionaire mindset. And as you're listening to this, I'm going to tell you right now, you're going to get a not so pop quiz. After he talks, I'm going to call on some of you, and I want to hear what you took away from him. Okay, so take notes. And after he's done speaking, I'm going to come back. We're going to put a bow on this day, but I want you guys for the next 45 minutes to give him your full undivided attention. Okay, so with that thought in mind, can everyone please give it up for the one and only Mr. Michael Famkin?
Hey guys, how's everybody doing? All right, what a great day today. So let me keep this show on the road. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And let's get started. All right. All right, everybody can see my screen? Yes, okay, good. Okay. All right, so this is called The Millionaire Mindset for Models and Actors, no matter age, experience, or who you currently are, the secrets to unlocking unlimited potential. Obviously, we've been talking about this all day. A new mindset gets you new results, which is obviously you guys are doing great today. I love all the positive comments, and I love seeing everybody learning so much. So it's absolutely awesome. And if you think day one was great, tomorrow we are going, tomorrow we are jam-packed with some amazing, amazing people, literally from the moment we start. All right, so what are your chances of becoming rich, right? Great question. Well, let's talk about it. Here are the statistics of 100 people working from age 20 to age 65, a 45-year time period. 1 becomes rich, 4 becomes financially independent, 5 are still working, 28 are dead, and 62 are dead broke. Let's look at this according to percentages. What that means then is this: in America, 5% of the people make it financially and 95% don't. That's an amazing statistic. There's a definite line that separates the haves from the have-nots when it comes to making it financially in America. 5% make it, 95% don't. That's scary when you think about it. It's even scarier when you read those numbers in a little different way. In the wealthiest country that has ever existed in the history of the world, you have a 95% chance of not making it and only a 5% shot at making it. Oh boy, let's get that problem solved. So I'll assume that you're a person who has a desire to end up in the top 5% instead of the bottom 95%. If I have you pegged right and you're one of the people who want to be in the 5%, I can tell you how to do it in 2 sentences. In fact, these 2 sentences are so simple, so powerful that if you follow them, they will make you rich. Before we get into that, however, I want to make sure you're ready for your life change and that you're open to ideas that will challenge your thinking. The 2 cents wealth formula is this: if you want to become wealthy, then you have to find out what the top 5% of people do financially and do the same thing. That is sentence number 1. The second sentence in the 2 cents wealth formula is even more important than the first. You got to find out what the bottom 95% are doing financially, and whatever else you do, don't do what they do. The question to ask then are, what do the top 5% do that those in the bottom 95% don't do? What do the bottom 95% do that the top 5% don't do? You need to study these 2 things in great detail. I would recommend that you become fanatical about finding out the difference between the habits of the rich and the habits of the poor. If you study both wealth and poverty, you can learn how to become wealthy. I had a really great time a few weeks ago. I spent with Sharon Lechter. She actually was the co-author of Rich Dad, Poor Dad. So a lot of this really comes into play. She was really phenomenal to spend the weekend with. So the difference between the rich and the poor. Rich mindset seeks to spend their time, resources, and energy on work that continues to pay off long after the effort has been invested. Think about being an actor and you have residuals, right? So you do a television show once, you get paid, but then every time that show airs, you get paid over and over again. So rich mindset is all about getting a flywheel spinning. Poor mindset is all about the short-term returns, hours for dollars. So what kind of mindset do you have? Do you have a poor mindset or a rich mindset? Before you decide, let's kind of go through the whole entire presentation and then kind of see where you actually are, and hopefully some of the things you might not realize you're doing to help you have a rich mindset exclusively. So don't work for money, have money work for you. Poor people only understand how to work for money. What do I mean? Many poor people are hardworking individuals who have a job that they either classify as a good job or a bad job. Let me tell you, a job is a job. Some jobs pay more money than others, but it doesn't change the fact that you're trading time for money. The reason people work for money is they believe that time is money. Rich people know that time is not money. Time is infinitely more valuable than money. To prove it, think about this. If you run out of money, you can always get more money, but if you run out of time, it's over. You can't get more time. Don't entertain yourself, educate yourself. Another difference between the wealthy and the poor is that poor people entertain themselves, but rich people educate themselves. Poor people collect DVDs and movies and video games. Rich people collect books, seminar experiences, audio programs that teach them how to do something they want to learn how to do. Let me repeat, poor people entertain themselves, rich people educate themselves. Poor people start learning as soon as they get out of school. Rich people continue their education long after they graduate. In fact, most rich people will tell you the most valuable things they have learned, they didn't learn from school anyway. They learned them from mentors. They learned them from seminars. They learned them from books. They learned them from audio programs. They learn the things they want to learn from people who know what they want to learn. Poor people entertain themselves. Rich people educate themselves. So stop entertaining yourself and stop educating yourself. So here's an interesting thing. The average American spends 4 to 7 hours a day watching television. And that also includes being on your phone, right? Just scrolling through TikTok endlessly. Think about all the hours that you waste doing that, right? If you were just to apply that to learning, to getting a mentor, to being educated, to being networking, to improving your life. So stop watching so much TV. Do you want to watch Netflix or do you want to be on it? So why getting rid of your television is so important? There are actually many reasons. Some of them, the television is a cultural hypnotic device. It's used to influence and control society. The programming, right? Think about it. Programming means it's being programmed. You're being programmed. The news media and the commercials have a profound effect on the financial situation of most people. The television creates a victim mentality as people watch the rapes, robberies, and murders on the evening news or on violent TV dramas. People become more and more fearful. The commercials create a consumer mentality that encourages people to buy things they don't need and can't afford. TV keeps people trapped into thinking they're powerless and that changing their financial situation is impossible. The exact opposite is true. You are the one who has the best chance of changing your financial life, not the government, not a social program. Another problem with television is that it promotes the philosophy that the main purpose of money is consumption or buying things, but the truth is that the more important function of money is for creating wealth. So, that's one of the things why we're going to be working with people like Kevin Sorbo and a lot of other people who are giving the opportunity for our talent to be in more wholesome programs based upon being heartfelt and faith and so forth. And it's such a great opportunity. Doesn't mean we're still not submitting for shows like Power and all those fun shows. Absolutely. But we want to be able to open up and be able to have our talent be a part of more, and realizing financially, to make money, it's not just about buying things, but what can you do with that money to help others? What can you do to give back? Getting involved in charities and so forth. Money is always something that's a needed resource, but it shouldn't be the end goal. Your end goal is success. Money is just a result of you having that success. Okay, rich people don't have jobs. Another difference between poor people and rich people is that poor people have jobs, whereas rich people own businesses. More than 80% of rich people become rich by owning their own business. Poor people seek to get a job. Rich people look to give somebody else a job. Think about it. Rich people value their time so much that they hire people to do the things they don't want to do. We talked about a little bit before about Fiverr, and another thing is being an entertainer, you are your own company. You become, I know one of our speakers spoke about setting up a company and an LLC. So you become like your own entrepreneur in this industry. But poor people will gladly get paid to do what those of us who are really rich don't want to do. Understand that the word job is the most perfectly spelled word in the dictionary, job. It's an acronym stands for jump out of bed, get on the journey of the broke so you can remain just over broke. Rich people don't set limits for themselves. Poor people think either or. Rich people think both and. What that means is that poor people look at every choice as a process of elimination. For instance, a person might think, I would like to do what I love, but I have to pay my bills. That statement implies that you can't have both. We buy into truisms that aren't true, like the saying, you can't have your cake and eat it too. Of course you can have your cake and eat it too. How else would you eat your cake if you didn't have it first? The actual quote is, you can't eat your cake and have it or save it too. Ironically, the later statement is why poor people get poor and rich people get richer. Rich people don't try to eat their cake and have it too. Choose your advisors wisely, mentors. The difference I'm about to show you is one of the most iconic of all the differences between the rich and the poor. Rich people only take financial advice from people who are as rich as they are or richer. Poor people only take financial advice from people who are as poor as they are or poorer. This is one of the most amazing things that I've seen since I began studying the subject. It's really sad because most people will go to their grave and never realize that if what they're currently doing is not giving them the result they desire, then they should start looking to some different sources for advice. One of the best definitions of insanity I've ever heard is continuing to do the same thing and expecting a different result. If you continue to do what you have always done, then you will continue to get what you always have gotten. Okay, and it's really important. I think you saw that theme today with all the speakers. They're always innovating. They're always thinking ahead. They're always giving back. They're helping others. They're very heart-centered. Okay, and it's really important to be that way. It's important to surround yourself with people who are one step ahead of you or two steps ahead of you. I can relate to this because I have one of my uncles who's a very great guy. He's always complaining about not being successful and always blaming everybody else. And at the end, you have to look to yourself. What can I do to make my life better? I need to surround myself with other people. Show me the 5 people you're closest to, and I can show you what your life is like. So you have to make that choice to separate your life into 2 hands, getting these new relationships, these new connections, but you can still keep the old ones, but you keep them separate because a lot of times there's always a conflict there. As you're trying to grow, people in your life may become jealous or they feel they're going to lose you. So you kind of have to keep those conversations sometimes separately. Gaining momentum. Rich mindset seeks to spend their time, resources, and energy on work that continues to pay off long after the effort has been invested. Rich mindset is all about getting a flywheel spinning, building a momentum, creating systems that continue to generate value on their own. Poor mindset, again, is all about short-term results, hours for dollars. Meaningful relationships. Rich mindset seeks to build relationships based on trust, liking shared values, and mutual respect. People with a rich mindset help others and cultivate relationships with no expectation of anything in return. Poor mindset thinks I'll scratch your back and you scratch mine. I can tell you that's so true, guys. When you go out and you offer value and you bring value to other people's lives, you know, if you met a billionaire, you know, one of the best questions you can ask them is, what are you working on right now that you're so excited about? Right? Because then it gets them talking, and you start thinking, how can I bring value to that? How can I help them? That's how you build relationships in any industry. The secret of success: the rich attribute success to abilities, hard work, and spirit. The middle class attributes success to education and luck. The poor attribute success to cheating, connections, and initial capital, right? Well, I can't do this because I don't have money. I can't do this because I don't have the training. Always making excuses why you can't. Well, a rich mindset says, you know what? I'm going to get the abilities. I'm going to work hard. I'm going to have the passion to get this done. I will figure it out. Okay. When you really want something, you make it happen. You figure it out. Okay. Rich mindset knows the world isn't fair and deals with reality swiftly, humbly, and practically. It knows the world owes it nothing, that the universe is indifferent to its existence, that the default for life is suffering and death. All successes are improbable and should be appreciated as such. A poor mindset is consumed by the unfairness of the world and wastes time complaining about it. It feels the world owes it something and waits for it to be handed out. Huge difference there, guys. Celebrate others. This is so important, guys. Rich mindset celebrates the successes of others and embraces the competition and often befriends it. You have two choices: tear down another person's success or be inspired by the example. Poor mindset feels jealousy and bitterness about the success of others. It looks at everything as a zero-sum game. Mentor mindset. Rich mindset understands that it can never know everything and that something can be learned from everyone. I am always continuously learning. I try to better myself every single day, whether it's reading a new book, studying something new, trying to always challenge myself. A poor mindset deludes itself into believing it knows everything and that opposing perspectives are wrong before even hearing them. Rich man versus a poor man. Rich man, give a rich man $1,000, he returns with 100,000. Give a broke man 1,000, he returns with a new iPhone. And it's true. You know, you have to realize, what are your investments? Are your investments in material goods, or are you investing in bettering yourself? Because investing in something that's a non-depreciating asset, a cell phone is going to go down in value. A car is going to go down in value. And I'm not saying you shouldn't splurge and buy yourself a car. You shouldn't have a phone. But at the same time, if you're struggling, you have to think to yourself, what can I invest in that will make a return on my investment? Education, mentoring, networking, improving my life, things like that, that give you a greater return than what you're spending. You can't do it all. Rich mindset understands that it cannot do everything, and that if it could, it would create greater value by focusing on its core strengths. It knows that the right team is greater than the sum of its parts. A poor mindset deludes into thinking that it can do everything if it just works hard enough. Okay. You know, my uncle was like that. He felt that if he worked really, really hard, he would do better. And he worked, 80, 90 hours a week for his whole entire life. And I'm sure a lot of you guys can relate to that person. They feel they just work harder. It's not always about working harder. It's about working smarter, right? Being able to, being in the entertainment industry is such a great way because you earn more per hour. There's so many different projects. Your day is always exciting. There's always something new. Like, we have so many exciting announcements we're going to make tomorrow. So, hopefully everyone can be here tomorrow all day, because if you thought today was good, tomorrow we're taking it to a whole nother level. But what makes the rich and the poor, what makes the rich richer and the poor poorer? The 5 biggest differences. Belief. Rich people believe they can succeed even when no one else believes in them. Rich people have a plan. They have a plan, and everything they do is part of the plan. When rich people face a problem, they find a solution, right? They don't let the problem overwhelm them. Rich people are not afraid to take risks. They create opportunities for others. And rich people want more. And the main reason why the rich get rich is because they want more. They know they can do it since they're already rich. And doing more means being able to give back, being able to help others, being able to do things. Thank goodness that we work with a company that for the close to 2 decades, we can do these types of events, right? And offer them free to educate people, to help and better other people's lives, and bringing together some amazing speakers. These events, there's a cost to these events for us to do them, but we're willing to cover those costs because we have that affordability to help others. And what we hope is to attract others like that to become a part of our community. Because a poor mindset has a lack of belief. They don't believe they can do it. They're dependent upon others' opinion, right? How many times people go, do I look good? Should I do this, right? You shouldn't do that. You know in your heart what's the right plan for your life. Okay, having a plan, a lack of plan. Poor people have a lack of plan. They don't know what they want. They don't have a target and they just move aimlessly. Excuses. Poor people find excuses for their problems. Waiting for a miracle. The poor wait for some kind of miracle, winning the lottery or getting a promotion, but they're just waiting, doing nothing. And of course, number 5, blaming others. They think they're poor because of others, the government, etc. 86% of the millionaires in the United States are self-made. Start where you are. Use what you have, do what you can. Don't concentrate on what you don't have, concentrate on what you do have, okay? Be grateful and have gratitude and grace for what you have and leverage that. Leverage the opportunities that are in front of you, being here this weekend, learning things, taking notes, retype your notes up, okay? Make this a part of your life. 17 ways rich people think versus poor people. Rich people believe I create my life. Rich people play the money game to win. Rich people are committed to being rich. Rich people think big. Poor people believe life happens to me. Life doesn't happen to you. Life happens for you. Les Brown, he started the day with this. Guys, you know, I didn't know what Les was going to talk about. I had no idea what he was going to talk about. Okay, Les is Les. He doesn't provide me with a script, right? He's Les Brown. But notice the patterns, right? Notice these patterns. This must mean something when successful people, you keep hearing things over and over again, right? This is the whole point of doing what rich people do versus what poor people do. Here's a pattern right there. Poor people play the money game to not lose. They're afraid they're going to lose money. Oh, what if I buy this and it doesn't work out? Poor people just want to be rich, okay? Poor people think small. Rich people focus on opportunities. Poor people focus on obstacles. You have to look at life. An obstacle is an opportunity waiting to be discovered. Okay, whatever is the obstacle is the way. That's what gets you to your next step. Whatever you feel the obstacle in your life is, you focus on that to overcome it. How do I overcome that? You ask better questions. Rich people admire other rich people and successful people. Poor people resent rich people and successful people. Rich people associate with positive, successful people. Poor people associate with negative or unsuccessful people, right? Negativity loves company. Rich people are willing to promote others. Poor people think negatively about selling and promotion. Rich people are bigger than their problems. Poor people are smaller than their problems. Rich people are excellent receivers. Poor people are poor receivers. Let me tell you something. I used to be that way. Somebody gave me a gift or thanks. Oh, no. You don't have to do that. Oh, no, it's okay. Now I learn to honor them when people want to say thank you. Thank you so much. I appreciate that so much. That means so much to me because now it allows me the ability to honor them for thanking me. It allows me the ability to honor them for wanting for me to receive their gratitude, to receive their blessings. So very important. Rich people are excellent receivers. Poor people are poor receivers. Rich people choose to get paid based upon results. Poor people choose to get based upon time. Hey, best person you can ever surround yourself is a person who wants to get paid on results, what they're getting done, right? Results are the most important thing to make decisions. That's why we have tens of thousands of results of the talent we work with. Rich people think both. Poor people think either or. Well, I can do this, but I have to give that up. Rich people say, how can I do both? Rich people focus on their net worth. What are the values of the assets they have? Poor people focus on just their working income. Well, this is when I'm going to get my check next week. Rich people manage their money well. Poor people mismanage their money well. Rich people have their money work hard for them. They invest. Poor people work hard for their money. Rich people act in spite of fear. Poor people let fear stop them. And rich people consistently learn and grow, while poor people will think they already know it all. So, you know, I don't think anyone's going to be one way or the other. But my hope is that there might have been some things, just like I caught about not allowing the blessing of being able to say thank you and allowing that. Small things like that showed me that even myself, until I realized I had some poor mindset issues going on and I had to address them. And now I've overcome them. So hopefully you guys caught some things that kind of help you see where you were. And maybe now you could say, hey, these are some of the things I can work on. And now I can make my life even better than it is. Then this is the millionaire mindset for models and actors, no matter age, experience, or who you currently are. The secrets to unlocking unlimited potential. And guys, from the bottom of my heart, thank you so much for spending the day with us. Deneen and Alicia have some special announcements, and for tomorrow, we're going to end up a little bit early today, which is okay because tomorrow's a really big day. But I want to thank you guys from the bottom of my heart, and I hope that we gave you a great day one. Today was the foundation. Tomorrow's the transformation. And if you can see the list we have tomorrow, if you thought today was great, we are going to blow your minds beyond your wildest imagination, guys. And tomorrow's going to be super exciting. Very heavy on the industry tomorrow, guys. Today was foundation. Love you guys. I'll talk to you guys tomorrow.
Oh my gosh. Can you guys hear me now? If you can hear me, give me a thumbs up. Okay, awesome. I don't know what happened. My computer was like, okay, I need to take a 2-second break. On a scale of 1 to a million, how awesome was that presentation from Mike just then? Like, how amazing is that? Like, what I want you guys to understand is, oh, hold on. What I want you guys to understand is that sorry. Okay, there we go. Okay, there we go, Alicia. We're having a lot of fun here. I love technology until I don't love technology. And it's like, oh my gosh, can we just like get a break on technology?
I love to hate technology.
We have a love-hate relationship. But you know what the best thing about technology is? If we didn't have technology, we wouldn't be all together today. So that's pretty amazing. No, but seriously, like whenever you have the opportunity to surround yourself by people who are willing to offer you information, take that opportunity. Take that opportunity, because let me tell you something. I wouldn't be where I am. Is it okay if I tell you guys a little of my story and then I want to share a little bit with you guys? I wouldn't be here right now if it weren't for Mike, because I'm going to tell you a little story about how I got to be here. Okay. So a long time ago, it feels like 10 lifetimes ago, I used to work in a dental office. Okay. I used to work in a dental office, and Mike and I were friends, and he knew I wasn't happy. Like, I was doing really cool things. Like, I loved helping people. I've always loved helping people. I told you guys that I recently realized I have an addiction to helping people be successful. So when I worked in the dental office, I would help people, but it would be like, oh my gosh, you have tooth pain. Oh, don't be so scared of that root canal. Don't worry, we'll get you out of pain. How many of you know that's not the most fun job in the whole entire world? So he knew I was unhappy. He knew that I knew that there was more for my life than what I was living. And he called me one day. He was like, hey, Deneen, what are you doing? I was like, I'm working. What do you think I'm doing? He was like, well, I have a challenge for you. And I was like, oh, really? You have a challenge for me? He said, yeah, I have a challenge for you. He said, I want you to host a podcast for my company. I was like, and a little bit of more of a backstory. In my real life, like if you met me out in the wild, I'm really shy. Like, I'm the person who sits in the corner and I watch what's going on and I process. I'm not that person who's like, hey guys, what's up? I'm not the party animal, okay? I'm the shy girl in the corner. I knew nothing about the entertainment industry. I had a best friend in high school. Deneen, come over and watch the Oscars. And I'd be like, why would I want to do such a stupid thing? Is it okay if I'm a little, I mean, it's the end of the day. I think you guys know that I'm allowed to be honest here. But I was like, I don't know anything about that. I was like, well, tell me a little bit more about this podcast. What does it entail? And he said, well, you'll be interviewing actors and models. I'm like, what am I going to ask models? Oh, how do you walk? Like, I don't even know why he like let me do this podcast. He was like, listen, are you up for the challenge or not? And I was like, yes, I'm up for the challenge. I'm German and Italian, y'all. You can't put a challenge in front of me that I'm not going to rise to. So 2 days later, I found myself interviewing Ryan Colby, who you met a couple of minutes ago, one of his models. And I was like scared. If you listen to the podcast, first of all, it's horrible. Like if you want to like get a good laugh from Deneen, if you want to be like, this is going to be awesome, listen to the first episode of the podcast. It was horrible. But what I learned was that when I leaned into my fear, when I leaned into my opportunity, amazing things started to happen. The next thing I know, here I am now, like a completely different human. Alicia jokes about that all the time. Like I used to be like scared of my own shadow, but now here I am talking to you guys. And this is what I want you to understand. I'm not trying to impress you. I mean, I could tell you the people I've interviewed. I've interviewed one of the biggest investors in Broadway. I had the opportunity to teach the dad from the Wonder Years, Dan Loria, how to use Zoom. Alicia has a picture she could show you about that. You'll hear from him tomorrow. Mark Schoenfeld, we call him the pitchman. He's called the pitchman of Hollywood. I taught him how to use Zoom. When I first met him, I was petrified of all of these things. But the reason I'm telling you this is not to impress you, but to impress upon you that everything you want is on the other side of your fear. Some of you might be like, oh my God, it sounds so good, but I don't know. Everything you want is on the other side of that fear. Recently, we had the opportunity, Mike, Alicia, and I had the opportunity to be in Scottsdale at a high-level mastermind because Michael and Alicia invest a lot of money to up-level all of us. Okay? And we had the opportunity to be in Scottsdale. And Mike was like I heard like Mark Victor Hansen is going to be there. I was like, what? I freaked out.
Chicken Soup for the Soul, guys.
Chicken
500
Soup for the Soul.
million copies, Guinness Book World Records.
Yeah. But the reason I freaked out is because I had the opportunity to meet someone. My first personal development book was Chicken Soup for the Soul. So the reason I'm telling you all of this is this. You have to lean into those things that you don't understand. You have to lean into your fear. Because everything you want is on the other side of your fear. Everything you want is on the other side of your insecurities. Everything you want is within you already. Everything you want you need to be successful. We're giving you what you need. And this is what I want you to understand. You can't do this on your own. No man is an island. We talked to so many talents. Like, oh, Alicia alluded to this earlier. Oh, my family doesn't believe in me. This person doesn't believe in me. That person doesn't believe in me. Okay, well, you know, that's because they don't understand. My dad thought I was insane. He was like, girl, I can't believe you're quitting your job at the dental office. You have benefits. It's great. You get paid every week. I was like, yeah, Dad, but I'm so unhappy. He's like, I don't understand. Then he heard me on a call talking to talent. And he was like, girl, you're really good at that. I'm like, I know. And again, I'm not saying this because I want to impress you, but I want you guys to understand that everything you want is on the other side of that fear. Tomorrow, we're going to have an amazing lineup of people. We're going to have the pitchman of Hollywood come on, and he's going to talk to you about projects that he's working on. Literally, he discovers people and they become stars. He's working with this one autistic boy here in Florida. And let me tell you something, the work he's doing is amazing. But you can ask Alicia, you can ask Mike. He gets us, how are my babies doing? How can I help you? What can I do for them? Right? We have some talent that are in communication with him on a daily basis. We're going to have the former Attorney General of the state of Nevada on tomorrow, who we met in Las Vegas and then in Scottsdale. He's going to come on. How many of you want to be an actor or model? Raise your hand. You should all be raising your hands. You've been here all day. Good job. Okay. How many of you are excited about the thought that you might get replaced by AI or CGI? No, you should not be excited about this. He's going to talk to you about technology and the future of technology. But the keys that we're giving you right now is how not to get replaced by a robot, how not to get replaced by a computer. Use them to help your life be easier, but we're teaching you how not to get replaced by like technology. We're going to have 50 Cent's acting coach. How many of you maybe have an open pleasure or a little slightly guilty pleasure of the Power series? I know I do. Oh my gosh. I can't wait to see what Tariq's up to in the next season. But we're going to have 50 Cent's acting coach come on. The man, when 50 Cent was transitioning from being just a musician to getting into acting, he called this guy. He called Robert Galinsky. And you're going to hear from him tomorrow. He's going to talk to you about improv and about being a national actor. We talked about this. There's no location anymore. Okay. We're going to have one of the biggest agents. One of my favorite things that we do is when Alicia puts an agent on the hot seat. If you thought her putting Ryan Colby on the hot seat was awesome, wait until you see what she does tomorrow.
Oh, no, tomorrow I'm taking the gloves off. I go full force. She loves it because no one ever speaks to her that way. Like when you have this woman represent you, just so you know, Deneen, I know you haven't watched. How many of you guys have seen the Wednesday series on Netflix? It was just #1. Tim Burton. She manages one of the Forerunners. So like everybody bows down to her. Not me. I'm going to ask the questions you guys want to know, and we're going to put her in the hot seat tomorrow.
So how many of you are a little bit excited about that? By a little, I mean a lot.
Like fire.
Like
That's it. We're cranking it up.
I promise you, your life will never be the same after you watch Alicia put Tanya on the
Les
hot seat.
was afraid that I was going to put him in the hot seat today.
Well, you told him you were going to.
Well, you know what? When I went to go have dinner with him a couple of months ago, you know, Bill Walsh had, again, a friend of ours, a mutual friend, said, oh, wait till you meet Alicia Kback. She's a Spitfire. And Les is like, oh, goody. Because Les thought, you know, I was going to come and be intimidated. That lasted about 30 seconds until he said, tell me about yourself. And I was like, okay. And that was it. So I was warning him today that I was going to put him in the hot seat. So I think Les was nervous, but Tanya, she's good. She'll handle it like a champ.
It'll be amazing. You're going to love it. Then we're going to talk about living from your heart, finding your why. And this is what I want you guys to understand. Every person that spoke today has a why. Like I got Craig Shoemaker sent me a text message. He was like, that was amazing. Can I please do that again? Because he loves helping people. Everyone that you're going to meet through our company has a why. We vet each and every person that you meet. We vet them. Like we kind of have a little bit of a joke. Like, would I allow this person to babysit my goldfish? Right. And it may sound crazy, but like we vet them to make sure that they have the same views and stances that we do, because we want to make sure that we only work with people that are in alignment. We want to work with heart-centered people, with faith-based people. So tomorrow you're going to learn about living from your heart, finding your why. Then we're going to also hear from one of the most powerful people in the entertainment industry, but she would never admit this to you. Her name is Antoinette. She works with her husband, Richard Stratton, who his best friend is Oliver Stone. Have you guys ever heard of a guy named Oliver Stone before?
He's working with Sean Penn right now. Her husband wrote the hit TV series, The Wire, Oz. He won Cannes and Sundance. He is a legend in our industry.
So,
and she's managed Terrence Howard. So like for those of you looking for a theatrical agent, be careful what you wish for, because she's going to put you to work.
Yeah, she was so excited when I gave her topic tomorrow. She's going to talk again about all the success you need is inside of you, and how you need a network in order to make that happen. How you need the right people in your life. You need the right people with the same goals and alignment that you have in order to make that happen. Yeah, oh my God, I started reading it too. It's right on the coffee table out in the living room.
Getting turned into a movie. And we have like the publishers before it even came out on Amazon we're really
pretty cool.
Pretty cool.
So,
probably, you know.
So guys, the point that I'm trying to make is how many of you would love the opportunity to spend more time with myself, with Alicia, Michael, to work with us? How many of you think that having mentors who are addicted to making you successful would be helpful? If you think that would be amazing, type amazing in the comments. Type amazing in the comments. And this is what I want you guys to understand. Like, I know today was a marathon of a day. Tomorrow, and today we laid the foundation. I promised you guys this morning that if you played full out today, that by the end of the day tomorrow, you would be a new person. But I have a question for you. How many of you are starting to feel the newness coming forth? I know for many of us it's winter, but how many of you are starting to feel the newness coming forth? How many of you are starting to feel that shift?
Can I say something real quick?
Yes, please do.
So one of my biggest fears, how many of you guys follow me on Facebook or Instagram or follow the company? So if you don't know, recently we went to Scottsdale, but we flew from Vegas private. It was the very first time I flew on a private plane, and I got on the plane. Deneen can attest to this. I hate to fly. What did I do? I had tears running down my face. I was so nervous. So the pilot said, hey, do you want to sit up front with me? And Deneen's like, she'll go. I was like this. And I sat there in the cockpit with this like headset on. If you guys get a chance, watch, like you could see me like flying the plane with him. I mean, he wouldn't really let me fly, but I was sitting there and we landed. It was very awe-inspiring. But one thing I really want to share with you is he told me if we were even off just by 1 degree, it would take us in a completely different direction. 1 degree for your trajectory path. A lot of you getting on this call today weren't sure, is this real? We had Les Brown on, the Attorney General of the state of Nevada, who's used to shutting down businesses. It's coming on. I mean, like, this is so amazing. Plus, I mean, we're very much connected in Hollywood. Imagine jumping into this world. But how many of you guys feel kind of like how I felt on that plane, that 1 degree, your life is now set towards where you're meant to be?
Yeah.
Like 1 degree. 1 degree. So some of you guys have, I see some of you, you've been on my calls before, you've been on, you know, my Zooms, and you did, oh, it's not the right time. Okay, why are you here today? We're 1 degree closer. And again, we're on that path now to success. Some of you are going to get all the way to your destination. Some of you are just here for the joyride.
Yeah. And I want you guys to understand too, our goal is for 99% of our talent to be successful, to be super successful. And you might be thinking, 99, Denise, what about that extra 1%? Here's why. I can't come to your house and say, hey, Diane, let's do this. Come on. You need to do this monologue. You need to do this. You need to show up. But what I can tell you is that if you're willing to show up for yourself, you'll be a part of that 99%. Because there's 1% of people that like, they show up, they're like, hey, what's up? You know, okay, this is cool. And then that's it. But what I need you guys to understand is we need you, in order for you to help me feed my addiction of helping you be successful, you need to show up for yourself. So that's what tomorrow's going to be all about. So tomorrow is transformation day. Today we laid the foundation. Tomorrow is transformation day. So we do have to give you a challenge, because I would not be me if I just let you go off into the sunset without giving you a challenge. So I want to give you a challenge that is inspired by Jonathan Trowan. Is that okay? Is it okay if I give you a challenge? This is the challenge I want you to do. I want you to take a selfie of yourself. And I want you to say, I look good. And then I want you to take a selfie. And then I want you to post it into our Facebook community. So what I'll do is I'll get the link for our Facebook community in case you haven't joined it yet. Okay. And the hashtag for anyone who's like, oh, Denise, what's the hashtag? It's the hashtag Look Good Challenge. Okay. Hashtag Look Good Challenge. So let me get in here. So that is your challenge. So with that being said, let's see here. Give me 1 second. With that being said, what I also want to do is we have a couple minutes since we're running a little bit ahead of time. So I do want to unmute, have a couple people speak. And today we're going to keep it pretty limited. Okay. But tomorrow we'll open it up. And I promise you, every one of you that wants to speak will have the opportunity to speak. Okay. So I just shared, Diane, if you can copy that link, that would be awesome. Hi, Caden. How are you?
Caden's been on every boot camp since he was born.
Yeah, that's awesome. All right. So don't ask me. I've chosen people that are going to speak. So what we'll do tomorrow, I promise you that we'll have time. We're going to make time for each and every one of you to be heard, because I want to hear every one of your voices and I want to answer any questions that you may have. Okay. That being said, we have a 7-year-old who's been on this call all day long. And she's like, please, please, please let me speak. And Kai this afternoon, when he spoke, said, you know what, please let her speak, because we want to see. I want you guys to know that you've been seen, that you're being seen. Okay. So Kayla, I know your name isn't Kayla. Your name is Paisley. Kayla, can you please unmute yourselves for us? Awesome.
With her like backdrop, she's a professional.
I know Paisley's no joke. All right, Paisley. So hi. So introduce yourself and tell me, what was your biggest takeaway from today? And I know you're like, oh my gosh, how could I even choose one? But what's one thing that you learned today that you're going to take with you?
No, say your name and do your slate first. Okay. Hi, I'm Paisley Grace Salazar. I'm 8 years old and I live in Nashville, Tennessee.
Hayden.
And my biggest, oh, no.
Take back.
I like all of them.
But what was your say
I
about what did you
know,
say about
there's
Les
so
Brown?
much.
You've been talking about you wanted to talk so much.
I like Les Brown the most.
Why? What was it about? What did you like about him?
I like him because he was homeless and then he made his dreams come true.
So you can do what? You can do what? You
can do whatever it takes.
That's right.
Yeah, right?
What do
How
you have to
awesome.
do?
He's
you have to
spoken to
do?
billions of people and he started out broke.
You have to believe
I
him.
like the way he said he used to go by the bank and they used to shut their door. I forget exactly what I was like. What is he saying?
Yeah.
That's awesome, Paisley. So are you excited to be here tomorrow?
Yes, ma'am.
Awesome.
You're super tired. She was so energetic earlier and then now she's just like, I'm tired.
Paisley, I've been on my feet for nearly the whole day, so I totally get it. So everyone give Paisley a round of applause for being here with Mom. It's awesome. All right, and we will see you tomorrow. Thank you for being here.
You're welcome. Bye.
Bye.
Oh my gosh. she's so cute.
She's so adorable. All right, Alicia has someone she would like to unmute as well.
I do. So I personally don't get a chance to do a lot of auditions. I don't know. Maybe I'm a little bit hard on people. But the other day I had a live open call and I was like, hey, I'll take some of these appointments, some of the auditions. And one of the persons that I got to meet, actually, I only did one interview, was Natasha Kraus and her amazing mom. Natasha, are you on? Let's see. Natasha. Hi, Natasha.
Hey.
Hey. So
Hi.
Natasha's 14. She lives in California and she's an actual working actress, guys, signed to an agent that we know. She was just in Hollywood with us. So Natasha, I want you to give just a little background about some of the training that you're doing, who your agent is, and what did you like about today?
So I'm with the Brogan Agency, and how I got my agent was CGTV was a program, and I got to work with Adrian. I forgot his last name. So I did like a whole week of just acting with him and with other students, and I got to perform in front of 15 agents, and I got 12 callbacks from the agents, and I got to pick which one, and I picked the Brogan Agency. And so I've been doing it since I was 6 years old, and I've been doing acting classes as well, and I've gone in plays as well, and yeah.
So you've been doing this for 8 years. So obviously your mom, who's amazing. Hi, Mom. She's very supportive. Obviously you're taking classes, right? You have headshots and you also know how to self-tape.
Yes.
Yeah. So can you, for those of you guys that don't know how to do a self-tape, can you tell me very quick, can you give me a slate?
Yeah. Hi, I'm Natasha Kraus. I'm 14 years old. I live in San Geronimo, California, and I'm reading for whatever I'm reading for.
Nice.
All right, Les Brown is calling me as we speak. So let me take this. Keep going.
Awesome.
Yeah, that's a slate.
Okay. Well, Natasha, what was your biggest takeaway from today? I mean, we appreciate you being here. So what was your, if you can give us one takeaway, what was your biggest takeaway?
So I wasn't here the whole class because I actually had an acting class this morning. So I got here when they were talking about the financial stuff.
Okay.
So my biggest takeaway was working smarter, not harder. You have to work hard, but I always thought if you work harder, then you'll get to your dreams, but you also have to work smart.
Yeah.
Not just work very hard, because you might not get anywhere if you just work hard. You gotta, yeah.
That's awesome. I love that because a hamster works really, really hard on that wheel, right? Doesn't get anywhere. So you have to work smarter, not harder. I love that. That's great. That's awesome.
And she has, so here's the thing with Natasha. So Sean Brogan is a tremendous agent out of LA. And I really want to express this to you guys. When you're looking to get an agent to submit you out for Disney, she very much looks like a Jenny Ortega from the Wednesday series. You know, an agent doesn't train. And I want you guys to understand that an agent is looking to submit actors. So taking classes, getting your headshots done, learning how to self-tape, that's all the responsibility of a talent. The agent's only job is to submit the talent, correct? So like she's not training you one-on-one or anything like that. And tomorrow we'll go over a little bit more. But when we went through the interview, obviously we accepted her. And I asked her, because everybody's on here because of one pain point. And I always ask people, well, I feel like a doctor. I can't prescribe to you how I can help you unless I know what you're ailing from. And your mom simply said, we need to meet more people. That's it. And if that sounds like you, oh, I want to be an actor or model, what I'm doing, I know I could be doing more. I want you to type, that's me. Because I think it's so important. This isn't a competition. Everybody on here is different. You know, she can get submitted out for Disney and she's 14. And then I'll have a parent go, well, she got submitted out for Disney. Can you guarantee this for my daughter? No, it depends. Kind of like if I sent Deneen to the mall, hey, we're going to the Tonys. Can you pick me up a pair of black shoes? Like sometimes it depends on the shopper or the buyer. And we'll go over this tomorrow in more detail. But guys, I don't want you to think like getting an agent is the end all be all. Like it's really about surrounding yourself with great people, meeting as many people as you can. One thing I mentioned to Natasha, because she's super intelligent, is maybe doing voiceover work. I have a lot of friends who, they're in Frozen and hit Disney movies, just doing voiceover work. And that's some stuff that you can do from home. And we have a huge connection tomorrow that works with Disney Tomorrow. So I don't want you guys to miss anything tomorrow. Natasha, congratulations. Natasha is actually part of our inner circle now. So that is huge. We're going to see her pretty much this whole year. So I'm very excited to have you as part of the VIP Ignite family. And I know you're going to do well because my job is to put you face to face. And you're already doing it. So we're just going to take you up to another level.
Thank you. I'm excited to be here.
Yay.
We're excited to have you. Awesome.
Yeah.
All right.
Perfect. What a great day, Deneen.
I know. It has been absolutely an amazing, amazing day. So hold on. Simone, I know I said ask to unmute. I was trying to lower your hand. I apologize. Okay. Guys, this has been an amazing day. I don't know how to put a cap.
Call to see how he did today. What?
I'll send you a video to send to him in a little bit.
I know. I can't wait. Sometimes, it's funny because on my Facebook, if you guys follow me, my profile picture is me with Al Pacino. And people, oh, you're so lucky. This isn't luck. It's about surrounding yourself with the right people. And most of all, you could take a selfie, but the question is, are you going to make a lasting impact? Are they going to want to follow up with you? And he had a great day, Deneen, and he said you were an amazing host.
Excuse me while I pass out.
Merry Christmas to you. Happy New Year. But guys, he was very impressed. And that means so much, especially for a free call. I'm like, these aren't my talent, not yet. I don't know who's going to be on the call. And I'm so glad you guys were on and you played full out and you showed respect and honor and professionalism. So I thank you for that because our reputation was at stake for everybody on the call. And I thank you for that.
So you guys did amazing. So couple things to close out the day. First of all, your challenge is the I look good selfie. Okay. We've posted the link to the Facebook community a couple times. So if you're not a part of our Facebook community, join it so that don't forget to tag myself, Alicia, and Michael and Debbie, if you guys know Debbie, in that as well, because we want to see your I look good selfies. Tomorrow the doors are going to open at 10:45 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. So we will be here, same time, same bat channel, new day. So tomorrow we'll be here at 10:45 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. You do not want to miss 1 minute of what we have for you tomorrow. I'm getting my palms are getting sweaty just looking at tomorrow. Tomorrow is going to be an absolutely tremendous day. And this is what I want you to do. Set your alarms right now. Get up early. get ready, get yourself some breakfast, get yourself some coffee, get yourself some water, because tomorrow is Transformation Day. All right, guys. So with that thought in mind, break my Facebook, send me a lot of selfies, and we will see you tomorrow. Good night, guys.
Good night,
See you
everybody.
tomorrow.
Good night. Good night.
Good night. Good
Good night
night.
to you. Thank you, Deneen. You did an amazing job.
Thank you.
What an amazing day. And guys, make sure you're here on time tomorrow, dressed to impress. We have some really big people coming on tomorrow. Again, the call starts same exact time, same exact link. Starts at 11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, which is 8 a.m. West Coast time. You guys know your time zones. Make sure you're on the entire day. If you're looking to get connected with any of our amazing industry experts, you will need to stay on the call the entire time tomorrow. And we'll go over what we do and how. Again, you could follow these people that you've met today on social media, but actually working with them is a completely different story. Yeah. So they trust us. We're vetting on their behalf. And we're working on a lot of amazing projects. So I want you guys to think about who's in your phone, who's on your network now, and then think about what it would be like to actually be part of our network. This is just a little snippet of what you're going to get here at VIP Ignite. So have a good night, guys. Go drink lots of water, eat a good meal tonight. And if your friends are asking what you're doing tomorrow, tell them you're living out your dreams here at VIP Ignite. So I'll see you guys tomorrow. What time do I have to be online tomorrow? So Simone, it starts at 11 a.m. our time, which is 10 Central Time.
All right.
All right. Bye,
All
guys.
right. We'll see you tomorrow. Have a great night. Bye,
Bye.
guys. Don't forget the I look good selfie. Every time I do. I look good.
All right, let me go call Mr. Les Brown back.
Tell
All
him I
right.
said hi. All right.
will.
Good night,
All right,
guys.
bye,
We'll see you
guys.
tomorrow.
Good night.
Bye.
Thank you. Great job, Danita, Mike.
Thanks.
Bye.
Bye.